The Dodgers pick up another thrilling come-from-behind victory as Blake Snell returns and looks like an ace for Los Angeles, and Max Muncy walks it off at the Ravine in extra innings. Plus, we've got Puka Nacua updates, and neither of them are a very good thing. We say hello and welcome to a Wednesday morning live right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. In today for Derek Fisher, and we've got 4 hours of fun for you. The Dodgers have taken both of the first two games of this midweek set against the Royals, both desperately needed with two-time Cy Young winners on the bump. Blake Snell's second start of this season, and he looked sensational, dominating for the Dodgers. And a recap, Cody, in full of the joint practice yesterday between the Dallas Cowboys and the Los Angeles Rams, in which Puka Nacua exited early, and now there is talk about a suspension for Nacua to start off the 2026 NFL season. But let's start with the good, and that was Blake Snell last night. You said your expectations for Snell, go out there, 75, 80 pitches, look like one of the frontline starters for Dave Roberts and company. He did exactly that. 6 innings of work, only a single earned run, just 3 base knocks. Cody, 10 strikeouts.
10.
Struck out the side in his first frame since early May. He was perfect through his opening 10 batters of the game. There was a lot, I think, that would impress about Blake Snell's start last night. What impressed you most about his return to Dodger Stadium?
Strikeouts. Strikeouts unquestionably impressed me the most. Struck out the side to start his first outing. He looked phenomenal. He looked in command of everything. His off-speed pitches, he had everybody off balance. The strikeout to Jack Caglione was very eye-opening. Third batter of the game. He sat in the zone, which is what I wanted. I didn't even want him to I wanted him to dominate, but I didn't expect him to. I expected him to be in the zone and maybe even get hit up a little bit. Didn't happen. Looked like the ace we've always known he is. Two-time Cy Young Award winner. Absolutely dominated all of that ass last night and put the Dodgers in a phenomenal position, considering the fact that this is a team that's about to go into a 4-game series after tonight. One, I wanted them to win this series very badly, so this was a huge win, putting themselves in a position to go ahead and go for the sweep. Absolutely great stuff from Blake Snell. Great stuff by Mookie Betts. By the way, it didn't even matter that Mookie Betts had a good game. I'm still reading online about how awful Mookie Betts and washed up he is, despite having 2 hits, including his 100th home run at Dodger Stadium. Max Muncy is just that cat, my guy. You're down to the wire. There's honestly no one else you might want at the plate than a Max Muncy. Clutch city all day long. Huge RBI in the 8th, and of course the walk-off in the 10th. Dodgers kind of running not on all cylinders, but enough to get past the Kansas City Royals. That being said, they need this sweep tonight, and there is something very specifically I'm looking for in tonight's sweep.
And we will preview the finale of this series between Kansas City and Los Angeles throughout this show. Can the Dodger Eric Lauer bounce back from his worst outing in Chicago last week against the Cubbies? But you mentioned the dominance from Blake Snell at the very start, striking out the side. In fact, he recorded a punch-out against 7 of the first 10 hitters he faced for Kansas City. A strikeout of the side in his first start since early May. Here's how it sounded early last night at Dodger Stadium.
Snellzilla strikes out the side in his return to the bump.
Snellzilla.
Yes.
What do you make of that nickname for Blake Snell?
It's been his nickname for 10 years, my guy.
It sounds pretty good.
He's been on Twitch. He's a gamer. He's been Snellzilla from Jump Street all the way back to the Tampa Bay days. Hell, I'll even remember my favorite thing ever said by Snellzilla. It was on a Twitch stream. It was when they traded for Hunter Renfroe, and he was really pissed off about it. On a Twitch stream, he's like, we got Renfroe and a bunch of scrubs for our guy? What the hell? I'm like, dude, I love this guy. I absolutely love me some Snellzilla. And listen, the guy's been dominant in every single place he's ever been. Tampa Bay, the years there. Of course, we saw the years over there in San Diego. The very brief stint over in San Francisco. And, of course, the Los Angeles Dodgers. He's been that dude everywhere he's gone. He's been unapologetic with how he carries himself. And it honestly, and I don't mean this with hyperbolically, he might be one of, if not my very favorite pitcher in baseball. Not only the way he handles himself, but the way he goes out and dominates. The guy did everything he wanted to do last night. You have no idea how hard it is to be a pitcher not pitching all season long and just showing up, doing whatever the hell you want to do. And that's what that cat did last night. And I'm looking very, very forward to seeing what this pitching staff's going to be. It gives me a lot of hope for when Tyler Glasnow comes back. It gives me a lot of hope for when, eventually Shohei Ohtani gets back on a bump. I'm looking forward to finding out when he gets on a mound itself. He has resumed throwing programs, but again, that is is a flat surface, not an arc or a hill. So we will find out what that's going to look like.
And this is the Dodger display that we discussed yesterday that Los Angeles needed to put forth, albeit against the Royals. When you have Tarek Skubal and then followed by Blake Snell, and you had dropped 8 of 9 entering this midweek series, this is what everybody wanted to see for LA to calm some of the waters of what has been their worst baseball stretch of this year. So that's how it started. Blake Snell carrying the side to start his first game inside Dodger Stadium in more than 3 months. Here's how it ended. In extra innings, bottom of the 10th, bases loaded for Max Muncy, and as Cody called him, Captain Clutch delivers once again for the Dodgers.
Urseg to Muncy. That's going to end the night. Max Muncy wins it for the Dodgers in the 10th.
Steven Nelson of Sportsnet LA on the call for both of those highlights last night from the Ravine. And Cody, we talked about this yesterday because it was Max Muncy in another critical spot for the Dodgers in the opening game of this set against Kansas City, in which the bases were loaded. He lined one down the right field line, facing a 1-2 count with 2 outs. It unloaded all of those bases, scoring 3. And Muncy entered this series with a rough start to this month of August. He was 6 for his last 38. So he walks it off for the Dodgers on a Tuesday night, continuing those very clutch ways that everybody in Los Angeles had become accustomed to.
Phenomenal stuff by Max Muncy. I can't stress this enough. Max Muncy is the type of guy I absolutely love in Major League Baseball from the get-go because, one, he reminds me a lot of a guy basically similar to me. He was a guy that was borderline... and I'm not mincing words here. I even think Max Muncy would probably even say this. He was a guy that was washed up on the A's at a young age, completely discarded by this team. Dodgers get their hands on him. They turn him into an absolute superstar, which it turns out he must have been all along. Phenomenal stuff. He is absolutely clutch. But I want to get back over to Blake Snell because the dominant performance that he had last night, 84 pitches, that's the other thing. I mentioned I wanted him between 75 to maybe 90 pitches, 84 pitches. His strike efficiency was just through the roof. 65.5% were actually strikes. His swing and miss differentials were through the roof, just getting swing and miss stuff left and right. I think he had like 22 batters, 22 specific swings and miss pitches. Just outrageously good stuff for a guy who's making his second start on August 11th.
10 Ks to only a single walk. Those 10 strikeouts, by the way, matching the most for Blake Snell in a very limited sample size that he has had in an outing since he began Game 1 of the National League Championship Series last October against the Milwaukee Brewers. How did it feel for Snellzilla to be back on the bump inside Dodger Stadium, making his first start since May 9th? Let's hear from Blake Snell postgame.
Yeah, it was good. I felt like Atlanta helped me a lot just with how it felt, the results. Pretty frustrating to have that as my only start and then have to rehab, go through all that to come back. So, yeah, just I had a lot of information from that game that helped me with this one on what I want to do differently and how I wanted to start. So definitely happy that I was more aggressive, more in the zone, and more just in control of my emotions for being the first one back.
And he was certainly in control from the very start. 10 up, 10 down for Kansas City before the fourth got a little wonky, and the only run scored against Blake Snell, courtesy of a Salvador Perez sac fly RBI. What do you make of what Blake Snell had to say right there? Learning from his only start this year, way back on May 9th, only went 3 frames, wasn't fully healthy, of course, as his season was delayed due to left shoulder inflammation and soreness out of spring training. What do you think Blake Snell meant when he says, I learned from that start on May 9th against the Braves to put it together on August 11th, even after surgery?
It was his only start. It's all he has to think about this entire season, in fact. So the fact that he learned from it, I'm not really sure what he could have learned from it, but I don't care. I like that he's saying all the right things. Blake Snell is an ace, and I like it. It's already in the chat right now. We're going ahead and throwing out the question of the day. Which Cy Young ace do you trust more on the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen? Do you trust Tarek Skubal or Blake Snell? And I'll give you my answer right now. Of course I trust Blake Snell more. It's a man that's pitched in multiple World Series now, not only for the Dodgers, but for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's won 2 Cy Youngs the same way Tarek Skubal has. Tarek Skubal hasn't had the opportunity to pitch deep into an October. This is going to be potentially his first real opportunity. Doesn't mean I don't trust Tarek Skubal. Absolutely do. He's had about a B-plus start and a B-minus start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But first game out of the microneedling surgery for Blake Snell, it was an A+. A+ start, A-plus stuff. I can't stress enough how encouraging isn't even the word. Encouraging is that he threw 85 pitches. Incredible is that he dominated.
Yeah, and listen, to your point about what Tarek Skubal will be tasked with doing here for Los Angeles. 6 career postseason starts for the Tigers, but none in the CS or later. It was Blake Snell that Dave Roberts gave the honor of starting Game 1 of the NLCS, picked up a victory against the Brew Crew, and Game 1 of the World Series. Not his best stuff against the Blue Jays to begin the 2025 World Series, but he has that experience in a Dodger uniform. Of course, Tarek Skubal brought over to be that guy when October runs around. If we see what we have seen last night from Blake Snell, even if it's not nearly as dominant as 10 up, 10 down, 10 strikeouts, 6 innings of work, only a single earned run, and a couple of base knocks, and Tarek Skubal looks the part of what we have seen so far for the Dodgers, consistent, solid, and probably erring closer to dominance. Who do you think Doc names the Game 1 starter for the Dodgers to begin the postseason?
Yamamoto.
Interesting.
You mean the World Series MVP?
I
the guy
hear
that
ya.
threw roughly 30 innings in that World Series? To me, Yamamoto is actually still the ace of this team, and it's a combination for multiple reasons. It is the stuff, it is the amount of pitchability, it is the amount of innings that he can eat, and it's the fact that you can get more innings out of him in a second start roughly 4 days after the fact. Blake Snell coming off this surgery, he's only had his second start. I think he's going to be more than ramped up when October comes around, but for me, as much as I want to say Tarek Skubal, multi-time Cy Young, Blake Snell, multi-time Cy Young, to me, Yamamoto is still very much the ace of this team.
It's a good question, and it's a good debate for Dave Roberts and his coaching staff to have. Do you want to turn it over to Tarek Skubal, Blake Snell, Yoshi Yamamoto, who was that World Series MVP a season ago? Yoshi slated to start on Friday in game number 2 of a critical 4-game homestand and set against the Milwaukee Brewers. Shout out our friends from San Diego. I say friends in some quotes sometimes. The Padres have beaten the Brew Crew in the opening 2 games of their midweek
Not
set.
bad.
So now LA, only 2 games behind Milwaukee for that top spot in the National League. 72-48 is the record for the Dodgers, tied for the second best still with the Atlanta Braves.
By the way, the other issue that Dave Roberts is going to have, and it's not really an issue, it's obviously a good problem to have. It's a combination of how you want to actually set up your pitching staff, because you do have 4 Cy Youngs with 2 lefties going into an October. Right. Do you want to split up those lefties? Do you want to go with a Blake Snell and then a Yamamoto and then Tarek Skubal? Boy, Tarek Skubal's your 3? Your 3. Defending 2-time Cy Young Award winner is your 3. I want to see it.
Yeah. That would be pretty dangerous stuff. It is why the Dodgers have done what they have done. It is why many point at the Dodgers and say, you are the evil empire. They do not care. Andrew Friedman is doing this for the fans of Los Angeles as the Dodgers chase history, trying to win a 3rd consecutive World Series. There are always takeaways, significant in some, or maybe it's just a Tuesday night in early August at Dodger Stadium. But, Cody, when we look at this team, known for its veteran experience and guys that have won multiple World Series with this organization, it has to be a relieving thing for LA to see Mookie Betts have the night and, frankly, the series that he has had so far against Kansas City. 3 for 4, the solo shot in the bottom of the second that put the Dodgers in front early. He had the game-tying RBI in the bottom of the 8th after the Royals came back with a 3-run 7th to take the lead against LA. Mookie Betts delivering in critical spots. You have Max Muncy walking it off in the home half of the 10th in extras to deliver the Dodgers a win. I think those are very welcome sights for this LA team that, of course, entered this series not in its best form.
Listen, Mookie Betts is doing everything he can right now to get himself right. He's having a good series, as you just mentioned. 100th home run over there at Dodger Stadium. And it seemingly won't matter what he does, because it seems like the vultures are out and they want Mookie Betts' head all of a sudden. This team is efficient through the roof right now, because you have to understand, even though they've been playing their worst baseball of the year unquestionably, hell, I'd go as far to say that this last week and a half, 2 weeks, has been the worst 2 weeks the Dodgers have had in the last 3 years. That being said, this is a team that wins by committee. Somebody always has stepped up, and this season, everyone has stepped up to pick up for what everybody else is leaving behind. Mookie Betts has not played like himself. Yeah. Yes, he's getting up there in age, but the amount of people that are trying to sit around like, oh, he's washed up and we got to move on from Mookie Betts. You're not moving on from Mookie Betts. You got another year on that deal. He's going to be here next year. And if you think you can get some value for him, maybe they move him, but I don't see a universe where they do, because Mookie Betts is also one of the biggest leaders of this clubhouse, and he's led them now to 3 championships, possibly even 4.
He has won 3 World Series with this franchise, as has Max Muncy. And this team is needing this kind of performance from these guys. And the thing that you have reminded everybody of, I know has been stressed here on 97.1 The Fan, is that the Dodgers are allowing themselves time to figure this out in early to mid-August so those guys can round into form to play their best baseball come the month of October when it matters most. We have seen Kyle Tucker do some good things. He scored a run last night in the 3-for-4 performance for Mookie Betts. The first home run for Mookie since he hit 2 long balls against the Philadelphia Phillies in that series that was the second post-All-Star break back on July 20th. It was a celebratory feel when Mookie Betts took the starter for Kansas City last night deep and beyond the left field wall at the Ravine. Here's how it sounded.
Doubled last night, 1-for-4 effort. This one smacked to left field, carrying back toward the wall. It's gone! Betts with a blast, and the Dodgers open the scoring.
You can feel a little bit of extra juice when it's Mookie Betts getting the game started for the Dodgers in that score column with a solo home run. Michael Wacha pretty good last night for Kansas City outside of the Mookie Betts home run, and then Mookie Betts hitting a double in the bottom of the 7th. Alex Call, RBI double as well. And Teoscar Hernandez.
Huge pinch hit double.
An RBI double that put them in front 3-1. Now, things got a little bit haywire in the top of the 8th inning against the reliever in Evan Phillips. Sportsnet LA, by the way, on the call there once again for the Mookie Betts solo home run in the 2nd inning. A 3-run 8th for KC, Cody, to retake the lead at 4-3 on a very weird play where, following giving up 2 runs, being Evan Phillips and Jack Caglione and Bobby Witt Jr., continue to be great at the top of that lineup for the Royals. It was a hard hit ball from KC's catcher, Carter Jensen, that Andy Pages did a great job of tracking deep into center field. Made the catch, but on the exchange to throw the ball back into the infield where Caglione was trying to tag from second base, it fell out of his glove, dropped to the dirt, and as he is trying to pick it up off the warning track, Caglione reads it, runs all the way around, and scores from second. That put Kansas City in front, and I think, because Dodger fans at times can be overly reactive, many people thought, all right, here we go again.
Here we go again. They have 71 wins. What is this? Here we go again.
I agree.
This isn't the bad news Bears. They're the goddamn Los Angeles Dodgers. Like, again, I opened the show with this yesterday.
Yep.
I'm going to say it again. Dodger fans, get a goddamn grip. You guys are the best team in baseball. You have been the best team in baseball. You have the most committed front office. You have the best manager in baseball. You have the greatest pitching staff ever assembled. That's also not hyperbolic. This is the greatest pitching staff ever assembled in the history of Major League Baseball. And I don't even think there's a close second. As much as you guys are trying to sit around and saying, oh, well, the early 2000s A's. Agreed. Mulder, Hudson, Zito, incredible. The mid-90s Braves, no question.
Yeah.
Glavine, you got Smoltz, you got Maddox. This is like 7 of them, not 3. This is a 7-headed monster. What do you got, Raj?
Can those guys hit?
Which guys?
The pitchers you got. Because I agree, the pitching staff is great, but a serious question for you, both of you, but especially you being a former baseball player, can they win a World Series with the team, not a player, but with most of the team not hitting usually, not just last night?
No team can win a World Series with not everybody hitting.
That's what the fans are worried about. This isn't just, one guy's in a slump. It's not just Mookie. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are performing under their normal levels, and this is a team-wide slump.
I hear what you're saying, but like this is not like a new thing for the Dodgers or, for that matter, anyone in baseball. Let's go through team after team. Let's go through the teams right now that are currently at the top of the standings. The Milwaukee Brewers, they are a hit-and-miss offense half the time.
Big time.
They lean on their pitching staff. The Atlanta Braves, this is a team that's hitting the hell out of it this year. They got a 121 run differential, but keep in mind that is nearly 20 runs less than the Los Angeles Dodgers with their run differential of 140. And keep in mind, the Atlanta Braves these last 3 years seemingly have forgotten how to hit for 3 full seasons since they won a World Series.
Yep.
The Chicago Cubs, now they got a dynamic offense as well, but obviously they go and hit the skids half the time.
Yep.
The Philadelphia Phillies are currently on the outside looking in. On paper, it might be one of the scariest offenses of baseball, but we see them go cold every single October. The San Diego Padres didn't hit a lick for the entire first half of the season, and just yesterday, the first time this year, got a run differential out of the red. They currently have a run differential, and get ready for this, of 0. This is a playoff team that has scored as many runs as they've given up. So as much as I want to sit here and point at the Dodgers offense is still more dynamic than every single team I just mentioned.
And I think, Cody, that's a really good point to highlight, because before the series against the Red Sox, now nearly 2 weeks ago, the Dodgers were the best offense in the sport, the highest WRC plus 113, best batting average as a club 261, second best slugging percentage, OPS, only behind the Washington Nationals conveniently, who have had a great offensive season. Entering this series against the Royals, that 113 team WRC plus had dropped to 84. Since the beginning of that set against Boston. The team batting average had dropped by more than 10 points to 249. So when you have nights like the Dodgers did yesterday, where they jump in front, they give themselves some insurance, Kansas City comes back to the top of the 8th, and then Mookie Betts, of all people, ties the game up with the RBI in the bottom of the 8th, and Max Muncy walks it off in the home half of the 10th. That has to be a very welcome sight for the Dodgers, and I think Dodger fans appreciate seeing those very familiar faces who have been invested in, who have led this club to 3 World Series in the last 5-6 years, step through when it matters most.
By the way, Donnie Boy makes a very good point. Yeah, but the staff has yet to play a full healthy season together, not just on paper. And you're right, but you don't need them to play a full healthy season together. You need them to play a healthy October together. And this is August 12th, and we are now getting everybody absolutely healthy for the playoffs. We heard it from Dave Roberts himself on this show. He says what this team is built for. This team is built for October, and they are more than built. Hell, they're built right now for October, getting back Blake Snell and, of course, Tarek Skubal. Imagine when Tyler Glasnow gets back. Imagine if we have everyone else healthy, along with, say, I don't know, Shohei Ohtani. Imagine when Will Smith is back there, and we don't have to give away outs with Fiducia and Ben Rortvedt because we have an offensive threat with our catcher in Will Smith. Guys, this team is ridiculous. And as much as I want to sit here and say you're right about them not being healthy all season long, the not healthy Dodgers has 71 wins right now, and they're on pace for 98.
And you just had two-time Cy Young winners take the bump on back-to-back nights inside Dodger Stadium, and it's still just August 12th. You are building toward October and picking up some wins along the way.
Oh, by the way, Charlie Brown's bringing up because they're mentioning that we have a sister station down in San Diego, another fan. They're big on the Padres, as they should be.
Of course.
And they are currently saying they can take out the Dodgers. And you're saying LOL. Charlie, the Padres can do that.
For sure.
I sleep on the Padres at our peril. Sleep on the Diamondbacks to our own peril. I can't stress this enough. The Dodgers are unbelievable. But if the Dodgers get in a Casey at the bat situation with a team like the San Diego Padres, it's going to bite them right on the ass. We've seen it happen. We saw it happen 2 years ago when the Padres knocked out the Dodgers in the playoffs. We don't want to see that again.
San Diego has won 14 of its last 18. Let's talk some football. It was not a great day for Puka Nacua during the joint practice against the Cowboys. What are the updates around Nacua's status, both for the rest of training camp and as the season begins? We'll tell you next here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there,
pick-up
Paulie.
games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talk to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like, if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you, did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there,
pick-up
Paulie.
games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships.
Uh-huh.
However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not.
You got 4.
I'm not
been there,
chasing
done
the
it.
idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, yeah, they found it. But, I find this thing interesting because to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
Wednesday live right here on D. Fish and Decker. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens, in today for Derek Fisher. It was a big day in Los Angeles, not just because of what the Dodgers did. A walk-off in 10 innings, and Blake Snell making his return to the bump at Chavez Ravine and looking dominant as so. We'll continue our Dodger breakdowns throughout our 4 hours of fun up until 10 a.m., but because of a joint practice in Woodland Hills between the Rams and the Cowboys. But it was not such a great Tuesday afternoon for Puka Nacua. Let me ask you this. Yes. Who had a worse Tuesday afternoon? Cody Decker dealing with repairs necessary to his vehicle, or Puka Nacua leaving practice early and maybe facing a suspension from the National Football League?
I would assume Puka Nacua, but I had to get repairs to my Cadillac yesterday, and that is always problematic, but it's okay. It ended with a lovely trip over to the pub, so my day was absolutely fantastic.
But that's not what the picture I saw this morning
I didn't
displayed.
say that my car was perfect. Yeah. I said the day ended with me going to the pub, thus my day was fantastic.
So the day was fine, and you found the silver lining in a pint.
Last I checked, I am not going to be suspended by the NFL because of my stupid-ass conduct in the offseason, which, by the way, it's about time this starts getting talked about, because it's strange that this hasn't actually been talked about at all. I've been waiting for the hammer to actually come down. As much as people were sitting around saying, well, he's gotten his life together, he went to rehab. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. This is Los Angeles. We've seen a lot of celebrity rehab over the years. I have no idea if this was a real rehab stint. I have no idea if this was a fraudulent rehab stint. We also know that the color photos of the alleged incident that took place over on New Year's Eve with Puka Nacua and the person that he allegedly assaulted had come out with a full color photo for the first time, and I will say, does not look good for Puka Nacua. That being said, I do hope he got the help he needed. I do hope he's turning things around, because he has been saying all the right things. And frankly, I do think that the NFL at some point is going to step in and do something about this. I'm just confused on why it's been so damn quiet.
If you have not seen the photo that has come out from the civil lawsuit of a woman accusing Puka Nacua of assault and a bite mark, it is still a civil lawsuit. It is not a criminal one. Looks like the set of Jaws and Steven Spielberg saying roll that camera. It is not a great look for Nacua. And although it is just a civil lawsuit, and although Puka Nacua has understood his situation and is trying to be better moving forward, the National Football League operates as its own entity. We'll talk about Adam Schefter and his report on his podcast in just a moment. Just to clear up the Puka Nacua injury status, he exited practice early yesterday against the Dallas Cowboys. Matthew Stafford was asked about it following the practice against the Cowboys and said, nobody ran up to me, so I didn't think it was all that urgent. Sean McVay downplayed it as well, and NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reporting late last night that it's just minor groin soreness for Nacua. The Rams are being cautious. So that, a good thing.
Good thing. However, I mean, things are starting to add up a little bit that I'm starting to see here. And it's simply this. I don't think the Rams are going to pay him. I really don't. At least in the next year and a half, 2 years. I don't see any reason for them to do so. One, the guy's been injury-prone throughout his career, even though it's been a short career. Also, the injuries that he was dealing with in college that we are also very well aware of. We are aware of all the situations that have taken place off of the field. And basically, understand this. Puka Nacua kind of hit a superstardom last year. And in just about 3 months of his superstardom, his entire personal life became that of TMZ lore almost on a daily basis during this entire offseason, whether it was public intoxication during the Super Bowl, whether it was him allegedly assaulting a woman on New Year's Eve, whether it was his weird dating life that we did not ask to know a goddamn thing about, yet I couldn't help but know all of it. Man, he was on a different date every day of the week, which, I mean, good for you, I suppose, but I don't really care. At the end of the day, man, I think there's been so much noise around Puka Nacua, and the Rams are under no obligation whatsoever to pay him not only this year, but next year and the following year.
This is the final year of Puka Nacua's 4-year rookie deal, which, of course, everything is complicated by, because if you are going to offer him a long-term extension based on his play performance, he is going to be one of, if not the, highest-paid receiver in the National Football League.
Reset the market.
Absolutely so. There are two guys that make $40+ million a year, Jamar Chase and Jackson Smith-Njigba, who was paid earlier this spring by Seattle. Puka Nacua is worthy of that price tag if the Rams see him as a cornerstone of this organization moving forward, which brings us to the potential suspension for Puka Nacua. Again, because of what is happening in legal battles, whether that be civil or criminal, that is one thing. The NFL's league office operates by its own governing body in the personal conduct policy. If they deem that you are not representing the Shield off the field in the best way possible, they can levy a suspension. It's like your work basically saying, hey, I didn't like your performance. Here's a fine. Here is a suspension. We're going to have you off for a couple of days. They are their own entity. So, on his podcast yesterday, Adam Schefter, noted NFL insider, was discussing a couple of league punishments he expects to come down the pike here as we get close to the end of training camp. Schefter saying, quote, cases that I believe are now being reviewed include that of the Rams wide receiver, Puka Nacua, who could potentially face discipline for some of the offseason headlines that accompanied him. Instead of me reading it, let's hear what Schefter had to say on his podcast about Puka Nacua's potential discipline.
Are now being reviewed include that of the Rams wide receiver, Puka Nacua, who could potentially face discipline for some of the offseason headlines that accompanied him and some of those incidents last year with another woman, what did and didn't occur. We'll leave that to the NFL to figure out what did and didn't happen. But it's possible that when the Niners and Rams play in Australia, it's within the realm of options that Puka doesn't play in that game. It's also possible your team, the Green Bay Packers, are going to lose Josh Jacobs.
Schefter was breaking down all of the potential punishments that could come down here shortly. So you said you're surprised it took some time, that these conversations are starting to unveil themselves.
I've been wondering where it's been, considering the fact that we're talking about an alleged assault. That's the thing, and it's specifically an alleged assault against a female. You have to understand, the NFL doesn't exactly have the greatest track record when it comes to all these things. That's why I'm surprised it took so long for this to actually take place. And I do think this would only be a conversation if this photo, most recent color photo, came out. This is what always happens. NFL's very reactive in its nature, as all of us are, but them very specifically. And I will cite an extreme case, Ray Rice. Ray Rice is a clear-cut, very good example of exactly how this all took place. Oh, the incident took place? Well, 2 games. Oh, a video now comes out, suspended forever indefinitely. Now it's just going to be, what's the next thing that's going to come out? What's the next thing that's going to come out? Because if the NFL levies down some sort of suspension and then a video comes out about the alleged incident, all of a sudden they're in a storm that they're not prepared for. And the NFL cannot be caught with their pants down, and I don't think the Rams want to be caught with their pants down either.
And this is not a court of law. You don't need to present evidence all at once for the judge to review. They can take their time in making these decisions. Obviously, we are fewer than a month away from the start of this season for the Rams as they make that trip to Melbourne. So let me ask you very simply, do you think Puka Nacua will be suspended?
Yes, I do, at least for probably 1 game. And you know what? Honestly, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. If this guy's now dealing with a potential groin injury, then yeah, I don't think I need you flying 15 hours down to Australia anyways. I actually don't like that any of them are flying down to Australia anyways, to be honest with you.
Me neither. And I do not love the Rams' travel schedule, but we can discuss that at a later date. I do think Puka Nacua will be levied some sort of a suspension. I believe the Rams are in conversations with the National Football League right now. I do believe there is going to be some sort of an appeal, but I would not be stunned to see Puka Nacua not be available for that season debut, a critical season opener for a Super Bowl season for the Rams against divisional rival, the San Francisco 49ers. You know what I hate most about that game being in Australia?
Which one?
It would be a home divisional game for the Rams that they now have to play in Melbourne against San Francisco.
Listen, I hate it too. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I hate. How about this? I hate the NFL scheduling so much. So much. Yeah. I hate their arrogance of trying to take away Christmas Day. I hate their arrogance on making sure that Sunday is no longer appointment viewing because now we got a game basically every day of the week. I really don't like the NFL scheduling because what has been the narrative for like the last decade and a half? What's the worst game of the week? Every week, no question. It's the Thursday night game.
Yep.
It's usually unwatchable, and now the NFL wants to give us like 10 Thursday night football games a week.
Yep. That's the NFL. They are king always. Speaking of TV and things of that nature, the NBA TV schedule starting to be released. All schedules will be released for all 30 clubs by tomorrow. How LeBron James's departure from Los Angeles is affecting the Lakers schedule. We'll tell you next year on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
And then we win it, and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't
turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
So Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now. I'm going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had my journey where I moved around. I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush four? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know this is probably going to be another segment. But, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But yeah, can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's, where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
There we go. There we go. Talk about it.
So
let him know,
it's funny because I try to do that, like, in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was
all right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Emmanwori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is it's a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? And can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And, what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that slot defender on the line of scrimmage. You can go 6-1. You can run a 3-4. You can do so many different things on defense. It just really gives your DC, like, I can go, okay, what can I do here? What can I do on this play? What can I do in this situation? So I love it. And for me, it's been fun because, you're not just tied to one thing. I can be back. I can, be on the line of scrimmage. I can be in the box. I can blitz, play man, play zone. But it's difficult at the same time because you have to think. There's so many things that you have to think about when you're out there. But at the end of the day, we've been talking about preparation.
There you go.
So just being able to be prepared, be able to do all those things, and, go out there, cut it loose, and have the confidence to do it.
Now, this team has
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his tax?
Back to D-Fish and Decker. Here on this Wednesday morning, Rise and Shine Los Angeles. He is Cody Decker.
Hi.
I am Ben Stevens. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We revealed yesterday that the Lakers will be in that marquee 2 p.m. spot on Christmas Day as they welcome LeBron James and the Philadelphia 76ers back to the city of Angels. But where the Lakers will not be, Cody Decker, is playing on opening night. In fact, not playing on opening night for the first time since LeBron James' first season in the purple and gold.
2019.
It's been very much nearly a decade at this point.
Yeah.
What do you think that says about where the Lakers are entering 2026-27?
You know what? Honestly, and we should be offended by this, Los Angeles. I'm kind of offended by it. It tells you exactly what the NBA thinks of the Lakers going into this year, as far as I'm concerned. I think the Lakers are a good team. I think they're a playoff team. Are they the best two teams in the West? Absolutely not. Are they the top three best teams in the West? Can't get there. The top five? It's gonna be tough. It's going to be tough to be in the top five of this particular conference. That being said, if there's one thing I'm noticing, it's simply this. They don't think much of the Lakers that they're not putting them on opening night. Period. Stop. Because the last time they didn't do this was 2019 when the Lakers were in absolute shambles. Now, I was surprised to find out today that they didn't actually have a game on opening night in 2019 just because of the LeBron of it all. I figured they would have absolutely put that in prime time forever, but make no mistake, that was at the tail end of the Swaggy P years, and it was LeBron and a bunch of kids. I actually somewhat do understand why they didn't throw that on prime time. This one, a little surprising. I will freely admit it, because there are stars in this team. You got Luka, you got a new look Lakers, and at the end of the day, it's the purple and gold. This is a brand upon a brand upon a brand. It's one of the top probably 10 brands worldwide as far as sports go. Yet, not an opening night. If there's one thing they're telling us, they don't think the Lakers are going to be very good, man.
I would say I'm not overly surprised by this. For what it's worth, LeBron James is playing on opening night. He and his Sixers will be in New York City as the Knicks more than likely hang the banner for the first time since 1973. The nightcap on opening night, 6:30 p.m. here in L.A., will be the Western Conference Finals rematch between the San Antonio Spurs hosting the Oklahoma City Thunder. Opening day in the NBA gets started early, a little matinee, noon, lunchtime to start the association season, the Celtics and the Pistons. The Lakers will play on the second night of the NBA season.
And I do like the matchup, by the way. Them and Golden State, you can't say no to that. I can't wait to see it, but I am surprised it's on night 2, not night 1.
That feels like a game that in the past few years has been the opening night game. The Warriors and the Lakers, because of LeBron, because of a Golden State team that might have been coming off championship runs and so forth. But now it's on the second night of the season. I think what you could say, at least for the national TV window that has been released, we'll get the NBA Cup schedule on this Wednesday. The schedule for all 30 NBA franchises released tomorrow. What is a little bit interesting to me is there are 5 teams, Cody, that will play twice on national television during the opening week of the NBA season. Knicks, Sixers, Spurs, Celtics, Thunder. The purple and gold, not a part of those 5 clubs.
By the way, it's right here in the chat right now. Joanna in Arizona. And by the way, thank you for joining the chat at the Fan LA. Get in the conversation. Let us know what you think of all these topics. But Joanna brings out, he gets to sleep in his own bed in New York City on opening night. That is a good point. That is more or less a home night for LeBron James. Because, of course, as you all know, living in New York City, playing down in Philly. Phenomenal stuff.
And we know that LeBron James carries a lot of weight into any national TV schedule around the NBA. When LeBron was taking his sweet time this summer to decide on his next destination after he told Rob Pelinka and the Lakers front office that I would not be returning in the purple and gold, Adam Silver, in the middle of July, I believe July 15th or 16th, at Fanatics Fest, said, I hope that LeBron signs soon because we've got some TV things that we want to announce, and we can't until we know where LeBron James is going to go. He will be, at least in the primetime window, officially the second NBA game of the season, but the first in prime time on opening night as they take on the New York Knicks at MSG.
And by the way, I didn't fault LeBron for doing this, but yes, it was a slight issue. But also, let's be real clear. The NBA had like 90 different scenarios already written down, ready to go. And I'm sure they picked the best one and then probably readjusted it for games like Christmas Eve, opening night, things of that nature. I'm excited for this. And you know what? After a couple of weeks with all the dust being settled, with LeBron James going over there, that story's finally tied down a little bit. Now we can actually get focused on the actual basketball of it all. What are your thoughts so far? Post LeBron, do you think he made the best decision? Because as far as I'm concerned, I thought basketball-wise and story-wise and just overall drama-wise for basketball, I thought he made the best possible decision.
I still think it is the best decision as well. I thought maybe going to Minnesota would be fun to be with Ant and LaMelo. That would be a really good team, and providing some of that veteran experience in the front court or whatever position LeBron James wants to play in year 24. I think it's hard to argue that Philadelphia is not best set up to be a title contender with the addition of LeBron James. If LeBron went to the Twin Cities, you still got to get through Wemby and the Spurs and Shea and the Oklahoma City Thunder. The addition of LeBron James, of course, with the blockbuster deal of Jaylen Brown, all respect to the reigning champs in the New York Knicks, who are constructed not as a super team, but with the depth and the balance that we saw to win an NBA championship. The Sixers, to me, are the team to beat in the Eastern Conference.
I agree, and I thought it was just you know what it was that I liked about the move more than anything else, because we looked at the scenarios ad nauseum. I freely agree ad nauseum. We maybe looked at the scenarios way too much. Not just this show. I'm talking about every show humanly possible. Between it was, the Golden State thing. Yeah, on paper, maybe that'd be fun, but I didn't want to really necessarily see it. But if it was there, I would definitely watch it. Miami, obviously, that'll be fun. Him and Giannis, we'll see. Him going back to Cleveland, sure, but it was predictable. This wasn't predictable.
No, it wasn't.
This was on paper something like, dude, him and Jaylen Brown, it'd be ridiculous. But there's no universe LeBron James is going to Philly. I was surprised and shocked. Almost the exact opposite with me and the Dodgers with Tarek Skubal. I think everybody was pissed off because, of course that happened. It caught me out of nowhere. I couldn't believe it took place. I still can't believe it took place. Every time I see LeBron in like a Philly mock-up jersey, I still can't believe it's real.
It's a very, very strange thing. His fourth NBA franchise. He is looking to become the first player in the history of the National Basketball Association to win an NBA championship with a fourth different organization. It was the most surprising for me as well, Cody. I thought as it was continuing to drag out, he was going to go back to the Cavaliers and end his career there. He goes to Philadelphia. The Lakers will get LeBron, and the 76ers smack dab in the middle of that 5-game Christmas slate. LeBron and Bronny get to spend Christmas Day together. That is a beautiful thing.
That's so
Father
beautiful.
And son. You think they'll meet up and do presents beforehand, or do you think LeBron will be locked in with the Sixers before that game begins?
I don't know. You think LeBron does that type of Christmas
I think they do
thing?
presents,
You think so?
Yeah. I actually think the James family strikes me as a matching pajamas family down the stairs.
Ooh, that's nice. What kind of you think onesies or just pajamas? I'm a big onesie guy myself.
I wouldn't be surprised if LeBron was a onesie guy.
Dude, I got some high-end onesies.
You got high-end onesies?
High-end onesies.
Can I
got
ask
like 10
you
of them.
what constitutes a high-end onesie?
Well, let me tell you.
Okay.
Money. Lots of money. Spending too much money is the answer to that question.
What is the market for expensive high-end onesies?
I would say the market is roughly about, are you asking more the price or just the market
price
itself?
tag, but also just the supply and demand. What is the plethora of high-end onesies?
I have to assume the demand is exceedingly low, but the supply also quite low.
Yeah.
So, thus, the price for a high-end onesie, and I'll use a company like One Piece that I've purchased multiple onesies from, probably like $230, $250 a piece.
Shout out One Piece.
And Daddy looks good in a onesie.
Can I have multiple follow-up questions.
I'm here for you, baby.
I'm curious about this.
Yes.
How did you become a onesie guy?
How did you not become a onesie guy? Do you
I'm not either, Ben. I'm on your side.
Whoa. That tells me you have never worn one, is what I'm hearing right now.
It means I've never had a desire to.
Well, guess what? You're getting a onesie this Christmas, and you're going to love it. It's not going to be high-end. You haven't earned that yet.
You're not one-piece material just yet.
Yeah, you're going to get two-piece.
But I think we could get some 97.1 The Fan branded onesies.
I mean,
as we continue to expand into our merch game.
I ain't scared. People in the chat have been asking for merch left and right. They want T-shirts. They want hats. You know what they really want? Onesies.
And now they do want onesies because Cody Decker is delivering.
Well,
You go first.
Full transparency. This is why I actually got into the onesie thing. A couple years ago, Christmas Eve comes around. You know how people in LA, a lot of people don't have families here and they don't really know what to do. So all my friends, I'm like, I'm going to put together a Christmas Eve onesie party.
Beautiful.
And it became a thing, and it started turning into like 30 people and 40 people on Christmas Eve. We're all rocking onesies. So every year I had to up my onesie game, and the price tag just getting higher and higher and higher. But man, I look good in these.
Okay, second follow-up question. How often are you wearing these onesies? Is it only Christmas Eve? Or now
Good
are you wearing them
question.
around the house because you just want to get cozy?
Around the house, I wear them around town, my dog. I might wear one tomorrow.
I think we need to see
I
a
have
onesie
one
on air,
particular
no?
onesie that is very much Top Gun based. It even says on
Whoa.
the back, "I feel the need for sleep." It is badass.
No,
That's
problem
pretty cool.
is
Yeah.
we take restroom breaks during this show,
That
and
is
we
tough.
have
That would
we
be a
have to
full
do them
zip
quickly.
situation.
Is it restroom?
Which restroom is the question? One or two?
Both.
One, easy access because the zipper actually works both ways.
In the morning you're going to need the other.
Yeah, I might have had a problem this morning.
All right.
Daddy had a rough morning.
Yeah. That feels like it needs a flap or something.
All right. Needs more than a flap.
Third and my last follow-up question
Bring it.
about a onesie.
Yes.
What is the most you've ever spent on a onesie? If you are at liberty to say.
Oh, I'll tell you. I don't care. I spent $400 on a onesie
No,
once.
you did not. $400 on a onesie is only one piece of...
When you see it, Ben, you will apologize to me
Okay.
and say, where do I sign up? Here's my
Okay.
credit card number.
Listen, I hope we get to see the onesie at some point
I'm gonna wear it
on
tomorrow
these
now.
very airwaves.
I'm wearing it tomorrow now.
Listen, we want to hear from you in the chat at the Fan LA.
Onesies.
Who do you want to be the ace of this Dodger staff, Blake Snell or Tarek Skubal? Because we'll talk about Blake Snell's night. His return to Dodger Stadium on the other side of the break here on D. Fish and Decker.
Just to somebody I'm not. That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun to, and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's a truth.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those Bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Stay away from Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once as a very aggressive reporter march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person.
We welcome you to our second hour on a Wednesday morning on D, Fish, and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We are getting our steps in. We are up and at 'em, and we are ready to go. As Blake Snell was last night at Dodger Stadium, in which he returned for the first time since May 9th. Just his second start of this season, following the nanoneedle surgery that cleared up the loose bodies in his left pitching elbow. And boy, oh boy, did he look sensational. 6 innings of work, only a single earned run, sac fly RBI from Salvador Perez in the top of the fourth for Kansas City. Just 3 base knocks and struck out 10. In fact, he struck out the side, the first 3 batters that he faced in just his second start of the year. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens, in today for the one and only Derek Fisher. So, when we look about Blake Snell last night, his first start, Cody, since May 9th, just his second outing this year for the Los Angeles Dodgers. What impressed you most about what Blake Snell did to Kansas City?
A combination of a few things. Pitch efficiency through the roof, through 84 pitches, which was the amount of pitch count I really wanted to see him get to, and he got to it in the 6th inning. You and I were actually discussing and pontificating on it yesterday, saying I wanted him to get 75 to 90 pitches. I expected to get to 5. I'd love to see 6, and I'd also be understanding if it ended up being 4, wondering how in the zone he was going to be, especially with his off-speed pitches. Pitch efficiency through the roof, 65.5% strike efficiency in his 84 pitches, not to mention his swing and miss. Massive number there in 45, then that one, let's see, strikeout rate 45, 20. Yeah, swing and miss was nearly a 38%. It was phenomenal stuff by this guy. He looked great with the 22 batters that he faced. And I'm wrong. No, 45.5% and 65.5% on the strike rate. The guy was just efficient through the roof, and he was tunneling his pitches. That at bat in the first inning against Jack Caglione alone. Watching Jack Caglione spin himself into the ground with that changeup was everything I needed to see. And of course, Blake Snell did above and beyond what I expected, what I even called for on the show yesterday. I wasn't expecting dominance. I said Blake Snell expects to dominate, and that's why I love Blake Snell. First start in months and months, and a microneedling surgery that we still know very, very little about to this day. But man, pain-free, and it looked it.
We expected more dominance, I think, from Tarek Skubal.
Completely.
We thought Blake Snell could come back last night, shove for 4 innings, go out there, give you 70 to 75 pitches, and you would consider it a resounding success.
B and B minus, by the way, for Tarek Skubal, and my grades on him, and this right here is an A+. Honest to God, you're right. I honestly think if you flipped him, that's exactly what I was really expecting.
And if you had Blake Snell go out there, go 5, give up 3, but the Dodgers were still in the game and came from behind to win, you'd say fantastic night at the Ravine. To go 6 innings, punch out 10, strike out the side, you painted the visual of what Jack Caglione looked like as he basically stumbled to his knee. He's been one of the hottest batters in all of the American League since the All-Star break. As he fell to the ground and was so lost on a pitch that Blake Snell threw, it really was a marvelous end to striking out the side. Here's how it sounded at Dodger Stadium for Blake Snell's first frame.
Snellzilla strikes out the side in his return to the bump.
Snellzilla striking out the side, courtesy of MLB TV. You heard a couple of pops there. I think 1, ball going into the glove, 2, Jack Caglione's knee hitting the dirt in the batter's box because of how lost he was.
Dude, it was phenomenal stuff. I just can't stress this enough. Blake Snell came out, 7 strikeouts in his first 10 batters that he faces. It was a dominant performance, with the exception of course, the 1 run that he gave up. Really not a big deal. He put them in an unbelievable position to win and succeed, and It's making me think even better things about October. I thought this was going to be a ramp-up period for Blake Snell. No ramp-up needed. He's ready to go.
And we want to hear from you in the chat at TheFanLA on YouTube, at TheFanLA on socials. The poll question out right now, which Cy Young ace, because Tarek Skubal and Blake Snell have both won multiple Cy Young hardwares in their life, do you trust more for the Dodgers? Right now, 70% of that poll at TheFanLA and the YouTube chat going with Blake Snell. Now, we haven't seen Tarek Skubal often in a Dodger uniform, and we have seen Blake Snell start the opening game of a World Series that the Dodgers would win in 7 games for Los Angeles. I would think just based on sheer name value and what the last 2 weeks have meant for the sport of Major League Baseball and this Dodger franchise, that would be surprising. I don't actually find it all that surprising that Blake Snell has the large lead in our early morning poll.
Not at all. Not at all. He looked fantastic, and honestly, I trust. If you're giving me just the 2 names, if you're giving me the 2 names in October who I want opening day, I'm going Blake Snell, and there's a combination of reasons behind it. 1, he's already been a Dodger for a year. He's won a World Series here already for the team. 2, he's already been in another World Series against the Dodgers in Tampa Bay in 2020. 3, 2-time Cy Young Award winner, and he's just been around this, and he's gone that distance. Tarek Skubal, I haven't seen it done yet. We haven't seen him pitch past the DS so far, and that is in no way, shape, or form on him. That is just the fact that I haven't seen enough of it yet. But if you are only giving me these 2 choices, my choice is Blake Snell. But if you were to open the field, neither are my choice. My choice is Yosh. And Yoshi is unquestionably my choice.
And that is a fascinating thing for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And that is a beautiful thing because Blake Snell and Tarek Skubal are both lefties. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is a right-handed hurler. So depending on that matchup and what the offensive lineup looks like for the opposition, Dave Roberts has many, many choices. And with the injuries to Snell this year and Tyler Glasnow and Shohei Ohtani, and when Tarek Skubal was pitching in the Motor City, it has been Yamamoto as the ace of this staff, and he has lived up to that billing. Blake Snell started the postseason last year for the Dodgers in that wild card set against the Reds. He started in the NLCS in game number 1 against the Milwaukee Brewers. He started in game 1 of the World Series against the Toronto Blue Jays as well. So that was the... What do we got?
We got some ridiculous breaking news.
Uh-oh.
This is... very ridiculous. Can you, Raj, do me a favor. I need you to verify this for me just real quick, but this is so breaking news that we might need to get to it immediately. It's being reported right now that the Los Angeles Dodgers the Los Angeles Lakers, who have just been sold to the Dodgers and the Walters Group, have just been sold again.
What?
It is being reported that the Los Angeles Lakers, and this is being by some reputable sources, have just been sold. Now, keep in mind, this team just sold for $10 billion. It is being reported.
That's Ramona Shelburne.
That the Lakers are been sold again for a record $12 billion to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger.
Bob Iger, former Disney CEO.
Yes.
Yeah, if Ramona's reporting it, Ramona Shelburne, then I'm saying it's verified.
This is a $2 billion profit in a matter of 3 months. This is, I'm not going to lie to you, this is ugly. I don't know if I like this even slightly. This is ugly, ugly, ugly. By the way, the Lakers were just sold for over their established valuation by nearly $3 billion just a couple of months ago. Now this is being sold for an extra $2 billion. I guess great business work over there by the Dodgers and the Lakers' new ownership that immediately flipped it for $2 billion more. I really don't like this. Really don't like this.
So here's what Ramona Shelburne is reporting. The Los Angeles Lakers are being sold to American businessman Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record-breaking price over $12 billion. Multiple sources told ESPN. Kushner and Iger were involved in the expansion process in Las Vegas, trying to get an NBA team to Las Vegas, but a stunning turn, they pivoted to make an aggressive offer to buy the Lakers from Mark Walter, who had purchased a controlling interest in the team from the Buss family last year. I think there's a lot of different wrinkles to this conversation, of course, and this is a monumental bit of breaking news that certainly deserves this conversation from the jump. So there's the part of the investigation into Mark Walter and his business ventures for some financial impropriety that has been at least revealed to us in the last 2 weeks.
Which I thought was going to, and I'll just call it what it is.
Right.
I thought was going to very much go away and seemingly hasn't been talked about since the Dodgers went to the White House and gave the president a championship ring.
Right. And now we have this additional wrinkle.
Which, by the way, Josh Kushner is relatively related to the President of the United States, for his brother is married to his daughter.
Correct. He is the brother of Jared Kushner, who is involved with the First family. And you have Bob Iger also getting involved in this buy as well. That would show to me, Cody, that maybe something more is coming down the pike for Mark Walter
Possibly.
in terms of his finances. And thus, he is trying to make some money and dispatch a large chunk of revenue that he is no longer needing to invest in. That would be storyline number one. Storyline number two, though, for the Lakers specifically this offseason, it was the Dodger way. It was the finances of Mark Walter taking over for the family shop that was the Buss family of fully being invested and how it would shape everything the Lakers did this offseason in building this team around Luka Doncic this summer. And we wondered what exactly was happening with the front office because Rob Pelinka was supposed to hire an assistant GM to help with talent development. That never happened. He hired the analytical guy in Rohan Ramadis, and there was just a lot of quiet things really not being discussed.
By the way, all things that D. Fish was like kind of excited about.
Yeah.
Like he was talking about, oh, this money guy, he's actually very smart. He's going to make the finances kind of work. Now we don't know if this guy even has a job anymore, considering this is a new ownership. I'm baffled by the $2 billion flip that they just pulled off in a matter of months. By the way, those of you that are wondering if any of these teams are going broke, they ain't. Yesterday, I got into it with a guy talking about the Yankees and the salary cap. Look at the Yankees. They're doing this thing and they have to pay out their debt. I'm like, you think the Yankees are broke because a private equity firm has just bought in $2.2 billion into the Yankees?
Yeah.
Guys, private equity doesn't buy into these things if they don't make money. This is really ugly territory because it's already in hedge fund money, and now we're going to ultra hedge fund money, which to me is all just funny money to begin with.
For sure. Mark Walters right now is the target of a federal investigation by Manhattan prosecutors in the SEC. The probe focuses on around 16 to 21 billion with a B, billion dollars of undisclosed related party loans and private credit investments tied to his insurance firms and Guggenheim partners. No charges have been filed. We did learn his phone was seized by the FBI last year. So anytime you are talking about Mark Walter and the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers, which of course is big news as it is, there's also probably the component of how does this affect the Dodgers and what Mark Walter is doing in terms of that
I
organization.
think it'll affect the
as well.
Dodgers well, considering the fact they just made $2 billion extra dollars. Listen, make no mistake, there's an aspect of this that really is ugly to me and dirty if you really go down the timeline. Investigation opens up, sells the team to a relative of the president. Not exactly a good look.
No. And you would think that would be courting favor in terms of a federal investigation into Mark Walter.
Granted, it is a $2 billion.
Correct.
Again, the Lakers now in the last just 5 months have now made, as their evaluation has somehow gone up $6 billion. Can someone explain that to me?
I don't know.
Someone explain to me how the Lakers' valuation in 5 months went up $6 billion. Those of you that are wondering how much $1 billion is, I think we really do get lost in this. I bring this up again.
Right.
I'm going to say it again.
I've heard you make it.
Until you all hear it and understand how numbers work. Million seconds, 11.7 days. Billion seconds, wait for it, 31.7 years. That's just in seconds. Now, equate that to money. The Lakers are now worth $6 billion more than they were 5 months ago. In that time, they revamped their entire team and lost LeBron James, who himself is a $1 billion entity. Make it make sense. I'll wait.
I don't think I can. I do not have the financial literacy or mathematical degree or understand the business side. I get lost at times during Shark Tank when they talk about their business valuations. So this doesn't make a ton of sense to me. And again, you would have to just say, Cody, that if you're looking at signs and not knowing things but reading the tea leaves, that federal investigation into Mark Walter is not going well for Mark Walter and his finances if he is trying to quickly dispatch of the Los Angeles Lakers. Now, to your point, he made $2 billion
Sure did.
in doing so. But
So
that
I
would
guess he'll
almost-
be fine.
He's going to be fine regardless, right? We don't really pour out any for billionaires, so we are talking about $16 to $21 billion. You do also wonder, just sports side, what does this mean for the Lakers? We have a new ownership group now, led by Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, who were clear, as Ramona Shelburne is reporting, wanted to get invested into the NBA. They were very critical in any of the Las Vegas expansion talks for the association as well. Of course, we have learned from Commissioner Adam Silver that his goal is to get 32 NBA organizations up from the 30 clubs currently. And again, when the Lakers had this critical offseason and this summer in which finances were going to be a huge component of it, when you bring back Austin Reeves and you make the sign and trade for Walker Kessler and give him the big extension as well, and you pour all of those finances into players that are not LeBron James, it's a revamped summer for this Lakers team, for the roster, and namely for the front office. This is just a lot to unpack here bright and early on a Wednesday morning.
I mean, it is. I mean, there are a lot of financial firms that own teams now, and I will say there's some that have not gone well. Think of somebody like Ishbia over there in Phoenix, who everyone's like, oh, look at all this private equity money that's going to come in. This is going to change everything. How have the Phoenix Suns been? Oh my God, Steve Cohen is taking over the Mets. All this money, all this private equity money. How have the Mets been? Guys, you know what? You know what's good about certain sports owners? Certain sports owners get out of the way. Yeah. You know what billionaires don't like to do? Get out of the way.
Right.
I am not excited for this new run for the Lakers ownership.
Yeah. This is something. This is going to be...
This is step one to what I think is going to be a much longer and possibly a much darker conversation, considering the fact that private equity has bought up everything in sports. And I'm not even talking about the major franchises. We're talking about youth sports. Guys, are you wondering why your soccer trip for your kids is so expensive? Are you wondering why your baseball tournaments are so expensive? Your basketball tournaments? Why it's so expensive to play football in this country? Private equity is the answer.
Yeah. So again, just to state what the reporting is that we know from Ramona Shelburne in a tweet that went live just 18 minutes ago, basically at the start of this hour of D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Los Angeles Lakers are being sold to American businessman Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, who is the former Disney CEO, for a record-breaking price over $12 billion. Multiple sources telling Shelburne and ESPN. Kushner and Iger were involved in the expansion process in Las Vegas, but in a stunning turn, they pivoted to make an aggressive offer to buy the Lakers from Mark Walter, who had purchased a controlling interest in the team from the Buss family just last year. Mark Walter has released a statement to ESPN, shared out by Shelburne, saying, quote, "Owning the Los Angeles Lakers has been one of the great honors of my life."
He was an owner for all of 3 weeks. What are you talking about? Literally did nothing.
If you
showed up and showed out.
See ya. If you start laughing 4 words into the statement, it's never a good sign. All right. Owning the Los Angeles Lakers has been one of the great honors of my life, an extraordinary investment. But what I will carry with me is the community, the fans, in a city that treats this team as family. I am grateful to Jeannie Buss, the Buss family, the players, and the staff for welcoming me into this chapter big time. The Lakers belong to Los Angeles, and I have every confidence the best is still ahead. End quote. Mark, you own the Dodgers. You know what Los Angeles is. You did not learn that from just the Lakers in the purple and gold.
This is the greatest 3 weeks of his life, Ben.
I mean, if I made $2 billion
in 3 weeks,
it'd be the greatest 3 weeks of my life.
How pissed off is Jeannie Buss right now? Jeannie Buss, by the way, who sold the team because they overpaid to $10 billion. But to watch him flip it for $12 billion just a couple of months later, when I got the report, I look at this, I'm like, this can't be real. It just can't be real. I don't even know how it's legal to buy a multi-billion-dollar entity and sell it that quickly.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. I really don't. By the way, Shelburne also further reporting Walter is only selling the Lakers in this transaction. Sources said he's retaining the Dodgers. Not that necessarily was up for debate, but yeah, I think for now is a fair thing to say, as this is not going to be the end of this story. No. It is not as though this sale has gone through its final. Josh Kushner and Bob Iger are now the owners of the Los Angeles Lakers, and that is it. There is going to be a lot more that we learn from this because, again, Mark Walter is under federal investigation for some financial improprieties that deal with his insurance companies and Guggenheim Partners. This is a really interesting thing. I wonder what PR firm helped Mark Walter write that statement because
I'm blown away by it.
I don't know if I would choose those words.
Dude, opening up with, it's been a great honor of my life, though.
What a great honor of my life.
Not even a single game. Yeah. He didn't own the team for a single game.
Maybe he thought signing Quentin Grimes was one of the greatest.
It was the greatest honor of his life.
Done.
Getting Kevon Looney was truly one of the great honors of my life.
If you guys aren't on board with Zaire Williams and the 11th guy off the bench, then I don't know what to tell you. That's Mark Walter's impact.
We got Bronny his guaranteed contract. One of the great honors of my life.
It's just, I mean, you started waving your hand to get Raj's attention. And I thought we had some breaking news. In fact, I thought you had seen that the Jonas Brothers are performing at halftime of the Melbourne-Australia game between the Rams and the Niners. And I was like, that is breaking news.
It was high on my list. Yeah. It was, but somehow this one took the cake.
And that was a very, very fair reaction of what breaking news truly is. That is breaking news live here in Los Angeles at 7 a.m. on a Wednesday morning. It's still in the offseason, by the way, where the Lakers seemingly still have more to do, and Jonathan Kuminga is still out there. I don't know, man.
Does money even does numbers even do numbers make sense anymore?
No.
This was a team that was valuated at $7.5 billion just 8 months ago.
Yeah.
Sold for $10 billion. Great on Jeannie Buss making an outrageous amount of money on the lifelong investment. But now Mark Walters just made $2 billion in just a matter of truly. How long ago did this happen? 4 months? 5 months ago?
Let me find. I want to know, when did Mark Walter buy the Lakers? When did that officially go through? Mark Walter acquires majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers, reported on October 30th, 2025.
So less than a year of when the proposed sale even took place. The sale went through not long ago at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm blown away by the entire concept of this.
Do Josh Kushner and Bob Iger have to be approved?
I would assume so. I have to assume it's going to go through all the rounds. I have to assume every other owner needs to vote on it. But I mean, it's a salary capped league. I don't think anybody's going to care. It's not like they can use their millions for other things. Although with the Steve Ballmer thing that's going on right now with the Clippers, perhaps they are worried about circumventing of the cap. I don't know. This is a mess.
What an interesting time for ownership of Los Angeles basketball teams. We'll continue to unpack this breaking news. The Lakers have new owners, Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, buy the Lakers for a record-breaking amount of $12 billion. There is plenty more to discuss on the other side here on D. Fish and Decker.
Inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall. Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real fifth? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named four. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin from Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Holds up. Great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC.
You good?
How are you gonna bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake, and then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number one. Did I get a cheer? No, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number one in something, so I'll take it.
You're number one in my heart.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? and how can I help improve it, and you know, how can we work with each other? You know, if there's something that you want to improve, you know, great. You know, but you know, if it's taking something from me, you know, I'm here for it, and I'm happy to share that. But you know, let's not take away from, you know, what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and you know, just, you know, running that fine line. You know, these guys are very talented, and you know, we have a room full of guys who can make plays, and you know, want to be able to, you know, put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. You know, we came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as, you know, making some plays, you know, down the stretch, but you know, that's what we're in camp for. So, you know, the fact that, you know, we came out so hot, you know, making stops in the run, you know, making those big plays on pass, whether it was, you know, getting deflections or getting sacks. So I'm really proud of our guys.
When you're coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still, you know, not as good as I could be, and I'll never be, you know, too good to listen to anyone. So, you know, there was, you know, Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. You know, I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but no, I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from, you know, a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully, you know, link up here soon. You know, see where his head's at, and you know, just break bread with him as well. You know, I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. You know, coming back from no such time off, but you know.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my! Breaking news here on this Wednesday morning on D. Fish and Decker. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Los Angeles Lakers have been sold. Again, Mark Walter has sold his majority stake in the Lakers to Bob Iger, former Disney CEO, and Josh Kushner for a record valuation of $12 billion. If you think this is deja vu and you have some sort of whiplash, you are not mistaken. The finalized purchase of Mark Walter, buying his majority stake in the ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers from the Buss family, happened on October 30th of 2025.
By the way, was that when the sale went through or when the sale was announced?
That was when the purchase was finalized and approved, I believe, by the NBA Board of Governors on October 30th, 2025. So about 9 months later on the calendar, Mark Walter has sold that majority stake in the Lakers to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a $2 billion profit, as Walter bought his majority stake in the Lakers from the Buss family last fall for $10 billion. All of this, of course, is playing out in real time as Walter, his insurance firms, and Guggenheim Partners are under federal investigation for some financial improprieties. So, Cody Decker, here we are on this Wednesday with the breaking news reported from ESPN's Ramona Shelburne. How do you think Laker fans should feel about this news that they are seeing play out in real time?
Honestly, I'm... Personally, I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah.
We've been watching evaluations for teams go up quite exponentially for years now. In every single sport, we're seeing valuations of WNBA teams being valuated in the billions right now. Major League Baseball teams been undervalued for years. You mentioned already the Dodgers when they bought them, $2.1 billion when Mark Walters bought the Dodgers. This team is probably worth right now closer to $7 or $8 billion.
For sure.
The Lakers were worth $7.5 billion. They purchased it at a staggering $10 billion and immediately flipped it, as you said, 9 months later for $12 billion. None of these numbers make a lick of goddamn sense
Right.
is part of the problem. People are talking about Major League Baseball. It's coming up this massive CBA deal and talking about, well, we can't afford anything because the players get paid. That's just simply not the case. It's the valuations of all of these teams and every one of these sports. They are skyrocketing to a point where it almost feels like a bubble. I don't even understand how these teams are worth this much at this point.
And again, all of this happening for Mark Walter as he is under federal investigation feels like a very weird sign.
It does.
He is not selling his stake, of course, in the Dodgers. He is retaining the Los Angeles Dodgers. He is selling his majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers. The Buss family still has more than 15% ownership in the purple and gold. Jeannie Buss is still the governor who would vote on things for the NBA Board of Governors. Of course, the fancy term for owner. She is still the team representative and oversees things, or at least that was the plan when Mark Walter bought that stake for the next 5 to 6 years. The day-to-day operations of what the Lakers do. I am sure that she was in the loop on any of these conversations that were happening.
Maybe.
But there is a lot now happening in a whirlwind summer for the Lakers where, again, all of this was kind of playing in part, Cody. And the reason I thought a lot of Laker fans were optimistic about what this offseason would hold and reconstructing this roster and building for a future around Luka Doncic, because we knew that the Lakers now had Dodger money coming from the ownership of Mark Walter.
Absolutely. And by the way, those of you who don't know enough about Bob Iger, of course, was the CEO of Paramount for years. He was the CEO of Disney multiple times. In fact, he just left his post as the CEO of Disney for, I think it was second or third time he's come back to do the gig. He is the majority owner of Angel City FC. He owns quite a bit of stock in Apple, an outrageous amount of money in venture capital that he has. He also has a minority stake in Funko Pop's GoPuff. Those of you that do the DoorDash thing, especially if you get alcohol in DoorDash, that usually goes through GoPuff. Genesis, he owns a partial of that, a technology company. I mean, he's just he's got a lot of money, and Kushner, as you know, close personal ties over there to the Trump administration because his brother is married to the first daughter of the country. And make no mistake, there's something about this that seems very weird that a family member of the administration buys this team just 2 weeks after the Dodgers made a visit over there to the White House. And Mark Walters himself handed a World Series ring to the president.
Yeah, and all of this is happening again as the feds are investigating Mark Walter and his personal, or at least business, finances.
Whatever his fine's going to be, he just made $2 billion to pay it off quite easily.
He's certainly got a large lump sum if that is necessary for any payments or penalties or discipline that will be handed down. Again, the breaking news on this Wednesday morning. The Los Angeles Lakers have been sold for a record-breaking valuation for an NBA franchise of $12 billion to American businessman Josh Kushner and former Disney CEO in Bob Iger. Mark Walter bought the Lakers in October of 2025. Less than a calendar year later, they are under new ownership. We will have Darren Rovell on this show to start our next hour, the 8 a.m. hour. Of course, Darren Rovell, one of the greats in sports business, to help us make sense of this breaking news in Los Angeles, what it means for the Lakers, what he knows about this story, and of course, we believe there are going to be plenty of more updates throughout this Wednesday morning and for the next few days to come.
It's interesting, though, because these two names were connected to a Las Vegas venture already. Yeah. Like, they were talking about expansion, and the NBA has also been very vocal about expansion into Las Vegas. Does this tell you anything that it's a potential that they are not going to be going into Las Vegas anytime soon, considering the fact these guys just turn around and bought the Lakers instead? Or it could just be that they saw blood in the water, considering the fact that this guy Mark Walters did just meet with the president 2 weeks ago while being under federal investigation.
Yeah, I think this is more so wanting to invest in an NBA franchise, finding an opportunity to do so, and now you have one of the most historic franchises in this sport and really in any sport that we have professionally here in the United States.
Would you want a financial timeline right now? And tell me how any of this makes sense. 2021 minority stake sale. The valuation for the Lakers was $5 billion at the time. Now you go a couple years later, 2024. Forbes estimated them worth at $7.1 billion. That is just 2024. The sale, October 25, $10 billion to now, August 26. $12 billion. Boy, oh boy, all the team had to do was get rid of a billion-dollar entity in LeBron James, and somehow the team just got worth $2 billion more.
You know what that tells me?
What's that?
That's the Robbie Ovula factor, folks.
I knew it.
Yep.
I knew it.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is here to save the day.
They see the jersey sales. They see the T-shirt sales, the goggles sales.
Yep.
Oh, it's right there.
Yep.
Sitting on a gold mine, Ben.
Get ready. Coachella Valley Lakers going to be a big season, and Robbie Ovula is going to make some plays for this Lakers organization. We've had Kareem, and now we get Cream, or Larry Blurred, as they called him as well. Again, plenty more on this big breaking news here in Los Angeles. Darren Ravel will join the show at the top of our 8 a.m. hour in about 30 minutes from now. Okay, what a couple of days here in L.A. Terrence Hubel and Blake Snell go back-to-back. The Dodgers win come-from-behind games against the Royals on back-to-back nights at the Ravine. And yesterday, it was the Rams and the Cowboys in a joint practice in which there was so much news around star wide receiver Puka Nacua. He exits practice early with what the Rams are at least reporting to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is minor groin soreness. The Rams are being cautious. Should there be any concern beyond that, Cody, for the health status of Puka Nacua?
I think so. This is a guy that is a little injury prone. That being said, it is a minor thing, if you believe the reports that they're giving us right now. But the injury reports around Puka Nacua are the least of the Rams and Puka's actual problems right now. I'm really starting to wonder, based on Puka's injury history, the talent on the field is very much there. We're very well aware what Puka Nacua is capable of. But after this last offseason, and we've had many sports insiders in there that all very much agree that Puka Nacua already would have gotten the bag if it weren't for his off-field extracurricular activities, to say the least. Right now, the Rams are finding themselves in a position they don't need to pay Puka Nacua this year, or even next year, or even the year after that. I think Puka Nacua, as of right now, based on everything, the smoke around him, the injury history, and of course the offseason things, and a potential looming suspension that could be coming on him, I see franchise tag written all over the cat.
So there is injury status. There is also a potential discipline being handed down from the NFL. Rams coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Adam Schefter on his podcast yesterday, Cody, saying the league is now starting to look into punishments for a variety of players who were involved in some off-the-field issues this previous offseason in the NFL, violations of the NFL's personal conduct policy. And Schefter basically saying that there is a chance Puka Nacua is suspended to start this season for the Rams. That Los Angeles will more than likely find out in the next few weeks as training camp winds down. And Schefter did make a point to say that we should not be all that surprised if Puka Nacua is not there for the Australian opener in Melbourne against the San Francisco 49ers.
Funny enough, that actually might be a blessing in disguise for Puka Nacua, considering the fact that the guy's currently dealing with lower extremity issues at the moment with his new injury that he was removed from the field on, and putting a guy like that who is dealing with lower extremity issues on a plane for 15 hours to Australia doesn't seem like a great idea. So I'm not going to lie to you. This might just be the biggest blessing in disguise Puka Nacua has ever walked into.
And we have no idea necessarily what that punishment is going to look like.
No clue.
We don't know what the personal conduct policies guidelines are for a civil lawsuit and potential alleged harassment or assault of a female. There is nothing in the guidelines that says, all right, if you do this and you bit somebody's shoulder, it's 2 games. We think it could be 2 games. It could be 4 games. It could be 6 games. The Rams could appeal and they could get it completely wiped or taken down to just a game. But it does seem as though some sort of punishment or discipline in the next few weeks, Cody, is going to be handed to Puka Nacua. What that would mean for the Rams in a critical season debut, in a season with Super Bowl aspirations against the San Francisco 49ers, is a very meaningful conversation.
Very much so. But man, oh man, there's something about it. Like you mentioned the 1-2 games. And I know it's not the same story as the Ray Rice deal. I can't stress that enough. But the 2 games already makes a lot of sense to me, just considering the fact that Ray Rice got 2 games before, of course, a video came out. But I'm also worried about this situation because as things keep sprinkling out about the Puka Nacua thing, it's like we forget about it. Oh, here's a color photo of the bite mark, which is actually much worse than you remember.
And you made this point earlier, and I think it is incredibly sound. Until the Rams know what any potential discipline is going to be to Puka Nacua, I think those contract conversations have been stalled. And we got reports just a few weeks ago that the Rams are not planning on a contract extension for Puka Nacua before the start of the regular season. This is the final year of Nakua's 4-year rookie deal. Man, what a Wednesday morning in Los Angeles.
Insane.
What a Christmas Day slate we are getting ready for.
Give me my onesie.
In the NBA, in the NFL. The onesie man himself will tell you, is this the best Christmas Day slate of sports we've ever seen? Find out next on D. Fish and Decker.
Live, local.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? And I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to them, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to, when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that
All right, it is time, as it always is, on this Wednesday morning for you in or you out. Raj, what do you got for us?
Yeah, man, I got a question for both of you. Is this the best sports Christmas ever? You guys talked about the NFL games lined up. We got the NFC Championship rematch. We got the LeBron playing against the Lakers. Cody, are you in or out on this being the best sports Christmas ever?
I hate to say it, man, but it really is. We got marquee basketball matchups. They're trying to take a bite right back out of the NFL, what the NFL has done to the NBA for the last couple of years with what they've done on Christmas Day. And the NFL's got some great matchups as well. Dude, it's going to be wall-to-wall sports on Christmas. No movies for your boy. I'm watching sports all day.
I am watching sports all day. I am in, Raj.
Sports and brown liquor all day.
Whoa. All right. I respect that.
Brown liquor. Well, you know, it is Christmas time. That does make sense to me.
Fantastic.
I love that. I'll get you a onesie. You'll love it.
I used to be a big Chinese food and movie guy on Christmas.
Oh, you're Jewish. Like
I'm
me.
Jewish growing up by trade.
You got to be Jewish to like Chinese food and movies on Christmas.
You got to understand. It's a very.
Damn it, I like it too. Damn it, we do it too.
You're allowed to. You're Jewish for that day.
Jesus.
It's like how everybody should do the hora at their wedding. It's a fantastic time.
Listen, it's what we do.
What I will say, though, is now marrying into a family that celebrates Christmas, I celebrate Christmas, and I love Christmas.
Okay.
But on this Christmas, we're going to be watching sports in this house. I can guarantee you that because it is the best sports Christmas that we see. And as long as we don't have devastating quarterback injuries like we did last year, on paper, Packers-Bears, one of the great rivalries in the sport, Broncos-Bills, and then that NFC Championship game rematch for the first time in 2026 between the Seahawks and the Rams, with the Lakers welcoming back LeBron sprinkled in. Yeah, it's a fantastic sports Christmas.
Every aspect.
Right. Hey, guys, we listened to Schefter earlier with some, he's talking about the different breaking news in sports. One breaking news yesterday with the Vikings obviously naming a starting quarterback. I don't know if you know this, but he's been an apologist for J.J. McCarthy, J.J.'s whole career. So Schefter said yesterday that he believes J.J. McCarthy will thrive with another team once they give him a chance. I like that face you're making, Cody. You in or out on J.J. McCarthy thriving with another team?
I'm so out on this. I don't know what the hell he's looking at. I've never understood it. I didn't know what O'Connell was looking at when they drafted him when they did. I don't know what they were looking at.
Because he's a winner.
Cool. That's great. I also see how he throws a football. And it ain't very winning. It's very Tim Tebow-esque, to say the least. I think they made the right decision. I think Kyler Murray's going to do a very good job with this team. I'm excited for the Vikings this season.
I'm out. On the Michigan man thing. Because Shefty is so on board for his guy. I don't know if you saw in the tweet that announced the follow-up that Kyler Murray was going to be the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. Shefty quote tweeted it and said, after drafting J.J. McCarthy 11th overall back in 2024, he will now be forced to be the backup quarterback in Minnesota. Forced.
Poor
you
guy.
could almost feel the teardrops crying into his keyboard as he had to share out that tweet about fellow Michigan man J.J. McCarthy. To your point, I never understood how J.J. McCarthy would have a first-round valuation. I thought J.J. McCarthy at best was probably a day 3 type of quarterback.
Agreed.
And I direct your attention to the 2023 college football season, Cody Decker, and everybody here in Los Angeles, in a top 10 game between Penn State and Michigan. The Wolverines won to remain undefeated. The Maize and Blue would win a national championship later that season. In that game, in Happy Valley, they did not have J.J. McCarthy attempt a pass in the second half.
I remember.
They didn't attempt a single pass. They did not have him drop back to throw the football. It was football from 1932 that we are seeing before our very eyes. And somehow somebody thought, you know what? I can develop that guy to be a first-round
you
quarterback.
Hate him. Shot clock's
Never
up.
going to work.
Get it. You hate it. You hate him.
Yeah. I'm out.
All right, here we go. Hey,
passionate.
Yeah, that's amazing. Ooh, I never saw Ben hate something so much.
I agree.
Hey, Apple. They're turning the Yankees-Red Sox game into a futuristic broadcast featuring 8K and 180-degree immersive view. You know, with the Apple goggles, whatever you call those things.
Yeah.
Ben, you in or out on the 180-degree immersive view for Yankees-Red Sox? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
That's what it looks
it's
like.
going to be like you're in the stadium.
I mean, do I need the goggles?
In order to get the view, yes. Sir.
Oh, well, then I'm out.
It's like going to Cosm in your own home type of thing.
You been to Cosm?
I haven't yet, but I heard it's great.
I've been to 2 Chelsea matches there, soccer games, and Everton was amazing. You felt like you could walk down the stairs, like it was, and it had a behind the goalie view. Felt like you were like the goal. It was pretty incredible.
I guess I'm in if you're into that kind of thing. It's not for me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be into it myself, but listen, I appreciate any time a team is trying something new, especially when it comes to multimedia. The way we consume our games is still the same way we consumed our games in the 1970s. So the fact that they are updating some technologies for some people, I think is great. However, I don't see a universe where I'm wearing goggles in my own home, looking around, going like, "Oh, it's like I'm at Dodger Stadium."
Yeah,
I'm good. I think it's dumb, but if you guys like it, go. do it.
You know what? Because you know what you're talking about. You're talking about my generation. And how the song goes? Yeah, you see I did that there.
I see that because that's the Who.
That's
I
right.
love that.
That's right. The interview, of course, is brought to you by Yamava, where you can see the legendary Roger Daltrey from The Who will be playing the band's greatest hits.
Love it.
Monday, August the 24th at Yamava Theater. You can get your tickets at yamava.com. Hit him up there. Hit him up. Hey, guys, a golfer resigns from his club after admitting to a fake hole-in-one.
Oh,
he done did the damn thing. Yeah,
that's so embarrassing.
Cody, you in or out to faking a hole-in-one?
So out. That is the most. I've never been more.
Be cheating
bro,
now.
I've never been more out
but
on
you don't
a
draw
thing
that
in my
line,
life.
Or you don't cross that line.
No. I understand somebody maybe shaving a point here and there, but a hole in one.
Yeah,
you should be so ashamed of what a liar you are to yourself.
Yep.
Embarrassing. Something I've never achieved. Look very forward to the one day that I might get the opportunity to sink one on one shot. And when I do, you will all know about it because I will never shut up about it. But this guy, right to jail. Throw him to jail. Belongs in prison.
I'm also out.
Okay.
If you lie about a hole-in-one,
embarrassing.
One day you will meet your maker, and he will be there to pass that final judgment on you. If you lie about a hole-in-one, I am glad that the country club said to him, "Sir, your services are no longer welcome here. Your money is no good here. If you lie about a hole-in-one, you do not deserve to play this golf course." Sure, if you want to use your hand in the bunker once to toss it up because it took you 3 tries to get out of the sand, fine. You want to kick one from behind a tree, sure. We all do it from time to time. Lying about a hole-in-one, again, we all will meet our maker one day, and this man will face a severe punishment.
You're making other people celebrate you. And now what you also did is you made rich jerks celebrate you, too. And they do not like celebrating you. And that you lied about?
Nope. Can't have it.
There.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Hey, guys, a reporter in Cleveland kind of got under Todd Monken's skin a little bit. He was talking about Deshaun Watson. I almost forgot his name. And he said, it's been that long. He said, "Oh, hey, so you said Deshaun is better." And he's like, he caught it. Todd Monken, he said, "Oh, no. I said he was better," saying he was better. And just, so anyway, to that, he said, "I'm not sure I went that far, but I appreciate you trying to trap me in that ish." Ben, you in or out on reporters trying to trap coaches into saying some ish to get a headline?
I am out because there's no chance that Todd Monken would ever fully fall into that bait. And I think he understands, even if he said that, he's not going to put one of his quarterbacks above the other in such a way. Just ask a question. There are different ways of asking a question into what that quarterback competition looks like. I'm out on trying to misquote a coach back to himself.
Yeah.
And good for Todd Monken recognizing what he actually said.
Stand up, Todd.
Very out on misquoting a coach, especially in this particular scenario where it is arguably the ugliest quarterback competition we've ever seen maybe in NFL history. One, he's already got to field questions about Deshaun Watson, and now he's got to field questions about fake quotes that he said about Deshaun Watson. Dude, I feel for Todd Monken. Good job on calling it out.
Yeah.
I heard that. Hey, Fever's head coach, speaking of head coaches, Stephanie White, she fired back at some people who want her fired. I don't know if you know, they want her fired because she didn't stick up. Was it Sophie Cunningham? She didn't stick up for her own player.
Yeah,
or no, she stuck up for the other player.
Yeah,
correct. I don't know what the hell's going on in WNBA. There's so much drama, I can't keep up. So you in or out on more WNBA drama, and she should be fired or not?
I mean, I'm so out that she should be fired, guys. Like, it has been fascinating finding out how many people have never watched a WNBA game in their lives, because if they're just finding out now that this is a physical league. You're finding that out now? I've been watching this league for the last 5 years. These girls have been beating the living hell out of each other. And now you guys have a problem with it? This has been the most embarrassing showing of one's ass I think I've ever seen from sports fans who clearly don't watch the sports they're faking being outraged by. Embarrassing. And honestly, I actually agreed with almost everything Stephanie White said in her press conference. Ridiculous. So out on it.
Okay. All right.
I'm out as well. Did you know there was a game yesterday between the Indiana
Barely.
Fever
Duh,
and the
barely.
New England
I'm saying they still playing these games. All right.
You know the
Fever
Fever
won,
won
by
by
the way.
14.
Oh, shoot. Okay, go ahead.
Kelsey Mitchell's having one of the best seasons scoring the basketball the WNBA has ever seen. Because they're not going to talk about the game or the score.
Nope.
It'll only obviously be what Stephanie White said in her press conference about the hard foul of Dejanay Carrington on Sophie Cunningham. Welcome to the WNBA.
All right. Hey, CBS. No. Let's go to this one. 49ers and Titans in a joint practice, like, of course, we got from the Rams. And in 10 minutes, what do you think the over-under in fights would be, Ben, in 10 minutes of practice?
6.5.
Well, you're under the 4 fights in 10 minutes between the 49ers and Titans. Ben, you're out on just fighting the dude because you're seeing a new face, just fighting in practice.
I want to say in coach speak that I am out, but I'm really in.
I'm so in.
I'm kind of in. I like in joint practices where they see new blood for the first time, and they've been revving to go in the month of August. It's hot. It's training camp. You've been beating your teammates for 2 weeks up and down the line. I'm kind of in.
I'm so in, and the only thing I'm out on is that Robert Saleh himself didn't get involved in the fighting. Because Robert Saleh is a big, jacked man. I've golfed with this man. He is a large individual, and I am a huge fan of Robert Saleh.
Is Robert Saleh the NFL head coach you would least want to fight?
Ooh, yeah. No, Dan Campbell. Because here's the thing.
He'll bite you.
They're both big. They're both big. But Dan Campbell is insane. Like, he won't stop. You're going to have to physically put him down, like, completely to win that fight.
I don't think Robert Saleh is insane in the same way that Dan Campbell is. I agree with that.
He's a tactician.
Yeah. Robert Saleh scares me in terms of what he could do. Dan Campbell would never quit.
Yeah, he's just like, you knocked him down, he's getting back up, and again and again and again until you put him down.
Number one head coach in the NFL you think you could take down easiest?
Well, Mike McDaniel's no longer a head coach, so that's unfortunate. So I'll go Sean Payton.
Sean Payton?
Sean Payton, easy.
I think I could take Mike McCarthy.
Oh, come on, no
One
question.
punch and run.
Mike McCarthy?
Out.
Oh, just dance around for a little bit. You'll be fine.
A new hour starts here on D. Fish and Decker. Darren Ravel set to join the show to talk about the Lakers sale and new ownership. Plenty more to come on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Too many areas of growth, and then just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to like you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that.
Early on a Wednesday morning in Los Angeles on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. In today for Derek Fisher. What should we discuss? Blake Snell being dominant in his second start of the year, his first in more than 3 months. Back at Dodger Stadium, Max Muncy walking it off for the Dodgers as they officially win the series against the Royals in extra innings. Should it be Puka Nacua? A potential suspension coming down the pike before the start of this NFL season? Or I don't know, Cody Decker. The sale of the Los Angeles Lakers to new ownership 9 months after Mark Walter bought the team in late October.
You know what? I think I want to go with that final thing. I would love to discuss more about how private equity is ruining all of our favorite things.
Yeah, because money talks, folks, and there was a lot of money at stake as Mark Walter has sold the Los Angeles Lakers to American businessman Josh Kushner and former Disney CEO Bob Iger for $12.5 billion. To help us make sense of what we have seen this morning with some monumental breaking news here in LA. Joining us now on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is basically the guy that invented sports business reporting. His name is Darren Rovell, the founder of Collect Media, here to talk about this breaking news. The Lakers sold Darren to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner for $12.5 billion. It was at the start of our previous hour that Cody was waving his hand like, hey guys, we've got a bombshell bit of breaking news here to start this Wednesday morning. Darren, what was your reaction to the Lakers being sold to Kushner and Iger for $12.5 billion?
Not too surprised. And the reason I say that is because of obviously the investigations around Guggenheim and Mark Walter, and Iger and Kushner were circling as late as, 2 weeks ago to own a Vegas team. So this is how, I guess I was surprised that it was them. I thought that I wasn't too, I didn't believe that Walter would be able to hold given what's currently going on. And I'm sure there's more, but that he would be able to have, the Dodgers and the Lakers at the prices that they're at. But I did not expect it to be Kushner and Iger because I thought they would be going somewhere else like Vegas. But I think we live in a world right now where people come out of nowhere with a tremendous amount of money. I mean, obviously Walter from years and years ago as Guggenheim emerged, but the way that Guggenheim did emerge and that Mark emerged and, Chelsea and then the Dodgers and then the Lakers. And this is indicative of the tilt that we're living on today, where I do think that the people who buy these teams and the assets in general, there's more likelihood that they will, that they might not be able to hold on in the same way because fortunes are moving more than ever before. When you had Jack Kent Cooke or Jerry Buss, these people were millionaires and rich guys forever. But when you have just the dopamine and the way that we're living today where everything is crazy gambling, you have people who are losing, $3 billion and people who go from becoming SpaceX guys with $200 million to $2 billion and then, potentially back on another crazy bet. I think what we're going to see is we're going to see sometimes shorter team ownership because the rich guys who are rich can't hold on.
I'm glad you actually mentioned that, Darren, because right now we're seeing just teams being flipped at enormous prices right now, and this flip is just outrageous. Can you talk a little bit on the fact that this team was valued literally 1 year ago at $7.6 billion, sold for $10 billion, and in that amount of time sold for another upcharge of $2.5 billion? I mean, explain exactly how they were able to flip this for such an enormous price tag in such a short amount of time.
Yeah. Obviously there's the trophy asset that goes well beyond. And listen, one of the things that I've been wrong on over time since I've been covering this for 25 years is, I was, when the Warriors sold for the first time, which was, what was that? That was 2000. I forgot. I'm even forgetting that year. It must have been 2011, maybe. I can't remember. 2010. When Joe Lacob and Peter Gruber bought I remember being on CNBC and being like, $450 million. This is insane, and then you look at like the stock market, you look at, let's just say times revenues. And I remember when in 2014, when Ballmer bought the Clippers, and I was saying, this is crazy. This is 12 times the expected revenue of the Clippers next year. And now this number is, the Lakers do about $600 million. So this number is 20 times what the Lakers would do. And maybe there's even a discount to that number with LeBron not around. It's hard to explain, but it's hard to explain a lot of things these days. It's hard to explain memorabilia and the Shohei Ohtani card market. And, there's, again, everything is on tilt and the biggest bets are bigger than ever before.
Darren Ravel joining us here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. The founder of Collect Media basically invented the book on covering sports business. So, Darren, when we look at the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers for $12.5 billion on this Wednesday morning, it's a lot of numbers, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of finances for the common fan to try to figure out. How does the sale of a new ownership group, of the franchise to a new ownership group, how does it most directly impact the team, the operations, and what the fans can expect to see?
Well, obviously, I think of Bob Iger first, the man who, brought Disney to a place where it had not been brought before. If you think, he's made tremendous. Sure, there's negatives over time, but he's made tremendous acquisitions that have made Disney more relevant. And so, does he have the power, of like the Warriors guys of, putting a team together and getting the Lakers back at the top? he has met with. You could see him putting non-traditional people in certain basketball roles because I don't think there's a better connector in the area than Iger. He's met with more people than ever before. So plus I think that there was the potential that, Walter, yes, can you possibly spend what you spend and be one owner, and be at, be the Dodgers and Lakers owner and be a great one at the same time? I would challenge you that it's really hard to do that.
Darren, there's something about this timeline that is very kind of puzzling to me. So over the last month, specifically, Josh Kushner has been very, very involved with multiple potential sports acquisitions. First, the very famous and failed bid over there for the $20 billion for FIFA, which everyone in the world boycotted. Followed up by, as you just mentioned, the pushing in for the expansion in Las Vegas, and now this. What is with, and also throwing in the extra caveat of course, the Dodgers' visit to the White House, of which Mark Walters himself handed the president a World Series ring. This man has direct ties to the family in the White House. What the hell is going on in all of that realm?
Man, I don't want to get political here,
of course.
But if you could say, that, listen, I try to say, especially with the collecting market that I'm in now, that manipulation is the new normal. And that means that, I think when I grew up and I was, taking business classes and, it's that the business must make sense. And I don't know if a whole lot makes sense today. And I know that the people in power who are the marionettes and who are pushing the buttons, have more power than ever before in our land that is, a democracy. So, I'm basically waking up every morning and not surprised about anything.
Yeah.
Darren Rovell joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, talking about the Lakers' new ownership group. Bob Iger and Josh Kushner buying the Lakers on this Wednesday morning for $12.5 billion, about 9 months after Mark Walter purchased the majority stake in the Lakers late October 2025 for $10 billion. It was reported, Darren, by ESPN's Ramona Shelburne, of course, because Mark Walter also owns the Dodgers, that he is only selling the Lakers. He is retaining the Dodgers. How, if in any way, does this impact Mark Walter's ownership of the Los Angeles Dodgers?
I would just say that in general, listen, I don't know what's to come. I know, there's a lot of buckets to Guggenheim and especially their insurance. I believe at one point Magic Johnson was the president or the executive vice president of one of those insurance companies. I do feel like if there is something, either a want to sell and get out, or if there's something coming, again, nothing that I know. I know in general that between what has gone on with Ballmer, now the noise with Ishbia and his money, I feel like the NBA moves faster than Major League Baseball in general. And so if this is not a coincidence, and by the way, I have no doubt that Mark Walter did not say 9 months ago, hey, we can make a quick $2 billion if we flip it. I mean, I just don't, that's not what I see. So this would be unforeseen. I just think my first inclination is if there is something here, in general, the NBA moves faster than Major League Baseball.
Absolutely, but Darren, I got to ask, with these valuations just skyrocketing, and not just in the NBA, obviously this is a $5 billion increase in valuation in just a 1 year time for the Lakers. We look throughout Major League Baseball, valuations going up, as you just mentioned. The WNBA valuations are in the billions for new expansion teams. My question is simply this: is this actually good for sports in any way?
It just depends on, Listen, I am against, in general, people just saying, oh, private equity is bad. I mean, because I've invested in companies and, private equity comes in and, like a pop-up bagel, and then they say private equity bagel, the bagel now sucks. Like, I think sometimes that's not fair. It's the same bagel, okay? So I think sometimes that's not fair. I do think that private equity is normally connected with distance, right? They're in their suits. They're figuring out how to number crunch. They're figuring out, how to. But, at the same time, listen, when I think about the Dodgers, I think about, they don't need to do promotions. And they're like, the Yankees and the Dodgers are best at baseball promotions to make fans happy and want to, get them to line up. And those are the two teams that might not have to do promotions. So I don't know. I would just say it's not all bad, and it's going to be really interesting. I would say that, Bob Iger has been a immense sports fan his entire life. And so, I think, and obviously, married to Willow Bay, and, shout out NBA inside stuff. I think that's always the thing that I go to. Is this person a sports fan, or is it just part of an asset bucket? And it is, you want to believe that the owners are major fans and or connect to the area, because even though it's not your team, it really is a public trust.
Darren Ravel joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Darren, we appreciate the time. Thanks for being here to help us make sense of this big breaking news in Los Angeles bright and early on a Wednesday morning.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Can't thank you enough. Really, it's boy, oh boy, this is just a wild, wild thing. And he mentions the other things, the Ishby of it all, where people are looking into that right now. Mark Walter being looked into, like in the timeline specifically of Kushner with the $20 billion thing with the world, not a couple of people, the world boycotted.
Yep.
Then of course you got them going into the Vegas thing, and now into this. This has happened very, very fast, and of course it's being reported by Shelbourne that it did come together really, really fast.
Yeah.
But something coming together really, really fast to flip a team for $2.5 billion. I can't help but sit here and say, boy, oh boy, does this look as dirty as humanly possible.
Yeah, I do not believe that this story is done by any stretch of the imagination. There will be more updates to the process of how this all came together, how quickly it came together, and of course, just on paper, from when Mark Walter bought his majority stake and the sale was finalized, agreed upon by the NBA Board of Governors, October 30th, 2025 for $10 billion. And here on Wednesday morning, August 12th, the Lakers have been sold to Bob Iger, former Disney CEO, and American businessman Josh Kushner for $12.5 billion.
I'm really excited. I'm going to be changing my old. I am excited for one major thing. It's because I've been using this same argument in every show that I've done for the last decade about how valuations have gone up and how easy it is to be an owner and make an outrageous amount of money by just being an owner of a team, even if you're a small minority member of a team. That's why this upcoming CBA is so ridiculous, because everyone's trying to claim that they're poor. The Yankees just sold $2.5 billion worth of their own stock to a private equity firm just like this week, and they're trying to spin it, well, we're broken in debt, that's why we did it. No, they're not. They're not joining in because the Yankees, one of the most expensive worldwide IPs, is all of a sudden broke. Not the case. I think it's adorable that you're trying to spin it that way. But we're doing this right here going, I always use the Texas Rangers as my example. Okay. Because Mark Cuban, very famous sports owner in the past, tried to buy the Texas Rangers for I think it was $490 million. He lost out on that bid for another bid that sold for $530 million. And this was during a time when the Texas Rangers were a massive, massive team going to multiple World Series. They sell the team goes from the best team in the American League to the worst team in the American League. The city of Arlington built them a $2.1 billion brand new stadium, of which the team didn't have to pay for at all. And then they sold the team 9 years after purchasing it for $1.8 billion. That is a $1.4 billion investment that they got to get out of that. So it is pretty nice to own a team. This was $2.5 billion in made money in 5 months. This makes no sense.
It is insane. Just the sheer magnitude of these dollar figures, there is no doubt. You heard Darren mention when Steve Ballmer bought the Clippers back in August of 2014, $2 billion. That was a record at the time for an NBA franchise valuation. Over a decade later, the Boston Celtics are sold for $6.1 billion. About a year or so after that, Mark Walter buys the Los Angeles Lakers for $10 billion. That was a record valuation at the time. And again, 9 months later, we're talking about a $2.5 billion increase. Sir Irvin Magic Johnson has spoken. He has taken to Twitter to say, Laker fans, you couldn't have two better owners. I've known Bob personally, that being Bob Iger, Bob personally for over 40 years. He has always loved the Lakers and basketball, and he will bring championships back to L.A.
I noticed he didn't say anything about Josh Kushner in that. You know, the guy that famously was boycotted by the entire world just 1 month ago.
Yeah, he did not mention Josh in that tweet.
Interesting.
Did mention Josh in his tweet prior, saying,
That's
I want
cool.
to congratulate my good friend Bob Iger and Josh Kushner.
And a guy.
Didn't say my good friends, just said my good friend Bob Iger on their purchase of the Los Angeles Lakers. By the way, the Lakers have shared out a couple of NBA Cup opponents.
Oh, great. Yeah, that'll distract them.
I don't. So,
$12.5 billion sale. No. Check out our NBA Cup schedule. Check this out.
Listen, early here in Los Angeles, there was clearly a scheduled tweet from the Lakers at around 7:10 a.m. Pacific time, about 7 minutes after Ramona Shelburne tweeted that the Lakers would be sold for $12 billion, now $12.5 billion, where the Lakers tweeted out, the NBA Cup is calling, it's the new rookie Cameron Carr smiling, and it's a game in San Francisco against the Warriors on October 30th. So there you go, Lakers. Big news today. Number one, NBA Cup opener against the Golden State Warriors on 10/30. And number two, just a little bit behind, the Lakers have new ownership to the tune of $12.5 billion.
By the way, one thing that's really funny, I do want to push back, not necessarily push back at Magic's comment. He will bring championships. Okay. How?
Yeah.
It's not like you guys get to spend more money than anybody else. You're in a salary-capped league.
Right. And I think that's the interesting component for fans, right? It's like, all right, we're talking about big money. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars, of which I will never know. Is this a good thing for the Lakers? Is this a bad thing for the purple and gold? We're not entirely sure. We know Mark Walter's commitment, and we have seen the returns on that financial commitment for the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's why there was so much optimism for the LA Lakers. You would assume if Bob Iger and Josh Kushner are investing $12.5 billion into the purple and gold, that they are going to expect some returns on that investment as well, to the tune of Larry O'Brien trophies.
Listen, this is... Here's the other thing. What kind of pushback will this end up being towards the fans is my question. Because keep in mind, it's a salary cap league, so they don't get to say, well, we're upping the prices because of the players. No. If any prices are up, it's because the valuation of the team has just gone up so damn much. How is this going to affect the fans in the long run is my real question.
Yeah.
I have no idea how this is going to handle TV rights in the future. I have no idea how this is going to handle basically anything. Is our ticket prices going to go up? Is our parking going to go up? The answer is I do not know. But at this point, because of the amount of money that they spent, how are they going to get back their capital?
I think that's all really good questions. And we do not know, but we will get those updates. We will also get some updates. Word on the street from joint practices yesterday between the Rams and the Cowboys. RJ Choppy joins us on the other side of the break here on D. Fish and Decker.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw it to the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
the force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if
banger.
you caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a, you know. Comedy store a little bit.
I've spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like, I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That
comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
Okay. Should we do it? Say, what do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man, hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Fly, bro.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension at 32. I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked
Dallas Cowboys. It was closed to the media, but by reports and some onlookers, there is a lot to discuss here on this Wednesday on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Of course, the Cowboys, a staple of Southern California this time of year, as they host training camp out in Oxnard. And joining us now on D. Fish and Decker from our Odyssey sister station in Dallas, 105.3 The Fan, co-host of Shan and RJ, the morning show in Dallas, Fort Worth, RJ Choppy, joining us here on D. Fish and Decker. RJ, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on this Wednesday. You have been out, or we are working on that audio for RJ Choppy at this moment. He will be here in just a matter of moments. But I've been to Cowboys camp in Oxnard. It's a beautiful setting. Mm-hmm. You ever been out there?
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I was there during the T.O. prime when he did the popcorn buckets and all the fans would throw popcorn at him.
Biggest problem? It's in Oxnard.
You don't like Oxnard? Too far?
Very far.
Too north?
Very north.
As a native of Calabasas, California, not all that far from
I love
Calabasas
me some Ventura. I make no mistake. I love me some Ventura, but Oxnard, yeah, it's not my favorite.
Yeah, Ventura, nice.
Ooh, Ventura. You can talk me into some Ventura. I love me some Ventura. I love a good boating community.
I love a good boat.
I'm not a boater myself.
Ventura's sweet.
I don't own a boat. I never want to own a boat. But that being said, yeah, I love a good boating community.
Being by the beach, going a little bit north, Ventura, Oxnard, you get to Santa Barbara. It is all beautiful stuff.
Love it. But yeah, no, I've been up to the camp. It's nice at the end of the day, but I've never been a big cowboy guy. How can I say this? I can't stand Jura.
Yeah.
And
you do a good Jerry Jones
I do
impression.
An extremely good Jerry Jones impression.
You do.
Usually it's such a good impression. Most people ask, well, when you're done playing that recording of Jerry Jones, do your impression.
We have RJ Choppy, who maybe he has his own Jerry Jones impression.
He
Again,
should.
Co-host of Shannon RJ in the mornings on our sister Odyssey station in Dallas-Fort Worth, 105.3 The Fan. RJ, correct me if I'm wrong. You have been out here in Southern California the last few weeks, taking in Cowboys camp for the start of this season. How have you enjoyed your stay in Southern California?
Man, I love Southern California. It's 110 degrees here.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yes. It gets hot up there over there in Oxnard, so definitely dress accordingly. You know, what are you liking so far for your team? Like, because out of the camp right now, the word is the offense, and obviously the offense we saw last season was absolutely dynamic. What do you think about the Cowboys' defense this year to kind of counterbalance everything over there in the NFC East?
I mean, that's the big work in progress and the question everyone has, because even the new defensive coordinator Christian Parker has been talking about it. I don't feel like I'm talking and doing use because it's just babble. Like, nobody has any idea what kind of defense is going to call. Nobody has any idea what his defenses are going to look like. Because is it going to be a Vic Fangio system, or is it going to be a hybrid? It's probably going to be a hybrid, right? So that is the question. I'll tell you this. Last year in camp, last year when they did the Rams practice, there was space between defensives and the other team receivers. That's kind of gone so far. Like, every pass that Dak has thrown in practice that I've seen has been, I don't want to say intense, but there's less separation between the receiver and the backs. The defensive look like they're in the right position, like they know what they're doing. Last year, no idea what they're doing. It showed in the press. It showed the game. We didn't realize till we got to week just how bad it was. It was like, all right, this might be bad, but the Cowboys' offense is generally pretty good. It was really bad. This year so far, it hasn't been that.
RJ, we're having some technical difficulties as this moment. We'll have you get back on the horn here in just a few so we can continue the assessment of Cowboys camp and, of course, how it looked yesterday out in Woodland Hills against the Rams.
But he is right about that entire defense. It is a question mark, and I'm looking forward to asking him a very specific follow-up question on something we were talking about yesterday ad nauseum.
The Cowboys were the worst scoring defense in the NFL last year. They allowed nearly 30 points per game. They were the second best total offense in terms of yardage output, only behind the LA Rams. They averaged nearly 4 touchdowns per game in terms of scoring.
They were nasty.
And that was a big takeaway, at least by reports and what some witnesses saw of joint practice. Again, close to the media, no filming, no recording, but some eyeballs on what we are seeing between the Dallas Cowboys and the Rams as RJ Choppy is back here from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. And RJ, that was one of the themes as we kind of focus on defense, it seemed, for joint practice yesterday in Woodland Hills between the Rams and the Cowboys. A matchup, a battle of maybe the two best offenses in the National Football League as we enter 2026, but really the defense is winning the day. What have you heard or seen or witnessed from joint practice between the Cowboys and the Rams and your main takeaways from a Tuesday in Woodland Hills?
Well, I mean, look, the Rams are the team that everybody in the NFC is using kind of as the baseline, right? The litmus test to see where you are as an organization in this conference. The fact that the Cowboys defense was able to not get torched by the Rams, Cowboy fans are in a tizzy right now. They're super happy today. They think that yesterday was a great kind of first showing, of what this offense and this defense can do. In the offense, there's questions with the offensive line. I know Miles wasn't there. Miles didn't participate in it. That was a big thing we wanted to see in terms of the offensive line. But defensively, the way this defense played and showed out yesterday, there's a lot of positive vibes. And Cowboy fans don't always have that. Last couple of years, it's always been sky is falling and just, their excitement in camp.
but they always know, oh, this is just same old, same old. We're going to find a way to screw this thing up at the end of the year somehow. So far, this camp hasn't been the case. It's been pretty positive.
You know, RJ, I asked you a question just a moment ago, and I think you eloquently really put it about the defense being a massive question mark for your Dallas Cowboys. Yesterday, we were talking quite a bit about Max Crosby and the issues that are taking place over at Raiders camp with him, and how he has been linked quite a few times over there with the Cowboys. And since you guys are short an edge rusher ever since you guys got rid of Micah Parsons, is Max Crosby a realistic target for you guys, whether it's preseason or even before October?
You know, preseason, I don't know that the Raiders are going to move him. Everything, you know, people keep saying, you know, I heard Ian Rappaport and Schefter keep saying, like, they're not going to move him, they're not going to move him. I'm sure the Cowboys would love it. You know, what's the cost? You know, the cost is going to be lower than what the Ravens gave up, I'll tell you that. Yeah, the Cowboys absolutely could use him. What are you willing to pay? You know, and I do think that the further you get to this end of the, you know, closer to the season, and then maybe you start off hot, that Jerry will, I do think he's kind of looking for an excuse to give up some capital to go get a guy like that. I think he needs to see some kind of reason to push him over that edge. Hey, I can go get this edge rusher. I can go get this big-time player. He loves names. Loves being in the news. I want to go get this guy that could put us over the top. He hasn't done that. He hasn't always been willing to part with that. I think he is at this point where he's willing to do something like that. If they can find a way to start off the season hot or continue to, you know, perform well in camp and in these preseason games for whatever they actually mean, yeah, I could absolutely see him doing that.
RJ Choppy joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, the host of Shannon RJ each and every morning, 6 to 10 a.m. out there in Dallas on 105.3 The Fan. Dallas. RJ, of course, here in Los Angeles for this Rams team. It is Super Bowl aspirations entering 2026, trying to play inside SoFi Stadium for Super Bowl 61. What are your expectations for the Dallas Cowboys entering this new NFL campaign?
Well, I guess my first inclination is I think they can be a 10-win team. I think they're a 10-win team, and that's on the positive end of this. I mean, I have to see it to believe it with the defense. I have to see that this defense has really, really changed. The offense is the offense of an 11, 12-win team. That's just the reality. This is a really awesome offense when it's clicking. You have to prove to me that Dak Prescott's going to be healthy for 17 weeks. Mm-hmm. You know, he was last year. What are the odds that it's going to happen again? I mean, he is an older guy, but when he's playing, he's shown that he's a top 10, top 7 quarterback in the NFL when he's healthy. So from that standpoint, if you have a quarterback that's a top 10, top 7 quarterback, you're going to be an 11, 12-win team just kind of with an average defense. The defense has got to get there. I got to see it to believe it. But if I do see it, yeah, I mean, I think this team is a 10-win team that can make the postseason.
You know, RJ, you just mentioned the name right there, Dak Prescott. You're absolutely right. When healthy, no question, a top 10 quarterback, maybe even closer to the top 5. But the narrative around Dak is never about his regular season play. It's always surrounding his postseason play. Where are you on the narrative around Dak's postseason career? Do you think he's been unfairly labeled this, or do you think it's a very accurate representation of who Dak Prescott is?
I mean, there's fairness in the criticism. I mean, he's got 2 playoff wins. I mean, that's not going to get it done. I mean, you're a quarterback who's paid $60 million. He's got the same amount of seasons as the highest paid quarterback as he does playoff wins. That's just not going to get it done. Like he's got to win more games. We've seen quarterbacks, you know, get playoff wins where they don't play great. You know, they still count as wins, right? So there's nuance to winning in the postseason and all that. But the narrative, I mean, there's a level of fairness to it. I mean, sooner or later, you know, you are what you are. You've got to find ways to win games. There's other quarterbacks who may not be as good as Dak who have performed, at least from a win-loss perspective, better in the playoffs. Does that make them better quarterbacks? Not necessarily, but they don't carry around the narrative. That narrative's got to carry some weight to it. Like it's weight on the shoulders of Dak.
I think he's good about not letting it bother him. But I think as an athlete or any competitor, it does get to you sooner or later. It kind of has to.
RJ Choppy from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas joining us here on this Wednesday in LA. RJ, we appreciate the time. Thank you for your assessment of the Cowboys during camp and, of course, the joint practice yesterday against the Los Angeles Rams. Thanks again, RJ.
My pleasure, guys.
Appreciate him joining us here. I think what he had to say about the Cowboys is all very fair, and I think it will be interesting to see how this Cowboys team performs in 2026. A lot of Dallas fans here in the greater Southern California area because we expect these to be two of the top scoring offenses in the league. But that was a big takeaway yesterday from joint practice, how the defense for Chris Shula was showing up. RJ mentioned they're trying to fill in their right tackle position of Terrence Steele. No Myles Garrett yesterday for the Rams in that joint practice, dealing with some left knee soreness. Byron Young in a contract year looked great on the turf in Woodland Hills by reports.
Listen, it's going to be a very interesting season. At the end of the day, the Cowboys are in that division. They got to deal with the Eagles at the end of the day. Now, I could see them doing very well in the season. I really can. We know what that offense can do. We just have no idea what the defense is going to do. And I'm not going to sit here and tout their horn because of one joint practice. And I know how badly Cowboys fans are trying to grab onto that. But one, we got no video of it. We really don't got any information other than hearsay. And Cowboy fans are trying to crown themselves champions off of it. Good luck with that.
There was a lot of social media hype and happiness out of Dallas yesterday about how they were performing. I still think Matthew Stafford and the offense was rolling, and I still think defensively for the Rams, they had the better day against CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. We'll talk more about the Rams a little bit later on, but we continue the divisional previews here on D. Fish and Decker. A focus on the NFC South on the other side of the break.
Matt Kemp. Now,
Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, I'm like, think I got it and being able to run into the end zone and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like this is we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and I'm like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up. So it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them the true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places where I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically, and then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good care of it.
talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. So anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations
to you. You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Man. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball, there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms?
Welcome back to a Wednesday morning here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. In today for Derek Fisher. And as we get you ready for a 2026 NFL season, we continue our divisional deep dives here on the show. Today's focus, the NFC South. And the Los Angeles Rams, of course, opened up the postseason last year against the champions of the NFC South Division on the road in Charlotte against the Carolina Panthers. Cody Decker, the Los Angeles Rams had to come back in that game, trailing in the fourth quarter against Bryce Young and Carolina to avoid what would have been a disastrous debut to the playoffs in 2025.
I'm interested because the gambling odds for this division are fascinating. Considering the fact that you just mentioned that team that did win this thing, the Carolina Panthers. Ooh, they are not at the top of this list. They are not. They're not even the top two of this list, which I'm just going to throw out there right here. Some justice for Bryce Young, please. All of you crapped all over Bryce Young when he got benched and all of that. Oh, he's washed. He never should be. He's too small. Where were you guys last year? And the year before that, mind you, because Bryce Young's been putting together a couple of pretty damn good seasons, and it's the most under radar good seasons from a first pick overall I have ever seen in my life.
He was cast off, and then the reunion with a brilliant offensive mind and Dave Canales brought the Panthers back to win that division. Now, Carolina did win the division with a sub-500 record.
They did.
The NFC South, not like the NFC North or the NFC West. They are more than likely not going to send multiple teams to the playoffs.
No, but likely one.
Probably the divisional champion, and it might just take 8 or 9 wins to do just that. You're not going to have to win 13 or 14 like you would more than likely to win the divisional crown in the NFC West, the division the Los Angeles Rams play in. But there is a lot of tie-ins with the NFC South and the Rams, as we will discuss. We mentioned what they did against the Carolina Panthers last year in the postseason, and there is a thought, Cody Decker, that entering the 2027 NFL offseason, that a certain quarterback for the team that is booked as the divisional favorite right now, Baker Mayfield, might be on the move. He has not agreed to a new contract with the Buccaneers. He is very unhappy, using the words disappointed and disrespected. Not good for your quarterback. It is the final year of his contract. And it's one of the compelling things, Cody, I would say, for the Bucs being booked as the favorites to win the NFC South, because there is so much chaos with this Buccaneers organization this offseason. It doesn't feel like the optimistic positivity you would want for a team trying to hunt down a divisional crown.
Not at all, but I do agree with the assessment that they are the best team in this division, and that has little to do with the drama surrounding Baker Mayfield. Actually, I'll go a step further. I actually do think it helps a little bit.
Okay.
Not necessarily Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but Baker Mayfield himself. Baker is going to play out of his mind right now. And here's the other thing. Initially, before all this drama was starting, I actually had these guys slated to be third in this division in my mind. But mainly because losing Mike Evans, your team likely is not going to get better. That being said, they do have their hands still on Chris Godwin, and they did make some moves in the offseason, and they're in arguably the worst division in all of the NFL.
Yeah.
Right now, they are slated. Their projected win total is 8.5. Their odds to actually win the division is plus 160, so the Vegas bookmakers seemingly very much think they're going to win this. I'm also willing to take a stab at it, but I'm also having to bank that the Carolina Panthers are going to have no increase whatsoever or any type of fall forward. I have to assume the team that got to the playoffs last year and pushed the Rams quite a bit are going to be at least a little better this season.
The Buccaneers had won the divisional crown 5 consecutive seasons. Final 3 years of Tom Brady's tenure. First 2 years with Baker Mayfield as the starting quarterback. Baker and the Bucs taking a step back a season ago in 2025. Of course, Baker Mayfield familiarity with Sean McVay. Basically reinvented his career to get the shot in Tampa because of what he did starting a few games for the Rams late in that 2022 season. That all remains to be seen. But Vita Vea requesting a trade from the Buccaneers. Mike Evans, who was there for more than a decade, now plays for the San Francisco 49ers. I'm a little bit hesitant to fully back Baker and the Bucs this year. But it's not the Panthers, and it's not the Falcons with the second best price to win this division. It's the New Orleans Saints.
Couldn't believe it when I read it. Couldn't believe it when I read it.
That's a lot
plus
of
265.
A lot of Tyler Shuck believers that I am not necessarily sure I am sold on that just yet.
Raise your hand. Where are you? You need to be outed. I need to know who these Tyler Shuck believers are. I'm baffled by it for multiple reasons. One, this team has not been good. Kellen Moore, I'm still yet to be sold on the offensive guru that Kellen Moore is. This guy has been bouncing around for the last decade all over the place, and he's no longer that young whippersnapper. At this point, he's a veteran coach, and I have yet to see him really have any success outside of that 1 year over there with the Chargers, of which it was already a ready-made offense that he got to get a lot of credit for. He was very underwhelming with his time in Dallas, and we'll see. How about that? This is a massive we'll see to me. That being said, I don't think they're the worst team in this division.
Who do you think that worst team is, then?
Dude, I have no faith in the Atlanta Falcons at plus 450, and I think that is a correct... Honestly, I think it's almost too generous to give them 6.5 wins as a potential win total. Their quarterback situation is a mess. You're telling me it's a battle between Michael Penix Jr. and Tua? Has anyone watched Tua these last 5 years?
And it seems as though Tua Tagovailoa is going to be that week 1 starter for the Falcons.
Wild.
New head coach is Kevin Stefanski there in the ATL. The reason more than likely that Tua is going to start, even if Michael Penix Jr. was fully healthy, of which he is not right now, it would be a quarterback battle. But it seems as though Tagovailoa is going to get the nod. The Falcons have the worst chance, it would say right now by the odds makers, to win the NFC South. But again, the gaps of differentiation between being a 6-11 team and an 8-9 team is just 2 wins, and it's not like you have to have a Herculean effort to post 11, 12, or 13.
And what's wild, this is one of the few teams in the NFL, I have no idea who's on this defense. Like, at all.
Yeah.
I under that you're possibly going in there with Tua as your day 1 quarterback. Yeah, you got Bijan Robinson. He's an absolute stud. Obviously, Drake London is a stud. But who the hell do you have on defense? Thank God you're in the worst division in the NFL. It's the only thing that might keep you afloat this season.
Yeah, the defense is going to be an issue for the Atlanta Falcons. The offense has some very nice pieces, but when your offense has nice pieces, but some questions around the quarterback spot, there's a lot that can be lost there. By the way, the Rams will play in Tampa Week 17, sandwiched in between their 2 meetings against the Seahawks. Week 16, which of course is the nightcap on Christmas, and the regular season finale in SoFi against Seattle. We will see, that being here in Los Angeles, the Saints in the preseason in SoFi. Week number 2, the Rams might even see Tyler Shuck on the other side. So if you had to pick the winner of the NFC South right now, do you think the Carolina Panthers have the best chance of repeating?
I'm going to go with the Carolina Panthers,
Okay.
but it's not because I think they're some sort of juggernaut. I think they can get their hands on 9 wins. 9 wins might be more than enough. And I am going to say that again, more than enough to actually win this division.
And they've had some bad injury luck to start camp as well. Their rookie wide receiver out of Tennessee, Chris Brazzell, out for the remainder of this year. A talented defensive player in Nick Scorton, who was chasing Matthew Stafford around the ballpark in Charlotte in the postseason last year, out for the remainder of this season. Basically, anytime you're in training camp, all you want is positive updates, like we got yesterday about the Rams defense holding down the potent Dallas Cowboys. You don't want bad injury news. You don't want to have the Puka Nacua exited practice early with a groin issue stuff creep up, because it just paints a somber picture on what should be the most hopeful time of year for every NFL team.
Should be. But again, it shouldn't be a hopeful time of year for any fan of the AFC South. This is a terrible division. I honestly feel bad for the fans of this division. I mean, come on, dude. We're sitting here having a conversation, legitimately talking about a 9-team win is going to get into the playoffs and win this division handedly.
I think 9 wins would guarantee you
I would
the
agree
NFC
with
South
that.
divisional title.
I would absolutely agree with that. So based on just last season alone, I'm going to lean towards the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't shock me, despite him having less weapons than he had before, Baker Mayfield, when he is motivated, Baker Mayfield definitely puts up serious numbers.
And he is certainly motivated.
Oh, yes, he is.
Because he is trying to prove that he is worth the price tag and the going rate for quarterbacks now, which is basically $50 million per year. Baker in the final year of his contract. There is some thought, perhaps, that if this is Matthew Stafford's last dance,
he's coming to L.A.
and the Rams win a Lombardi Trophy,
It would make sense.
And Ty Simpson is not fully ready just yet.
It would make sense.
Just keep an eye on
He's
Baker
already
this
been
year.
there.
He has.
Won a game.
Great success with Sean McVay in a couple of starts that he made, of course, most notably winning that Thursday night football game, I believe week 14 or 15 on 48-hour turnaround.
I'll never forget it. I was looking forward to talking about that the next morning on the show, on the Carton Show on FS1, and they wouldn't let me.
How come?
Because the Rams weren't important enough to Fox Sports at the time.
How things have changed.
We had to open with the Cowboys.
How things have changed entering 2026.
What a wild time it's been, guys. This is a new sporting world. The Rams aren't just kind of important. They are arguably the most important team in the NFL going into this season.
I would agree. And we've got training camp football starting tomorrow. The Chargers and the Texans. The Rams preseason debut, I should say, on Saturday in Kansas City. We are going to see Ty Simpson. We are not sure yet if we are going to see Stetson Bennett. And if we don't see Stetson Bennett, that could be an indication that he has already wrapped up the backup quarterback job behind Matthew Stafford. There is so much to talk about in our final hour here on D. Fish and Decker. The Los Angeles Lakers have new ownership. We still have to talk about Blake Snell's return to the bump last night and set the stage for the series finale against the Royals. All of that and more on the other side of the break here on D. Fish and Decker.
The music now, how you feel about it compared to, obviously.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about.
Wait, what?
D. Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening to the show.
Are you pretending on this show
that
you speak to Derek Fisher?
He
when
said
you don't?
something on the D. Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago. But what do you...
I misspoke there, I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City stuff. Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so, you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like a sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
to
was
you,
that,
when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D. Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's like, I forgive you.
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt. Ain't gonna work.
Maybe
Can't give me
LeBron
flowers after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just like lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is,
what's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me too.
Oh, speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I didn't say hanging out.
He's gonna get it.
Oh no,
he's a good producer.
Oh
He knows.
no,
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like the fact checks things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have. I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you of the
I
two of
can't
us.
quit you.
We're gonna have to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible Bosses 2.
There we go.
This is like Horrible Colleagues 1. It turns out.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, "Good series," after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, "Be well, thanks for understanding." He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just got emotional again thinking
That's
about
awesome.
Yeah, I think sometimes as a competitor, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy.
Yeah.
And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor.
A new hour begins here on this Wednesday morning. Rise and shine. You are up and at 'em in Los Angeles. And what a Wednesday it is if you woke up just a little bit past 7 a.m. here in L.A. It's Steve Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens in today for Derek Fisher, because if you were waking up and maybe pouring your coffee and scrubbing the cobwebs out of your eyes, and then you looked at your phone and you said, "What is this report that I am seeing? The Los Angeles Lakers have new owners? Wait, isn't Mark Walter the new owner?"
The brand new owner, in fact.
Yes, it was approved back in October that he would take over the majority stake of this Lakers ownership group. Well, now he is sold to new owners, former Disney CEO Bob Iger, American businessman, and Josh Kushner, to the tune of $12.5 billion, a record-breaking NBA franchise valuation in the history of this sport. So, about 9 months, Cody, after the sale was approved by the NBA Board of Governors in late October, Mark Walter sells the Lakers for $2.5 billion. It should be noted that Mark Walter is currently being investigated federally and by the SEC for some financial issues with his insurance companies and Guggenheim Partners as well. Laker fans, you have new owners. It's Bob Iger, it's Josh Kushner, and it is sold for $12.5 billion.
By the way, in the report, it's being reported that the entire sale actually came together within 72 hours. This was actually approached on Sunday, if you believe said report. Here's the thing. I don't know if I mean, it's not that I don't believe the report. I definitely believe the report. I just don't believe the report that's been given to the reporter is incredibly accurate. I am having a lot of trouble believing in any world that this was just a phone call on Sunday, considering the fact the federal investigations are ongoing currently, and just a week and a half after this particular owner went to the White House and gave a World Series ring to the president. This man is related to the president. Yep. Also, this man in Kushner also tried to buy FIFA for a $20 billion thing, which led to a full worldwide boycott of FIFA. Yeah. And now Infantino is about to be knocked out of his position because of that boycott. Then he goes into just a matter of a week ago, very loudly trying to buy a team and an expansion team over there in Vegas. And now we have pivoted over to this. Dude, this is a very weird, layered story that is only getting darker and darker and darker the more you peel it back. And then you add in the fact of the valuation that they purchased it for $10 billion, and now have flipped it for another 2.5. Yeah. I don't like that people are framing it like, well, when you get an offer you can't refuse. Stop. If you think this was only about money, then I got so many other things I can sell you.
Mark Walter could be selling this because he needs some cash fast. If there was going to be some financial penalties because of the federal investigations, what would that mean for the Dodgers? Because the guy owns that organization as well. Again, there are so many questions that, frankly, we just don't have the answers to at this moment, but I am sure there will be further reporting.
Don't worry. Pablo Torre will likely find out at some point.
There is no doubt. You thought the aspiration stuff was going to be...
This is going to be more interesting as far as I'm concerned.
I am sure he is already on the case.
Because if you really think about it, like, why would... If the investigation had nothing to do with this whatsoever, let's just say that's the case, then why would Mark Walters sell this at all? $2.5 billion? I'm having trouble getting there. You know why?
Yeah.
The Dodgers just made $1 billion in revenue last year, and now putting the Dodgers and Lakers under the exact same ownership umbrella means you get to also work together with your marketing teams in selling the team. You get to work together in all of your advertisings with each other. Like, it's all under one umbrella. That actually makes a decent amount of sense. Yeah. That could make billions upon billions every single year, especially with the intellectual property that is the Lakers and the Los Angeles Dodgers, two of the most recognizable logos in not just the United States, the world, dare I say, possibly the known universe.
The chat right now at the Fan LA on YouTube discussing this. It's 855-975-2326 if you want to offer your thoughts on if you are a fan of the purple and gold, if you're happy about this, if you're sad about this, because I think, Cody, when we're talking billions and billions of dollars, it's a little bit above people's head. They're like, I just want to watch my favorite team,
which I get,
win basketball games.
But then that's the question.
Yeah.
How is it going to affect your ability to watch your favorite basketball team?
Exactly.
What is this going to eventually do to the next television deal? Right. What is this going to do to the eventual next ticketing opportunities? What is this going to do to advertisements throughout Crypto.com arena? Mm-hmm. The layers that it actually goes down to often falls down onto the consumer, and the consumer is the Laker fan.
Yeah, and that's what I think is a really interesting component of it as well, because a lot of the optimism this offseason for Rob Pelinka and company to go out and rebuild this Lakers roster was because of the Dodger money that Mark Walter possessed. It seemed as though, if you are a Laker fan, you were happy about that because you had seen the return on investment work out very well for the Los Angeles Dodgers in winning back-to-back World Series championships. And with that same increased incentive financially, the Lakers were going to go out and do the same thing. So I think, Cody, if you're a fan here in LA, you're like, I've seen what they've done with the Dodgers. That's awesome. I want the same thing to happen for the Lakers. I have seen the track record. I know the blueprint. I know it can work. We are building around Luka Doncic. They are making the decisions for this future. Mm-hmm. It seems stable and optimistic. Now it's a little bit uncertain, just to say the least.
Completely uncertain. And again, I don't know if Iger and Kushner are going to be good owners. I truly don't know. I have no clue whatsoever. I just know Bob Iger has been extremely successful in a lot of his ventures. Mm-hmm. And as it's even been said by Magic Johnson himself, my good friend Bob Iger, who is a huge sports fan here in Southern California. Yep. He is the majority owner of Angel FC over here in Los Angeles, so he does have some skin in the game when it comes to the sports world. Kushner is a much bigger question mark for me because this is the only man I've ever known that the entire sports world boycotted together. It happened 1 month ago. Now he owns the Lakers. Not sure how I feel about it.
It was the private equity deal for FIFA that Gianni Infantino notably came out and said, this is great. And every basically federation around the world said, we won't play in the FIFA World Cup if this happens. So you have all of these sports things coming together. And again, there will be a ton of further reporting. Let's talk some actual basketball and some games that are going to be played, including on August 20th when the Sparks host the Atlanta Dream at Crypto.com Arena. 97.1 The Fan is giving away 4 tickets to the Sparks and the Dream on August 20th. It's 855-975-2326. How does caller 5 sound to you?
I love caller 5.
Numero 5 it is. 4 tickets, that's Quattro. To caller numero 5, 855-975-2326. Sparks and the Dream at Crypto.com Arena on August 20th. Dodgers night, free Sparks and Dodgers co-branded baseball jerseys for the first 12,500 fans. Tickets to that game at lasparks.com and 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, giving away 4 tickets to caller number 5. Again, 855-975-2326. I love that sound. Now let's talk some Dodgers, because last night, a big night at Dodger Stadium with some dominance from Blake Snell.
Have they been sold yet?
I hope not.
Just checking.
Yep.
Just checking.
And that there's going to be some questions about that do come up. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne reporting, who initially broke this news, that Mark Walter has zero intention of selling the Dodgers. At least that is the case.
Well, how did he feel about selling the Lakers on Saturday?
Yeah, that's probably a good point, too. I don't think he fully bought them last summer with the sale going through in October that he was ever going to turn it around in less than a calendar year. But part of that investment into bringing in big-time players with high price tags was Blake Snell 2 off seasons ago. Blake Snell had only pitched in 1 game this year. That was on May 9th against the Atlanta Braves before he underwent nano-needle surgery to remove those loose bodies in his left pitching elbow. He made his return last night on Tuesday evening, August 11th, and Cody, he was brilliant. 6 innings of work, a single earned run, 3 base knocks, 10 Ks to only a single walk. In fact, he struck out the side. He recorded a punch-out against 7 of the first 10 batters that he faced. He retired all 10 of the first batters that he faced against the Royals last night. 10 up, 10 down before allowing just that single earned in the 4th inning. Blake Snell was sensational, and that was a really good thing for Dodger fans to see.
It was a great thing for baseball fans to see. Yeah. Second start of the year, coming off his rehab stint. I can't stress this enough. I was expecting a good outing. Honestly, I was expecting a similar outing that we got from the first 2 outings of Tarek Skubal. I thought he was going to be efficient enough. I think he was going to put him in a good place to win. I was expecting 4 to 5 innings. We got 6 innings, 85 pitches. Phenomenal work. Efficient work. Pitch efficiency at 65.5% in his 84 pitches that he threw. Just hammering the zone. Strikeout efficiency at 45.5%, carrying 10 hitters in those 6 innings. I can't stress enough, this wasn't just a good day for Blake Snell. This was a magnificent day for Blake Snell. And the fact that it's truly, I'm going to go ahead and throw out the earlier start against the Braves. This is truly his baseball debut this season.
Yeah, completely agree. He only went 3 innings against the Braves. He allowed 4 earned. He had a delayed start to 2026 because of some shoulder soreness out of spring training, and of course undergoes the surgery to come back about 84 days later to make the start last night against the Royals. And I thought you laid out really well yesterday, Cody, with your experience and understanding how baseball works. For Blake Snell to say the nano-needle surgery is not just great for me to get back, of course, for the first time in more than 3 months, but he had lost feeling in a couple of fingers on his left pitching hand that he had now regained feeling in. And I wonder, because of how dominant it was from the very start last night, 6 innings and 10 strikeouts, just what version of Blake Snell are we going to see the remainder of the way if he is fully healthy now and everything in that left pitching arm?
I'm gonna just venture a guess based on what I saw last night and the fact that he's pain-free for the first time in years. And by the way, he won a Cy Young while being not pain-free. There is a legitimate chance we're about to see the very best version of Blake Snell we've ever seen. And If that's the case, God help you, Major League Baseball. That's the Dodgers' number 2 or 3 pitcher. That's like this world doesn't make sense. That's how good this is.
Which goes in beautifully to a poll question that we asked earlier at the Fan LA on YouTube. When you have back-to-back nights with Tarek Skubal getting the nod and then Blake Snell for guys that have won multiple Cy Young trophies in their career, which Cy Young ace do you trust more for the Dodgers in this current moment right here, right now? Crash, are you there? Crash, do you have the results of that poll?
Yes,
Lay it on
sir.
us, my friend.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Why? How come I'm not here?
Why are you on commercial break?
Come on, Crash. This is
Dude,
not
apparently I'm on break.
Get off
I can't
commercial
hear
break.
myself. That's why I was
Crash,
hesitating
this
to
is
speak.
not going to help the nickname by any means.
This man is literally crashing our entire system right now while we're live on the
Do you
air.
want me to just look at
Just
the
give the
poll?
damn results.
Dude, I'm getting
I'll do it.
beamed.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
I was getting spammed by all these tickers on the
Oh,
All
no.
right, I cut him off. We don't need him anymore. Go ahead and get the results.
We finally got his face, though.
Crash, don't worry. Bring that positivity back. I believe, if I see the results correctly here, that it was 65-35, although earlier in the day, 71% had more trust and confidence in Blake Snell as that Cy Young ace as opposed to Tarek Skubal. Do you disagree with the poll that more Dodger fans trust in Snell?
No, I voted on Snell as well, but that does not mean, I can't stress this enough.
You work here. You're not allowed to vote.
Does not mean, and I did vote, I
voted
had
too.
access, and I voted for
Uh-oh.
Blake Snell. I have nothing but confidence and faith in Tarek Skubal. But if you're giving me the option of 2 and only 2, the question of the day, simply I'm going with the guy that I've seen do it, and that would be Blake Snell. But if we were to open up this even more, are either of them my opening day starter? No. Yoshi is my opening day starter.
We said Cy Young winners only.
God,
What about World Series MVPs?
Well, I mean, he did win a World Series.
Not on the
MVP.
list. Not eligible. Sorry.
So I actually think it's a fascinating conversation because it will be an embarrassment of riches that Dave Roberts has to navigate as he sets up his starting staff come October.
By the way, he'll also have Tyler Glass now, possibly even Robleski if he decides to keep in the starting rotation, which I don't think he's going to. I think Robleski will be in the pen along with Roki Sasaki. Oh, and maybe Ohtani is looming too.
And we have seen a track record of Shohei Ohtani like last year when he was recovering from major elbow surgery that he would go in and pitch an inning or 2 innings or 3 innings and ramp things up. And you could put together a start like that with Ohtani into Sasaki, into Robleski, into the back end of the bullpen.
I'm actually thinking that they should use Ohtani in the back end of the bullpen. Now, granted, we haven't seen the Dodgers use Ohtani in this facet. Maybe they need to start working him in that way. However, we have seen him do it in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm not scared of them even trying it in the playoffs is because I've already seen Dave Roberts try this with a guy that had never done it before in Roki Sasaki. Roki Sasaki went with like a 5.5 ERA last year, and he went to the bullpen in the playoffs alone and threw a 0.89 ERA
Crazy.
with 3 saves. And let's be real clear, Roki's a hell of a pitcher. Ohtani's better. So if Roki can do it and Ohtani can do it, we've seen Ohtani do it in the World Baseball Classic for one of the greatest at-bats I've ever seen, and that was the 3-pitch strikeout to Mike Trout.
Yeah, that was one of the great moments in the history of baseball, at least in recent memory. So let me ask you here, based on what the opposing offensive lineup looks like, let's say there are slightly more righties in the starting 9 for whoever the Dodgers see in whatever series. Do you start a lefty in Snell or Skubal, or do you still trust Yamamoto even if it's more righties in the offense on the other side?
You know, it just matters what you value. So say you're playing against the Philadelphia Phillies, I might go Snell, Skubal, Yamamoto. Just go lefty because it's a very left-handed, powerful lineup.
Okay.
If I'm going against the Brewers, I think I'm going to open that up a little bit and just go with best possible matchups. It might be, I might want to go left, right, left. I might want to go right, left, left. It just, Dave Roberts has so many options, and it's like a kid in a candy store.
It really is, and that's the really interesting component for Dave Roberts here, is he can go with Tarek Skubal in Game 1 and Yoshi in Game 2 and Blake Snell in Game 3.
And there is no wrong answer, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, every one of these answers is a correct answer. It's just, what are you valuing on that particular day? And, we had Dave Roberts on this show. We talked about the dichotomy and difference of his early years of managing the Dodgers to right now. He talked about early in his career being a lot more more, not married to the metrics, but certainly listening to the metrics a lot more, as opposed to using it more as a tool and making those gut reaction decisions, of which we've seen Dave Roberts since basically 2020 on making those gut reaction decisions, and he's the very best at it in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, he is. And they are going to have those decisions, of which they are good decisions to be making come October. It's a big day in Los Angeles. The Dodgers series finale tonight against the Royals. They have finally won a series after dropping 3 consecutive. It's what they needed to do against KC before they get ready for 4 consecutive this weekend against the Milwaukee Brewers. And on this Wednesday morning, the Los Angeles Lakers have been sold. Bob Iger, Josh Kushner, new owners to the tune of $12.5 billion. How should fans in the purple and gold feel about it? We go to the call-in line right now. Rob from Gardena, how do you feel about the Lakers sale this morning?
Hi, good morning, guys. Love the show. It just seems like more of an investment deal for Mr. Walters. It's buy low, sell high. It was a good time to sell. The Lakers, I don't feel like they're going anywhere. This is OKC and San Antonio's for the next 5 to 10 years, maybe even Minnesota or Houston. Dodgers are still hot. We're going for a 3-peat. We have the best player in baseball in Ohtani. And the Dodgers are still hot, and they're probably going to win a few more championships. But I think the Lakers are done for the next, 5 to 10 years.
Fair point, Rob. The only thing is, I don't think in baseball, because of the salary situation, it's a much different thing. Like if you are a team that is willing to spend the money in baseball, you are definitely going to have a leg up in certain aspects. Granted, you do need to have the front office, you need to have the scouting department, of which actually running your payroll is probably 25% of a team's success in Major League Baseball. So the Dodgers do get that mark of 25 success over everybody else, but they're also the best at scouting, so that's another 25%. They're also the best at development, but that's another 25%. And also that last 25% is just pure luck, health, injuries, matchups, just what have you in a Major League Baseball season. As for the NBA, the salaries are locked. The end. I don't know what ownership can make or break any of this outside of just building a good location for players to want to sign to when their free agency comes up, because you can't offer any more money than anyone else. But we know, allegedly, Ballmer tried.
You can pay into certain aprons and luxury taxes and all that stuff, but to Cody's point, the salary cap is fixed. You know what is available in terms of your funding and resources. As a fan, and shout out to Rob from Gardena for calling on D. Fish and Decker on this Wednesday morning, I think you're just hoping that everybody is in lockstep. The financial investment is there for what is a huge offseason for the Lakers in trying to invest around Luka Doncic so that the next 2 years he is very happy. He picks up his player option and he is the face of the purple and gold for many, many years to come. And you mentioned the scouting department for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Of course, after the acquisition of Tarek Skubal in the blockbuster trade, many were like, oh, the Dodgers are ruining baseball. And then if you actually look at how that deal was done, it is the brilliance of the Dodgers front office in constructing the farm system led by Andrew Friedman because of the congruency with Mark Walter owning the Dodgers and Mark Walter owning the Lakers. Andrew Friedman was a consultant to Rob Pelinka. I don't know if that relationship is going to exist any longer.
Me neither. I have no idea what's about to happen with the Lakers going forward. Rob Pelinka, I don't know if he's safe in his job. He's had 3 different owners now in the last 6 months. This is insane. And just so we're clear, this all happened so ungodly fast to the point where I'm trying to find if there has ever been a major sports franchise that was flipped this fast, and I can't find it anywhere, not even close, in fact. That Texas Rangers sale that I talk about all the time, that was a 9-year flip. That was an incredibly fast flip. This was a flip within 5 months, and the flip went from $10 billion to 12.5. That is an outrageous uptick in money. And I feel like it's getting lost in basically just like the sheer magnitude of the numbers that we're talking about here. Guys, $2.5 billion would have bought the Lakers 8 years ago. I think we're not realizing just how insane these valuations are going. So much so that I think Forbes just yesterday valued the Dallas Cowboys at $15 billion. Based on this sale, they're worth $25 billion. None of this makes sense.
I did see somebody say, in terms of Mark Walter picking up $2.5 billion rather quickly, that maybe he's investing that in Tarek Skubal's next contract to remain here in Los Angeles.
It's a funny,
maybe, just maybe. And then
funny joke.
You can say the Dodgers are ruining baseball, because I would agree that might be the case for some insider trading. But Mark Walters got bigger fish to fry in a federal investigation. The Los Angeles Rams need to update what is happening with Puka Nacua's injury. Was it mild? Is it a big deal? And could Puka be out for the season opener? Not because of injury, but suspension. We'll tell you next year on Deep Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Playing against.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a 2-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
Actually, my first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
yeah, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's going to be...
But those 2 white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are going to be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
I can tell you the answer to that. No.
No. Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
all celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it, but get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this, no question.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again is all I could ask for, honestly. Thank God.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and then just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap.
Comedy store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like, I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on DMAC and Reiter. I want you to know, when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever.
We welcome you back to D. Fish and Decker on this Wednesday morning on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. You are up, you are Adam on this Wednesday in Los Angeles as the Rams continue practice at the facility in Woodland Hills. Will Puka Nacua be out there? He left the joint practice yesterday against the Dallas Cowboys early. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting that it's just some mild groin soreness for Nacua, and the Rams are being overly cautious. They have a plan in place for their superstars, for their veterans, in terms of managing any injury. It's why Myles Garrett did not participate in the joint practices dealing with some knee swelling. It's why Matthew Stafford is held out of 2 of every 4 practices. Doesn't seem overly concerning. What is concerning is what Adam Schefter, ESPN NFL reporter, was talking about yesterday on his podcast, that Puka Nacua and the off-the-field issues of this past offseason, even at the end of 2025, the NFL is starting to really dive into their investigations and could potentially release some punishments, disciplines, suspensions based on violations of the NFL personal conduct policy in just a few weeks. He finished with this, Cody. It's possible that when the Niners and Rams play in Australia, it's within the realm of options that Puka doesn't play in that game.
Mm-hmm. It makes sense to me, considering the fact that we are still getting more spatterings about that possible investigation. On top of that, we still don't actually know where the civil case currently stands. Right. All we know is that we very recently, got a colored photo of the alleged incident, which does not look good for Puka Nacua whatsoever. And I've been saying all along, and also been asking the insiders that have been coming on this show, is these off-field incidents the reason why he hasn't gotten said bag yet? And everyone pretty much agrees with that assessment. No question. He would have gotten the bag already if it weren't for his offseason that he just had, if it weren't for all the noise, if it weren't for the weird anti-Semitic dance that he almost did in a football game, if it weren't for the public intoxication and the strange drunken tweets levied out to the quarterback of the winning Super Bowl team, if it weren't for, of course, the alleged incident that took place on New Year's Eve, of which we just got a color photo of, which does not look good, it would actually surprise me if he wasn't suspended. I'm surprised it took so long for the even conversation to begin.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what the violation of the personal conduct policy would be, if it would be a 2-game suspension, a 4-game suspension, a 1-game suspension, if the Rams would appeal, and if it means, in fact, the Puka Nacua will not make the trip to Melbourne to participate for the Rams in that crucial season opener against the San Francisco 49ers. So let's start right there. If you lose Puka Nacua, the guy that led the NFL in receptions last year with 129, that was targeted 166 times by Matthew Stafford in 2025, his top target for a crucial divisional game to start a season against the Niners, that, of course, would be a bad thing for the Rams. The only good thing is The Rams probably have an idea, at least an inkling at this moment, in conversations with the NFL league office about what any of that potential discipline is going to look like. So, right here in training camp, as practice continues, and certainly as they get closer and closer to September, Cody, and you get into game preparations for San Francisco, if there was ever a time for Puka Nacua to miss, despite it being a crucial divisional game against the rivals in the Niners in Australia, they would have ample amounts of time to prepare for his absence.
Mm-hmm. They would. And also, I don't love a guy that's got a lower extremity issue right now, flying for 15 hours down under to Australia. So, like I said earlier in the show, and I will freely say this again, this could end up being, weirdly, with a potential suspension, weirdly, a blessing in disguise for Puka Nacua and the Rams.
Yeah, and I think also the second component that is incredibly interesting for this as well, if any suspension is coming to Puka, and we have learned that the Rams, at least by reports, are not likely to offer that long-term contract extension before the start of this regular season, the fourth and final for Nacua in his rookie deal, if that is all working together. If the Rams are waiting for that shoe to drop before any of those conversations can really pick up steam. It would seem to me that's why it stalls. It's a dangerous game if Puka Nacua is proving to you that based on what he has done in his past, he is moving things forward in his future, and he has said all of the right things. He has gone to the holistic care facility treatment back in the spring. He has been saying and proving that maturity throughout OTAs and early in training camp, but the Rams might be stalling those conversations until they have an understanding at what they are looking at for 2026 for Puka Nacua, because again, if you are going to make him the face of your franchise, you want to make sure that he is going to be available as the face of your franchise for as many games as possible.
I completely agree, but let's look at it practically. If you were the GM of the team, if you were Les Snead, would you give him the bag? Honest question, would you?
I think you're playing a dangerous game if you wait too long.
Do you?
I do not like the idea of trying to franchise tag Puka Nacua next offseason because I think you're paying him a premium for what you are going to then have to pay him when it's always going up and up and up.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong because at this point, if they wait another year, that total cost might end up being
if Zay Flowers damn near set the damn.
I know
that's a bad sign.
I know it's a bad sign, which tells me Puka Nacua is going to eventually, if he does sign for the bag, make roughly anywhere between 160 million to like 180 million when his time comes. So I agree with you. You are playing with fire with that. But due to the injury history that he has, due to the fact that you have how many times you could potentially franchise tag him? 2 times, correct?
Correct.
We're talking 3 full seasons before you actually do need to give him the bag. Listen, we just had Darren Ravel on the show and he talked about referring to owners as gambling. Is it a gamble? Yes. It would be a gamble I'd be willing to take, though.
I don't know if I would, because I think Puka Nacua is going to consistently be, throughout his NFL career, that I expect, despite some early injuries, especially in that sophomore season, I expect Puka Nacua to be a top 3 or top 5 NFL wide receiver for the next 5 to 7 seasons. And as you transition, more than likely, from Matthew Stafford to whoever that next quarterback is, if it is Ty Simpson and he has had that time to develop with Puka Nacua, I want Puka as a staple of my offense.
Makes sense. But here's the thing. I just watched a very weird offseason with Puka Nacua.
Very true.
And that was the first offseason he had as a quote-unquote star player. And now you want me to give him $160 million?
Right.
I as of right now, talent-wise, if we erased everything off the... No question, you're getting the money and then some. But based on the offseason you just had, I cannot, in good conscience, give you $150 million to $180 million right now. Right now, you're going to prove it to me. And frankly... You're going to prove it to me for 2 seasons.
And there is no doubt that is the hesitation, right? And some of these issues happened during the season last year.
Yes, it did.
When Puka invited streamers to the Rams practice facility.
Famously, Sean McVay was pissed about that.
Puka Nacua was fined multiple times. That's more than once for criticizing NFL referees on social media. That wasn't something because he was sitting on his hands in May. That was after games, immediately walking back to the locker room, grabbing his phone, and tweeting something that he shouldn't. So I hear you. I just think entering the final year of his rookie deal, it is a dangerous game.
It is definitely... Listen, I am well aware that my suggestion is playing with fire. But I feel like you're playing with just the same fire on the opposite side.
And again, if that punishment is going to be handed down for any of those off-field issues and a violation of the personal conduct policy, we are probably going to find out in the next few weeks if Puka Nacua will even be available for the season opener against the 49ers. That if you are going to get to the Super Bowl, the first path in doing so is winning your division. It is not a necessity to do that, but in this very, very difficult division, in the very convoluted conference that is the NFC, we saw how critical home field advantage was last year against the Seattle Seahawks to win the NFC and hoist that Lombardi trophy. So if you are a peg behind against your divisional rival in the 49ers, already losing a home divisional game because you are playing down under in Melbourne and you don't have Puka Nacua, that's not a great start for the Rams. There is enough talent on the roster to overcome. Quickly here, other injury news yesterday from joint practice, a guy who was not there. It was Myles Garrett.
Yes.
He was seen on the sidelines. He had a sleeve over his left knee.
Yes, he did.
Swelling in that knee. Sean McVay said afterward, nothing to worry about. We're erring on the side of caution. Myles Garrett has already missed a couple of practices throughout training camp. It's all good. But he also then said, I'd say he's about 85%.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to hear 85% right now.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I'm fine with it right now.
Okay.
Only right now. Like, because keep in mind, you know how it goes with star players. They don't want to play in preseason at all. They want to practice and play. He's not going to get out there one time.
Yeah.
So just keep playing coy. Keep doing your thing. Keep also dangling the keys of Aaron Donald over here, so we don't actually look at at Myles Garrett at all.
Yeah.
We'll look at the key. We're looking at the keys. I'm looking at the keys. Keep dangling that Aaron Donald keys. I can't stop looking at it. Yeah. And eventually, you're going to make that noise. Do you think they're possibly waiting for Myles Garrett to get quote-unquote healthy before they make that announcement?
Oh, I saw that in a video on @TheFanLA on the social media channels that you think this announcement could happen this week.
I think it's going to be Friday.
Friday news dump feels like
I would love to see it on Friday.
I agreed with Brock's point in that video that I think it's going to happen closer to the season at the end of training camp, but I think it could be Friday, August 28th. At some time during D-Fish and Decker, early in the morning, around like 8 or 9 a.m. here on the West Coast, that Aaron Donald is returning to the
You know
Rams.
what? I just believed the nonsense that it's going to happen this week. They told us that last week, too. Yeah. So I that's why I believed it. But you know what? Brock actually did make the very best point. Now I'm just hoping I just end up being luckily right.
Listen, it's going to happen. It's going to happen at this point. It is just a matter of when. We'll recap a busy Wednesday morning here on D-Fish and Decker, including the Lakers having new owners in the Dodgers series finale tonight at the Ravine against the Kansas City Royals. The Dodgers on deck on the other side of the break here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Violence.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. Yeah. And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates. And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, it's my Dodgers story.
About it. Hey, Luka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have think I got it and being able to run into the end zone and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and I'm like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them a true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team.
The Lakers have new ownership, and Luka Doncic has spoken. Just over 10 minutes ago on social media, on X or Twitter, whatever you call it, Luka shared his thoughts. Being a Laker means everything to me, and I'm excited to get back on the court and bring a championship to LA. I've gotten used to big changes over these last few years. You could certainly say that, Luka. But I know that no matter what, there is no limit to the potential of this iconic franchise. I look forward to meeting Josh Kushner, one of the new owners, and Bob Iger, so we can get to work building something special in LA together. Cody Decker, your reaction to Luka's reaction.
I'm reading between the lines. He don't like this at all. This is a man that's had a lot of his life very much uprooted by sales of teams, to say the least. Mm-hmm. And listen, I don't think Luka Doncic is going anywhere. This team is built around him for the foreseeable future, thank God. That being said, I can't imagine he's loving this. It might be giving him some serious PTSD about certain ownerships that disappeared over there in Dallas.
Yep, because Mark Cuban disappeared. They bring in a different GM, does that new ownership group. That GM disposes him to the Los Angeles Lakers, where Luka thought he was going to be a Dallas Maverick for life. When he is brought in by the Lakers, it is run entirely by the Buss family. They sell to Mark Walter last summer, finalized in October, and then now a fifth ownership group as Luka is about to embark on year number 9 of his NBA career. Not to mention the actual changes of coaching staffs and front offices in cities and teams that Luka Doncic has experienced in the last 2 years. And I agree with your point that if you read between this, it almost sounds slightly cautious or hesitant from Luka. The fact he even felt like he needed to post on Twitter about the change of ownership group is notable in its own right, because we know that this past spring, or this past summer, when Luka agreed to the large contract extension, 3 years, $165 million to be with the Lakers, albeit a player option for 2028-29. So Luka really only under contract here in Los Angeles for 2 more seasons. That Rob Pelinka and the Lakers ownership sold him a vision of, we are building this thing around you. You are the face of the franchise. You are the cornerstone, and we have to win championships.
But the ownership has changed twice since that was sold to him.
Right. And I think probably they knew at that time that Mark Walter was going to buy the franchise and that it was going to be finalized in just a few months and all that. But they had a track record that you could point to. Hey, this guy owns the Dodgers.
Yeah.
They have just won 2, or at that time, 1 World Series and soon to be a 2nd in a row. We know what we're doing. We know how to scout. We know how to develop talent. We are going to build around you, and we are going to win you that ring and that Larry O'Brien trophy. And we will make sure that you are at the front part of all of this. And now, and I think even as a Laker fan, if you were sitting here on this Wednesday morning, the thing that you don't know is everything about how a change in ownership group impacts you, when you did very much know, because you are probably also a Dodger fan, what Mark Walter and his money meant for that organization and chasing championships.
This is a completely different situation whatsoever. Anybody that's kind of going off saying this is great for the Lakers, why? Explain it to me right now. I would love for anyone to explain why this is great for the Lakers. There is no proof whatsoever either of these people are very good at being an owner. Now, granted, Bob Iger does own a majority stake over there with Angel FC, but, now we're going into the Laker territory here. And again, it's a salary capped league. You're only as good as you can move the numbers around and basically create a place for free agents to want to play for. That is the only thing you could really do as an ownership group. All I know about one of these two owners is it's the only guy that's ever successfully gotten an entire world to boycott an entire situation, because Josh Kushner was the one spearheading the $20 billion buyout of FIFA, which is leading to Infantino's ousting of the whole thing, and the entire European Union, the entire Asian Union, and CONCACAF, all of them. Everyone boycotted it to the point where now he backed down and decided he's going to try to do the Las Vegas expansion. That was last week. This all came together, if you believe current reports, on Sunday. It is Wednesday. From Sunday to Wednesday, the Lakers sold for $12.5 billion. While an investigation is taking place over the Lakers' current ownership. Boy, none of this smells bad at all. This seems so on the up and up. No reason to peel back any layers and think deeply about this. This is great.
And I think that's a good summary of everything that we have learned this morning. That Mark Walter finalized the deal to take over the majority stake of the Los Angeles Lakers on October 30th, 2025, for what was then a record valuation of $10 billion. About 9 months later, on this Wednesday morning, Mark Walter has sold that majority stake in the purple and gold to Bob Iger, former Disney CEO, Josh Kushner, American businessman, for $12.5 billion. And Mark Walter is currently being federally investigated for financial improprieties with his own insurance companies and Guggenheim Partners as well. There is a lot that we do not know. So, Cody Decker, if you were to tie a bow on this conversation in about 30 to 45 seconds on what we should take away from this bombshell breaking news in Los Angeles on Wednesday, how would you best do that?
My honest-to-God thought process is the investigation for Mark Walters is not going well, if that is the case. There must be something going on that led him to sell this, because I also seen how people on social media are trying to sell this as well, saying, well, when you get an offer, you can't refuse. You got to take the offer you can't refuse. Dodgers have been boasting quite a bit about how they made $1 billion in revenue last year. You're telling me you're just taking a $10 billion now investment in the Lakers, of which you're probably going to eventually, over a span of 2-3 years, turn this into a multi-billion-dollar absolute juggernaut that you get to also lump in with the Dodgers. I understood this idea of having them together under the same umbrella because you can consolidate a lot of investments, you consolidate a lot of potential sponsorship deals. Like, there's so many things, possibly even television deals and television rights going forward, where the big money really is. Keep in mind, Major League Baseball about to have a new TV deal in 2.5 years, coincidentally right after a new quote-unquote CBA where they're trying to lock in a salary cap happens. Weird timing. Anyways, this is something that I think is going to be talked about quite a bit. I don't think this is going away. I think this is going to be a very unique situation. And right now, my eyes are on Mark Walters, because if we're just espousing that this man, who's a multi-billionaire, is going to make a $2.5 billion uptick on his investment, which, by the way, it's astonishing that he's done that in 1 year. That's pennies compared to the billions that he would make if he sold this in, say, 5-10 years, on top of all the money he's going to make on top of the Dodgers and consolidating with the Lakers. Something about this does not add up. I'm sorry, the math ain't mathin'.
Mark Walter did not buy the Los Angeles Lakers for a quick buck to turn this thing around like you might flip a house. Now, a quick buck being $2.5 billion is a different story. I think I would describe my assessment of this as uneasy, uncertain, because we do not know what this means for the Los Angeles Lakers. We don't know what it means for constructing this roster around Luka Doncic. We do not know what this means for the front office. As a Laker fan, if you want to attend a game at Crypto.com Arena, you're not entirely sure what it means either. there was something that you could point to here in the City of Angels that says this is going to be successful under the ownership of Mark Walter, because we have seen it with the Dodgers. You're not sure what this is going to mean for the Lakers. Could it be good? Yeah, it could be great. Could it be bad? There is the potential of that as well. Speaking about the other team that Mark Walter owns, the Dodgers looking for a sweep tonight at the Ravine against the Kansas City Royals.
Yes, they are.
Casey is going to send out Daniel Lynch, who has made some starts this year, but also has mostly been a reliever for the Royals. On the other side, Cody Decker, it is our sweet prince in Eric Lauer.
Yes, indeed.
And last time we saw Eric Lauer was the only time that in the 10 outings he has made as a Dodger, Los Angeles lost that game. He got shelled. He got roughed up pretty good by the Cubbies in Wrigley. 4 innings, 11 hits, 6 earned, 2 home runs, only a single K. Will Eric Lauer bounce back tonight against Kansas City?
I have to believe yes. And honestly, I don't think it's going to be on Eric Lauer. Today, I'm looking for one very specific thing. Yesterday, these last 2 days, I've gotten exactly what I wanted out of the Dodgers. I got a very efficient game the game before. Granted, the offense didn't do what I needed them to do, but they got the win. And that's what they needed to do no matter what. They just needed to get that first game of the series. Yesterday, my thought process is I needed some strike throwing from Blake Snell, and the Dodgers needed to win the series. We got, not only did we get the Dodgers winning the series yesterday, but we got a magnificent performance from Blake Snell. So positive that I am really excited what the Dodgers are going to do these next couple of months and into October. Today, it's about the offense. We need the bats to wake up today. I'm looking for the Dodgers to put up 5-6 runs today. If they can hold down the Kansas City Royals to about 3-4 runs, I'm expecting an offensive barrage. We saw some guys come to life yesterday. Mookie Betts with a 3-hit game. Home run, 100th home run as a Dodger at Dodger Stadium. Phenomenal stuff. We've seen Kyle Tucker on base a few times. He's been playing good baseball these last 10 games. Need to get Shohei Ohtani back to his Shohei Ohtani ways. Freddie Freeman, listen, just keep getting the hits, and I need the other guys to knock your ass in. I'm looking for an offensive barrage, and I need that momentum to go into this next series because we got 4 coming up against the Milwaukee Brewers.
A huge weekend series inside Dodger Stadium against Milwaukee. The Dodgers right now are 72-48, tied with the Atlanta Braves for the second best mark in the National League. That would also be the second and final opening round bye past the wild card once October begins. They are 2 games back of Milwaukee, who has dropped each of its first 2 games against San Diego in San Diego this week before they make the trip north to take on the Dodgers in Los Angeles. And I think if you are looking past Blake Snell's dominance last night for those very bright spots for the Dodgers, it's a 3-hit night for Mookie Betts that featured his first home run since July 20th, that featured multiple RBIs, including the game tire in the bottom of the 8th. We have seen a Dodgers team, Cody, that challenged by their manager in Dave Roberts say, we can't be content with just being a wild card team. He has needed to light a fire under their butts, and they have done that, coming from behind against the Royals on back-to-back nights on Monday and Tuesday. And I think making sure there is Dodger dominance to complete this sweep against Daniel Lynch, who will give you ample opportunities to score runs. He's not a bad pitcher, but more so as a reliever. This will be his second start of the year. How long he stays in this game for the Royals, that remains to be seen. But an offensive explosion, an offensive breakthrough for what the Dodgers have put on tape the last 2 days with some bright spots for Mookie Betts and Max Muncy and Freddie Freeman and Kyle Tucker, to have it all come together for like an 8-run affair tonight at Dodger Stadium would be a very welcome sight for some sore offensive offense.
Very much so. It's what the Dodgers, in my opinion, need because it's the one thing they haven't been doing. They've actually been pitching relatively well throughout this entire rough patch that they were going through. They have not been swinging the bats. That needs to change today because you got them Brewers running into town, and there's one team the Brewers hate more than anything in the world, and it ain't the Cubs.
Nope, it's the Dodgers, who swept them in the NLCS last year, and of course it will be a huge talking point if those two teams see each other again, because of all the conversations around Tarek Skubal. The Dodgers, before the series against the Red Sox began, in which they had dropped 8 of 9, had the best offense in the sport, highest team batting average, highest WRC plus. In the 8 of 9 games of which the Dodgers were struggling, that WRC plus of 113 dropped to 84. The Dodgers played 5 last night, winning in extras courtesy of the Max Muncy walk-off. They played 6 the night before to back up Tarek Skubal in his Dodger Stadium debut. I know there's a lot to talk about for Brock and Alex as they start this show here next.
I wonder what their thought process is going to be on these new owners here in Los Angeles. I wonder if they have the same similar thoughts we do.
Yeah, I would think there is so much conversation. They'll talk about the Rams
I know
practice.
other stations won't talk about it the way we are.
We are giving you every single angle that you could hope for. We'll recap to
What
the finale
station you talking about?
between
I
the
don't know.
Dodgers.
Others.
Hey, nothing back there,
Just others.
Come on,
just others. Could be any of them.
Brock and Alex up next on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He's Cody. I'm Ben. We'll see you tomorrow.
Everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know.
Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. Well, anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are the things I always work on, especially my genre, hip hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big time fan, and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Man. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. And I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building, it's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. but they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what?
D Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening
Are
to the
you
show.
pretending on this show that you speak to Derek Fisher?
He
when
said
you don't?
something on the D Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago, but like, what do you?
I misspoke there. I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City
Are
stuff.
you?
Man, I look.
This is lies in the studio.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And we got another just blockbuster headline coming out of LA this morning. After just not even a full year, Mark Walter is selling the Lakers. It was reported by Ramona Shelburne this morning from ESPN that Bob Iger and Josh Kushner are buying the Lakers from Mark Walter for $12.5 billion. In less than a year, Mark Walter purchased the Lakers from the Buss family for $10 billion and under a year later flipped them for $2.5 billion, which is absolutely insane. A quick rundown of how apparently this all went down. It's being reported by Ramona Shelburne. They called Mark Walter on Sunday. This was just a phone call. Ask if he would consider selling the Lakers. He had a day or two to decide. She reported that she doesn't think that he was looking to sell, but it was something that he had to look at because of how much money was involved. Now, Bob Iger and Josh Kushner had been part of the Vegas expansion team, so they had all of their billions in order. So why not switch gears and pitch a crazy idea to buy a legacy team for an extra $2.5 billion? And 2 days later, Mark Walter accepts the deal. And right now, again, this has to go through a lot of different channels. All the ownership groups have to approve this sale. I think the billionaires are going to be just fine, though, because now this elevates all of the values of every other team across the NBA. But it's going down. $12.5 billion the Lakers sold again.
Yeah, this stinks. I regret wearing a purple shirt because it looks like
I'm
we're
wearing
sitting
a
here.
Lakers shirt.
It looks
I had
like
this
we're
picked
sitting
out
here in
last
solidarity.
night.
Yes, I promise to the fine folks tuning in via video, and for those listening, I am wearing a purple shirt. It was being worn as I walked out the door when I was told that the team was being sold. Please do not mistake that. No, this absolutely stinks. So Kushner owned a small stake in. So he's a private equity guy,
billionaire,
comes from money, turned that into even more money, etc., etc. Apparently has been a fan of sports because he initially had a private equity in the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yes.
Then moved to Florida and took a took a stake in the Miami Heat. So of course had to sell his stake in Memphis, and then through various other means gets enough money to, like you said, make a push for a Vegas team. We know a team is coming to Vegas in Seattle. Him and Bob Iger were at the front door for that. So Bob Iger, of course, Disney CEO, then he steps down, then he comes back. He's the controlling partner, I believe, in Angel City.
His wife.
His wife is okay.
Yes.
So that is the entirety of their sports experience. Now, where Mark Walter, of course, factors into this is he's being federally investigated for tax fraud. That's the biggest. That's the best way to explain it without throwing out a bunch of financial and government jargon that really doesn't matter. He's being investigated by the federal government. So for you to be investigated by the feds and then sell the team to the brother of the son-in-law of the president looks terrible. The entire thing stinks. Now, I think it's important to preface that Josh Kushner has made it extremely clear that him and his brother Jared do not see eye to eye with things politically. Him and Bob Iger, to be fair, have donated a ton of money to candidates who oppose and have been against the current administration. Take that, whatever you see it as, whether you believe it, whether you don't, that part does have to be mentioned. But that being said, it does look away when someone is being investigated for tax fraud and then sells the team back essentially indirectly to someone that is associated with that federal government. And it's, I used to always sit and wonder, I could not imagine hating the people that own your team or being at odds with people that own a team that you root for and cheer for. But I guess I'm going to have to try it out because this entire thing stinks, and we're going to have to follow now. If the case against Mark Walter is dropped or is diluted at all, it's just the icky feeling about a sports team that is supposed to bring so much joy and has brought so much joy for decades to Los Angeles.
Yeah, no, it's a really mixed emotion day, I think, for all of us who are Lakers fans, who are sports fans. We want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-975-2326. How are you feeling about this Lakers sale? Do you care? Does it matter to you? There's just there's a lot of things that go down with this. Now, I will say that it's being reported that the Buss family is retaining their shares. So what was sold was just Mark Walter's shares in the company. So I think that the Buss family keeps 17% of the team's shares. But you were mentioning kind of Kushner's involvement in sports, but Bob Iger is also a big NBA fan. He had Clippers season tickets. I'm not sure if he still does, but he was always seen sitting courtside. He was a very popular man within the NBA circle. He was a big part of the bubble that saved the 2020 season, obviously when he's a part of Disney and bringing them the Disney championship is what a lot of people refer it to. But that was Bob Iger and Adam Silver making that happen to be able to finish the season, which ultimately brought the Lakers that 2020 championship. So there are a lot of interesting connections there. But as you mentioned, it makes you question a lot of things because how fast it's wild, it's crazy, it seems sketchy. There's a lot of words that you can use when you try to describe how quickly a sale with $12.5 billion comes together. But again, like, billionaires are in a league of their own. And when you are just in a couple of days buying and selling $12.5 billion worth of something, one of the legacy franchises in the NBA, it's hard, I think, for us normies to totally comprehend and understand, because in the world of that kind of money, it's just you live in a different universe.
Yeah. So with LeBron, we spoke at length since free agency hit about the disconnect between him and the Lakers fandom. And it's because it felt transactional. And even though every NBA player playing for any team is transactional, there is an agreement that's unwritten where it's, when you sign on a team, you want to make sure those fans believe that this team succeeding is the most important thing in the world to you. And that was broken, and that's why there was the disconnect. So with everything going on with this ownership, it is clear that with Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, they bought the Lakers because it is a good financial investment. That bond of, we want to believe as fans that you care about the Lakers and the history, is already broken before it's even started because of how they came about buying the team.
No, I mean, they were already involved in the expansion team in Vegas, okay? I've read Bob Iger's book. You've seen what he's done. People are on both sides. What he did for Disney to turn Disney into the powerhouse with all the Marvel and Star Wars and everything that he brought over there. Like, this man knows how to run a billion-dollar company. Now, when he left and it went south and they brought him back, it obviously did not get back to those glory days from his first run with Disney. However, as you just mentioned, both these people have come out publicly saying they disagree with the people that they are just associated with, whether it's family, whether it's just being in that billionaire circle. And so it's hard. It's one of these, like, show me that you are going to be a great ownership group here. Because if you want to go down that, if you want to pull back the curtain for any billionaire, Mark Walter also has some pretty sketchy stuff going on. Obviously, he's also getting investigated by the federal government right now. So it's hard when you're trying to compare the greatness of billionaires because show me a good one that's like been incredible. But Luka just put out a tweet too this morning saying, being a Laker means everything to me. I'm excited to get back on the court and bring a championship to LA. I've gotten used to big changes over these last few years, but I know that no matter what, there is no limit to the potential of this iconic franchise. I look forward to meeting Josh and Bob so we can get to work building something special in LA together. That feels like someone wrote that for him and then it just got tweeted out. But we want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-975-2326. How are we feeling? Let's go to Joe in Santa Monica. Joe, how are you feeling about this Lakers sale?
Disgusted. I mean, where's the oversight? A guy can flip a team. How does this work? Like, shouldn't there be somebody or some entity that's overseeing this so this doesn't become just another cash grab situation? And I respect Iger a lot, read his book too, but look, the Star Wars franchise is at the lowest point it could be. It was run miserably. Marvel has a lot riding on this new Doctor Doom film and the Avengers film. You know, Spider-Man was run by Sony and those folks. But I got to tell you, like, as somebody who grew up with the Lakers, loved the Lakers, look, we went through the loss of LeBron, and now this. Don't things come in threes? Like, what next? Right? What next? It's awful. It's awful. All we need now is, like, the team to move, right? Like,
no. Don't even put that out there, Joe. Don't even put that out there.
You asked, and I'm just saying to you, like, did we ever think we would wake up and see a year later that they'd sell this team, you know, with no oversight whatsoever? Like, just awful. So sad that this is what's going on with our Lakers.
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting time in LA. This off season has been really interesting. As you mentioned, you're on my island of the sad to see LeBron go. So, Joe, I'm happy to have you here with me. But just, a very weird thing to wake up to, especially, I mean, the Buss family was the Lakers. They are the Lakers. When you thought about the Lakers, and then to have them sell it a year ago, and then within a year to go through this all again. And ultimately, Walter flipping the Lakers for $2.5 billion is wild.
Joe, thanks for calling in, and I agree with your sentiment, and you bring up a fantastic point of, according to the Ramona Shelburne story, the call was on Sunday, you said.
Sunday, yeah.
New owners have to be voted in, so I'm curious how they were able to fast track the entire voting process.
Because they were a part of the Vegas expansion group.
They were
grandfathered
in.
So they were already a part of it because this was the group that was going to do the Vegas expansion team.
Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. So why, again, I brought up the LeBron thing, is that there is... You buy into the lie of the team that I am giving $100 for parking, $200 for tickets, and $50 for a hot dog, chips, and a beer.
Yeah.
Why you buy into that as a fan is because you convince yourself that this team is the most important thing in the world to the owners that you are effectively giving the money to.
Yeah.
They have a million other businesses going on and other things, but that's part of it, right? That's why I bring up the LeBron thing, because right away he broke the veil of being a Laker. He wanted to be in Los Angeles. It just so happens that the Lakers were the best team for him to join in Los Angeles. With Kushner and Bob Iger, they just wanted an NBA team. They didn't want the Lakers. Why Lakers fans feel so attached is because it was a mom and pop run business that made a whole lot of money. But what made them different was this is a mom and pop thing. This is a family business, and our family is still aligned.
But I'm
going
to tell you, Bob Iger and his wife, Willow Bay, are very much ingrained in LA culture. His wife, journalist and is the dean at USC for Annenberg, Willow Bay. They also are the controlling owners of Angel City FC. They are based here in Los Angeles. They have invested in Los Angeles, whether it's their involvement in USC, whether it's involvement in Angel City FC, and now being the owners of the Lakers. Like, this is a family that is invested in LA.
They're invested in LA, but LeBron was invested in LA before as well. I think I would be shocked how
very different.
How many people own any sports franchise that doesn't have some kind of tie to LA financially. I do not see a world where Bob Iger is accepted as the owner of the Lakers. Like, from a standpoint of fandom, from the standpoint of support when he walks in the door. Because if Bob Iger was the only one buying the Lakers, that's one thing.
Yeah.
The fact that he is attached to Josh Kushner.
But you just said Josh Kushner has very publicly said that him and his brother don't see eye to eye.
He has, and it's not going to mean anything.
You share the last name, but if you publicly come out that way and you're investing and donating to organizations that also support your stance, you're going to have to figure out a way to mentally separate that. Because again, Willow Bay, Bob Iger's wife, she's also a TV journalist. She is the dean at USC Annenberg. They are majority owners, controlling owners of Angel City FC.
That's great.
So I'm just saying there is positivity within this ownership group that you have to look at.
I think there is a 99.9% feeling of dread among Lakers fans with this new change. Can Bob Iger and Josh Kushner win over Lakers fans? Of course they can. Can they change the sentiment and the feeling of this? Of course they can. Can Magic Johnson and Luka and maybe Jeannie Buss make tweets and public statements that maybe help that out? Of course they can. But the abrupt changing of hands with a federal investigation seemingly linked to it makes it feel gross.
So wouldn't that make you question Mark Walter over Bob Iger? He just has to happen to be in the right place at the right time. He wanted an NBA franchise team. He was going to be part of the Vegas expansion. And they go, wait a second. What if we just this might be crazy, but we know the guy. Let's give him a call, see if maybe he's willing to sell the Lakers, and we're just going to throw out an insane number so he can't say no to our offer. $12.5 billion, meaning that Mark Walter made $2.5 billion in less than a year. He flipped the Lakers. We shouldn't be mad at the new owners. You got to look at Mark Walter. What's going down here that you are willing? You told us you wanted to invest in the Lakers. You wanted to turn this Lakers team around. And in less than a year, you're flipping the Lakers. That's where the anger should be, not at the new owners, because I'm hoping and I have faith in a Bob Iger and his wife, Willow Bay. We have more callers here. We want to hear from you. 855-975-2326. How are we feeling? KJ from LA, how are you feeling about this whole Lakers sale?
Allie, 75% on your position. Thank you for taking my call. But here's an avenue that you're missing. This administration is a bulldog, and it's a pay-to-play administration. Ask yourself, why all of a sudden now a federal investigation pops up on Mark Walters to force him to sell the team to the Kushner family, which is connected to Trump, which say they don't have nothing to do with it, but all their business deals is interly connected. And then he's trying to distance himself saying that, oh, me and my brother's different. No, they're not, because they have the last name. Second point, Dave, what was his name? Darren Ravel did an awesome piece this morning, and he talked about the situation that NBA teams, it's just done because now it's not about the love of the team. It's about the money and private equity. And it's funny how Magic Johnson tweeted out that Bob Iger is his guy for 40 years, but he didn't mention nothing about Jared Kushner. So my final point is, how many times did the Lakers win a championship before LeBron? One. So we got 14 years of dysfunctional Laker leadership, and that's my point.
Yeah, KJ, I think everyone's having really strong mixed emotions here today.
Thanks for calling, KJ.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. Do we have time here? Let's go to David in LA. How are you feeling about this new Lakers ownership group?
Hey guys, I don't know if you could tell from the tone of my voice. I mean, It's the first day of my kid. It's the first, and I called you guys when LeBron was traded. I spoke to you guys.
Oh,
and,
we remember you, David.
Oh yeah,
yeah, the Renaissance guy and everything. But you know what? Look, it's the first day of my kid's school. I wake up in the morning, kiss them. I'm happy. I'm sending to school. I look at my phone. I don't know if I'm shocked. I am confused as hell.
Yeah.
I don't know where my emotions are. I was happy about this roster. I don't know where I am now. I don't know what's going to happen with the team. I don't know if it's going to get relocated. I don't know if we're going to have our coach. I don't know how our players are going to feel. I'm with all the fans. What is happening? But you know what? The last caller is dead on point. Is all of a sudden you're under investigation and you're selling the Lakers for a crazy amount of money. I mean, I don't have words. We're getting sued.
David, thanks for
David,
calling.
thank you so much for calling. I think not having words and just feeling confused, a mix of emotions, is how most of LA Lakers fans are feeling this morning. We have to take a quick break. We want to keep hearing from you, LA.
I need to change shirts. I don't want to wear purple
I'm
anymore.
wearing a Lakers shirt, okay? Like we're doing this together, okay, Brock? We're in this together today. We want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-975-2326. We're stepping away for a quick break. When we come back, really excited to have the founder and CEO of the Sporting Tribune, who actually very close to the Bus family, Arash Markazi, is joining the show when we come back. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Home for LA Sports, the new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball. And what is it always about?
Money. By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball? There's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds. A coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to, when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to, like, you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say,
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we really want you to be a part of the show today. We've been having a lot of callers. You can call us at 855-97-LA Fan with the big news that dropped today that the Lakers sold again. Mark Walter is selling the Lakers to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner for $12.5 billion just less than a year after he purchased the team. So I'm very excited to bring in our first guest of the day, founder and CEO of the Sporting Tribune, friend of the show, Arash Markazi. You've been covering this Lakers team for decades. I know you're close with Jeannie Buss and the Buss family. What was your first reaction when you saw the news that the Lakers are being sold again?
I mean, really shocking. Like how you're on social media and you get a story that's like 6 months old. And I'm like, this is old. Like the Lakers were sold and was for 10, not for 12. I've never seen anything like this. Obviously, like the first thing that comes to mind is what Mark Walter is going through right now. And that a deal like this does not come together as quickly as it did, unless there's another shoe to drop at some point. Again, you buy the Dodgers and you buy the Lakers for the long term. You don't buy them to flip them. You don't buy them to keep them for a couple of years. So for right now, he's keeping the Dodgers. But it's a fascinating story here because there's just a lot more at play. Like, I refuse to believe that this just randomly came together. I think there's going to be more stories out there in terms of how that call came to be. Again, for this reportedly to all come together within 72 hours is mind-boggling, hard to believe, and I'm still not quite sure I totally believe it.
Arash, what do you know of Kushner and Iger's attempt to establish a franchise in Vegas before pivoting over the 72 hours to buy the Lakers?
Yeah, so they were the favorites, really. There's multiple groups in Vegas, so it's a unique process over there where there's a lot of competing groups there. And whether or not one of two things probably happened, whether the price tag of the Vegas franchise rose to the point where it's like, hey, for like a couple more billion, we could just get the marquee franchise in the league. It doesn't have to be an expansion team. Or they felt maybe there's another group that the league wanted. The league does like Bob Iger. They do like Kushner. It's a very it's a unique tandem, by the way. Kushner just turned 41, I think, and Bob is 75. So you got like the young guy and the older guy there. I thought they were going to get the Vegas franchise, but the other thing that I've heard about the whole process in Vegas, having split time, and I do split time currently, is that price tag has really gone much higher than I thought it would. The price tag in Vegas currently, and maybe it's higher than this at this point, $7.5 billion for an expansion team, which is crazy.
Arash, you've spent a lot of time around this Lakers team when it was the Buss family that owned it, then the less than a year that Mark Walter owned it. What are you hoping and hearing that Bob Iger and Kushner can actually bring to this Lakers franchise?
It's a unique thing here because I think when Mark Walter bought the team from the Buss family, there was this. People were happy because there was a proof of concept in place for what Mark Walter has done with the Dodgers in terms of, winning back-to-back world championships, the 3 World Series. Now they're going for a 4th. We don't really have that proof of concept, obviously, with Bob. I can't tell you, having worked for him many years ago, this is his dream. Like, he is a sports fanatic. He's always wanted to own a major professional sports team in Los Angeles. He was one of the groups that was trying to bring a pro football team to Los Angeles. So this is something like he stepped down from the Walt Disney Company like in March, and I think since then it was Vegas first. Now it's the Lakers. He's wanted to become a force in pro sports, and so again, I don't think you make an investment like this to not be all in and win a championship. The one thing that I did caution fans about when Mark Walter bought the Lakers, I said it's not the same. There is a salary cap in place here. You can't defer $1 billion in contracts in the NBA. Yeah. So, that was always going to be a little bit different. But just odd. Like, what a blip in the radar. Like, Mark Walter literally owning the Lakers for less than a calendar year.
Yeah.
Arash, of course, this is an unprecedented situation, and everything that happens will be the first time that it happens. But literally speaking, can Kushner and Iger do whatever they want with the Lakers coaches and staff and players from, I guess, right now going forward?
No, you know what? So there is a timeline in place. Again, to give you guys sort of like a timeline previously, when the Buss family agreed to sell it to Mark Walter, and that report came out in June, it was not until October until the Board of Governors in the league approved it. Kushner and Iger will be approved. It is a formality. However, this transfer of power is not 100% official at this point. There's no official press release. So the most questions I've gotten, and these are texts from friends who actually work for the team, what changes? And it's a great question, and we don't really truly know that. There was the weird thing that has happened over the past year is the number of Dodgers and Lakers employees that worked under the same roof that did a lot of the same things, whether that's partnerships and sponsorships and ticket sales. They were really bringing it together. And obviously that's all changed. Now, it's not going to happen today. It's not going to happen the next week. That takes time. But it's a great question that we won't truly know until we hear from the Iger Kushner group about, what is your plan? Again, the one thing that we've learned is that no one spends $12.5 billion or $10 billion to let someone else run the team. They will want to, for sure, Bob, me having known him and being a big sports fan, he will want to be a part of this team.
We're talking to the founder and CEO of the Sporting Tribune, Arash Markazi, who has been around this Lakers organization for decades, and we're talking about the sale that went down this morning. Mark Walter announcing that he is selling the Lakers to Bob Iger and Kushner for $12.5 billion. Now, you were talking about kind of what this means for people that work for both the Lakers and the Dodgers, because there was a lot of crossover within the organization, and the fact that people are texting you, asking you what this means for their job. I can't even imagine what the anxiety and the feeling is going to be like in the Lakers facility. But what does this ownership change mean for like a Rob Pelinka and a JJ Redick?
I think JJ's fine. I think in the short term, Rob Pelinka's fine. Again, this is year one of this is Luka's team. I mean, they really, wiped the slate clean and they put together a team they believe can win and compete around Luka. That was obviously not the case when you make the trade for Luka. It was during the season. And it could never truly 100% be Luka's team while LeBron was there. This is Luka's team. So I think the players are fine, of course. JJ's fine. I think in the short term, when I say short term, within this next season, Rob Pelinka is fine. But again, you want to have your own team and group, and Bob Iger's been courtside at many games, and Josh Kushner, who a separate topic that you guys will get into, is not Jared at all, because I think we keep saying Kushner. Again, I have a brother, we're not the same, we think differently, we both have views that are politically different. I get it's the last name, but by the way, the other thing that I will mention, because I heard the voices of the fans, if you had asked me prior to this season who was the worst owner in professional sports, I would have told you it was James Dolan. You know, the last thought on Knicks fans' mind while they were going crazy as that team won a championship was James Dolan. So at the end of the day, if this team wins a championship, yes, the commissioner is going to hand the trophy to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. No one's going to really care about those guys. It's about the team. So I think I get it. There's some anxiety. By the way, I'd be more anxious right now if I'm a Dodgers fan in terms of what is the future hold for Mark Walters.
Yeah.
You do not make a transaction like this unless something's about to happen. So that's a separate topic for another day. But folks, the team is not relocating. The team is not leaving. The team is going to be contending. The Lakers will be the Lakers. But it's a great point. What will this team look like a year from now?
Arash, riding with this potential optimism that you're giving us right now, I want you to put your PR hat on. And in Kushner and Iger's first statement, what is something that they have to say in an attempt to do the big task of winning over Lakers fans? Because of the calls that we've had so far today, and if you look on Twitter and my group chats, there's a lot of doom and gloom right now. So what is something that they can say to start the process of winning over the city?
No pun intended, and this is a layup that I will hand them, and hopefully, listen, there's a lot of ways to make a profit. There's a lot of ways to make money. That crowd for that last playoff game against the Thunder, when they got swept and the season was over, and I tweeted that morning, I said, if you guys wanted to go to a Laker game, this is the cheapest ticket you'll get all year. It's less than $100. And the number of fans who came, because they've priced out the common fan. They've priced out the fans who want to go to games. The easiest thing you could do, whether it's one section, two sections, three, make it $25. Make it $15. Make it $10. You're not going to lose a lot of money. We're talking about billions of dollars. So what the heck is a section or two? But that is an easy PR move to say, hey, folks, listen, we know we kind of lost our way with the ticket sales and season tickets. We will have a section or two or more where not only tickets are $10 to $15, you can get $5 hot dogs. Again, that is such a layup to win back some of the hearts of fans in Los Angeles. And again, it's not just the Lakers. I mean, if you want to go to any professional sports event now, it is hard to do. But that is the easiest way, day one, to win back at least some fans.
It's wild. Now, Arash, we've heard from Magic. We've heard from Luka. When do you think we're going to officially hear from a Bob Iger or a Josh Kushner? Has anything been said?
Through Ramona, so they have whatever their one sentence statement, but in terms of a full on press release, I mean, I think the fact that the news is out there, hopefully, in the next few days, and again, maybe at some point we'll have a press conference, but the league is not going to get together to vote on this for a couple of months. But the questions that you guys are bringing up today are so valid in terms of what is this team, not on the court, again, the team, the roster, the coaching staff. But, I mean, again, the calls that I'm getting, to your guys' point, like, they're from, like, the communications department. They're from corporate, like, wait, like, what does this mean? Because I was working on both the Dodgers and the Lakers. Like, well, what does that mean for my role in my job? I think you need to develop some stability in that franchise. So there's not these questions. So, again, someone like me, who I have no idea what the answer is, and they're obviously not getting any clarification from where they work right now. So I would expect some bit of news this week, whether it's tomorrow or by Friday.
How do you feel about the Lakers roster? How about Jonathan Kuminga coming over trying to find something positive here?
Oh, think they're going to go out and make a big move? It's like, here, LA,
let's
look
do
what
it.
we did. Look what we did.
I really like this team. Now, again, do I think they're a championship contending team? No, but they're in that 4, 5, 6 range. Where, by the way, once again, if you had asked me before the season if the Knicks were a championship team, I would say no. So you never know what happens. I love that these guys are getting together like on their own in the offseason, traveling together. It's Luka's team again. Like what that means. So I do like this team. But man, and by the way, like Luka, someone had this great tweet that this is his 5th group. Because Mark Cuban was the owner, then the Adelson family, then the Buss family, then Mark Walter, and now this group. He's had 5 ownership group in the last few years, so that's wild.
Yeah, he said, I've gotten used to big changes over these last few years, but I know no matter what, there's no limit to the potential of this iconic franchise. I mean, I do feel like someone wrote this for him and sent it to him and was like, hey, Luka, tweet this out. But you've been around Luka. You've covered this Lakers team a lot. This is now the first year that this is Luka's team, and it's already starting once again with crazy change. How do you see Luka handling this whole situation?
I mean, they're really blessed to have a top 5 generational talent in Luka being here, because there was a scenario prior to that trade where, like, at some point when LeBron left, like, who was going to be that guy? So at the very least, they have a Luka. Luka is a calming presence on this team. He wants to be the guy. He wants to be the leader. That's why they're doing these camps that he's putting together. And his teammates love him. And again, when I say it's like awkward when like LeBron was there, LeBron has never been put in a situation where he's not the guy. So like even if LeBron said, I'm going to take a back seat, it's just hard to take a back seat to one of the all-time greats. So I think they're blessed to have him there. I think that's the reason they are a championship contending team going into the season and will be for the foreseeable future while he's healthy. But just so many question marks around this team. And again, that comes with when someone buys a franchise and you have 2 ownership changes in a calendar year, those questions will come up. So hopefully Bob or Josh or whoever comes out and calms it, because there's a lot of anxiety in El Segundo right now.
I would say within the organization, within LA, within anybody that's a Lakers fan. Arash, we appreciate you taking the time. I know this is going to be a wild day for you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Of course. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
See you, Arash. Crazy to hear that people within the organization also have absolutely no idea what's going on. That right there tells you this went down fast.
Hey, yeah.
Fast.
Yeah.
LA, we want to hear from you. You can call us 855-975-2326. How you feeling about this whole Lakers change? We got to take a quick break here. We'll continue this Lakers conversation. Also, some positive news, you guys. Blake Snell looked great on the mound last night in his comeback. We're going to talk all of that coming up here on Brock and Alex. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. And it has been a wild morning as it was reported that Bob Iger and Josh Kushner are buying the Lakers from Mark Walter for $12.5 billion. Now, it still has to go through the NBA and all the owners to get approved, but we have just been diving into all of that today. We'll get back to that in just a moment, but we're gonna switch gears to some positivity because last night, and when I say positivity, because most of our callers who have been, calling in, letting us know how they feel about this Lakers sale are ain't happy about it. There's a lot of anxiety within, I think, people who work for both the Dodgers and the Lakers. So we're gonna take a moment, okay, to focus on positivity that happened last night, and that was Blake Snell dominating in his return, his first start from getting that elbow surgery to remove the loose bodies. Ended up going 6 innings, had 6 strikeouts through 3 perfect innings, and you just watched it and you got hope. You're like, okay, this Dodgers rotation is gonna be okay.
Yeah, someone up here yesterday said, get ready for a disaster. I don't know who it was, but someone was trying to prep Los Angeles saying Snell was going to get rocked. Doesn't matter who it was who said it.
Are you saying me?
No, it was definitely me.
Oh,
this was fantastic.
I was like, did I say that?
to go out there for your only your second start of the season,
Yeah.
your first start in months, and have a 10 strikeout outing on 84 pitches is phenomenal. The fastball looked good. The changeup looked good. The curveball was outstanding. That's NL Cy Young winner Blake Snell that was out there yesterday whenever he threw that curveball. And some highlight moments that made me realize in the moment, Snell is totally back physically and mentally. 4th inning, really the only time he did not look like himself was the 4th inning. The other 5 innings, he was dynamite. But in the 4th inning, he had a quick scare, back-to-back singles, then a sac fly, and then he throws a pitch in the dirt, and the runners advance to 2nd and 3rd, takes a deep breath, locks back in, and gets a strikeout to close the side. That was promising because the first time you start in a long time, it's not just a physical thing. It's the mental roller coaster of the ups and downs of a full outing. Also in the 4th inning, he was eager to challenge from the ABS, and I love the fact that he has not been up there for months and has such a feel over his pitches that he threw a pitch, and he was batting his head before the catcher even was, and that was a promising side of, Snell's totally got it. 2 times during that game, he was down 3-0 in the count and battled back. One of them, he forced a line out off of 2 strikes. And then in the 5th inning, he was down 3-0 and then ends up getting a strikeout. And lastly, in the 5th inning, there's a runner on 3rd with no outs. He gets out of that jam with 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Blake Snell, welcome back.
Yeah, and he actually talked after the game about the emotions of his first game being back on the mound. Take a listen.
I felt like Atlanta helped me a lot just with how it felt, the results. Pretty frustrating to have that as my only start and then have to rehab, go through all that to come back. So, I just had a lot of information from that game that helped me with this one on what I want to do differently and how I wanted to start. So definitely happy that I was more aggressive, more in the zone, and more just in control of my emotions for being the first one back.
So yeah, like you could tell that he was just so locked in, and he also talked about that there was kind of this calmness to himself. Take a listen to that.
So that was good, but the curveball is like finally coming back to how I remember it being. It was always a pitch that was a wipeout. I could throw it, but now I'm finally releasing it where I need to release it, and I'm kind of releasing everything in the same slot out in front. So I'm happy with it. Just got to get ahead on Bobby Witt. If I get ahead there, I like my odds in that at bat. But I mean, overall, it was a lot of weak contact and commanded his zone, really well.
I feel like he's reading like a bedtime story to us.
So it is so funny that you brought this up. He sounds exactly like an NBA player, and I promise before the show is over, I will figure out who he sounds like. When I'm not seeing him and I just hear his voice, God, he sounds like an NBA
No,
player.
it's like he's reading you a bedtime story. He's just letting you know, guys, like my curveball was coming out great. I'm really happy about the Atlanta series, and it really taught me everything I needed to know to get here. And it's just, if you are listening to that man and you saw what he did on the mound, you're like, how is that the same person? Like this is insane. But like, Dodger fans, so I feel like LA fans need this today. Dodger fans, I feel like you can collectively take a deep breath, especially what we've just seen these last two games. Again, not perfect by any means, but the Dodgers are finding a way to get it done. And to have Blake Snell back and look like he is in Cy Young form for this like sprint of the end of the season when the Dodgers need it most and they went on that losing streak and they kind of lost their cushion of that first place spot. This is the positivity that Dodger fans needed today.
Last night was my favorite Dodger game of the year. They've looked better, but regarding how many times their backs were against the wall, what they did offensively with really no input from Shohei or Freddie Freeman, Blake Snell making his return and looking that great. That was my favorite Dodger outing this entire season, and a sense of calm has definitely come over me.
Cool. Well, I'm about to mess that up again.
Yeah, until I woke up this morning.
More anxiety because we're going to talk about Dodgers owner Mark Walter, who is selling the Lakers to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. Why is he selling the Dodgers? That's what we're diving into next. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We really appreciate you being part of the show today. We want to hear from you, LA, because the big news that came down this morning, being reported by ESPN's Ramona Shelburne, is that Bob Iger and Josh Kushner are buying the Lakers from Mark Walter for $12.5 billion. Mark Walter, who owns the Dodgers and purchased the Lakers, majority share of the Lakers from the Buss family less than a year ago, just did a quick $2.5 billion flip of the Lakers. And it's just wild when you hear how all of this went down, because it's being reported that it all started on Sunday when Bob Iger and Josh Kushner called Mark Walter and asked if he would consider selling the Lakers. Now, Bob Iger and Josh Kushner were the favorites in the Las Vegas expansion conversation. So I have to imagine that they had all of their billions ready to go, and all their investors, whoever else that might be, or maybe it's just, the two of them and their groups that they have together. But the fact that it happened on Sunday, and 2 days later, we hear the sale is going down. Now, again, this has to go through the NBA. It has to go through the rest of the NBA owners to get approved, because when Mark Walter first initially was announced that he was buying the Lakers from the Buss family, that happened in June, and the sale didn't go through until October. So everything that's in place right now, again, there's a lot of question marks. We just had Arash Markazi on the show who said there are people within the Dodgers and Lakers organizations that work for both these teams, because Mark Walter owned both. There were a lot of personnel that worked for both, and they're texting him, what do you think's going to happen to my job? What do you think's going to happen here? There is so much uncertainty and anxiety, not only amongst Lakers fans, but right now going down within the organization.
Yeah, and uncertainty because it's such a confusing situation. You don't buy sports franchises, let alone the Los Angeles Lakers, on a whim, and that's what it feels like. So they were hoping to be first in line to establish a franchise in Vegas. Also, just last month, Josh Kushner made an attempt to buy a 20% stake in FIFA, and FIFA was willing to do that, but then there was international outrage, so then FIFA had to backpedal. So the money was collected, right?
Yes.
As of last month, there was enough money to buy anything in the world, because the FIFA buy-in was going to be much more expensive than the Lakers buy-in. So that part of it makes sense. What doesn't make sense, what brings frustration and this overwhelming sense of dread that you and your car currently feel driving down the road. Why is no one celebrating this? Why does it affect anyone? Because the Lakers were owned by Mark Walter, who is currently being federally investigated for tax fraud. And while Josh Kushner is a separate human being from Jared Kushner, it does look a way and feel a way that the brother of the son, that the brother of the son-in-law of the president is now the owner of the team. So if you are a Laker fan, one thing that made things unique is this was a family business. Did the Buss family make a whole lot of money? Of course they did. But the attachment to the Lakers and why people are willing to die about this team is because it felt different. Mm-hmm. In sports ownership, the owning of the sports team itself a lot of times is a hobby for the owners, because their business is oil, their business is insurance, their business is something else. They like sports, so they bought a team. The Buss family was unique because the Lakers was their business. That is the only thing they had. That's what they cared about, and that mentality and that bond to the team is what made it unique to be a Laker fan. You sell to Mark Walter, who, as you put it, flips the Lakers like a house. Mm-hmm. That alone feels gross.
Yeah.
Then you add to the fact of however many articles are going to be written about this. I'm sure we'll get more clarity by this weekend. What was he strong-armed by the federal government? If we stop hearing about him being investigated, was his hand forced? Like it's It's just yucky because it's stuff that you don't want put into sports, even though it's always in sports, the political side of things. But it's because it's the Lakers. Stuff like this does not happen to the Lakers, and it stinks. I'm wearing a purple shirt on accident. You are wearing your Lakers shirt.
We pick out our outfits the night before, you guys, and believe us or not, that's what goes down.
I appreciate that you give me that much credit for not just taking the shirt that's on the top of the pile.
I set it out.
But thank you
I
for
set
for
mine
giving
out the night before.
Thank you
said
for
you were
thinking
already
more
out
of
the
me.
door. You are. We also we've been doing this show for what, like 3+ months now. For some, this is what happens when you're around someone every single day for hours on end. We match almost every day.
We do pull it off.
Unintentionally, we match. And we just so happen to be in purple. I'm in a Lakers shirt today, and you're rocking purple. But there's a lot of there's an ick feeling that comes along with this. In LA, we want to hear from you. You can call us at 855-975-2326. And I think the ick is just how fast this went down and who is involved, as you mentioned. However, you also shared the first time we talked about this that Josh Kushner has made it a point that him and his brother don't see eye to eye. They don't see eye to eye politically. And I think that's also trying to separate yourself from, again, this being a political situation. And Bob Iger has been involved in terms of with the NBA. He is the reason that the 2020 season was able to happen in the bubble. Him and Adam Silver worked together to make sure that they could finish the season in the bubble. He also, again, he had season tickets, but it was to the Clippers, and he was seen at almost every home game courtside. His wife is now a controlling owner of Angel City FC. She is also Willow Bay. She is the dean of USC's Annenberg. They're very much ingrained in the LA culture. And we know that Bob Iger, I think we heard Arash say this, he left Disney, I think, in March. And since then, he has really been looking for that next project. So with that in mind, and knowing his wife's connection with LA and USC and Angel City FC and wanting to grow women's sports and being a part of that ownership group here in LA, I have to find a positive to every situation. Bob Iger and his wife Willow Bay being involved is my positive. And Bob Iger wanting to find that next project and hopefully being that hands-on owner that we've seen. Again, you can have your opinions. What he did with Disney, he had 2 different stints. That first stint was iconic. He wrote a book about it, and they failed once he left, and they tried to bring him back in, and that second round wasn't as successful as the first. So my hope is now this is something fresh and new, something he's wanted to be involved in for a long time, whether it was just an NBA team with both Bob Iger and Kushner being the favorite to be the ownership group of the expansion team in Vegas, and then having a crazy idea on Sunday to just call Mark Walter and be like, hey, any chance? Just, also, but can we talk about how on brand that is for LA? Because this is what Les Snead did to get Myles Garrett. He wasn't available, but just called up the Browns hey, any chance you want to trade him to us? So no, that ain't gonna happen. It's well, no, we want this, so we're gonna make it happen. Dodgers going out and getting Scooble, Bob Iger knowing what he wants and going up to Mark Walter and being like, hey, Sunday, nice little phone call. You wanna sell this to us for $12.5 billion? You have to remember, billionaires function on a different universe. It's an insane amount of money and crazy to think about how fast a $12.5 billion deal would go down like that. And especially a legendary storied franchise that the Lakers are, that you bought us a year ago and you're selling us and flipping us to make $2.5 billion. That's weird. I would say the icky feeling, you guys, needs to be directed towards Mark Walter and not the new ownership group.
So if Mark Walter comes out and says, this has nothing to do with the federal investigation, I'm still being sued, I'm still going to jail, XYZ, whatever, then okay, maybe feelings around this will change. But until until we see or hear some kind of reporting that this isn't a strong arm situation, it's going to be hard to pivot that anger toward Mark Walter. Like, the amount of questions and uncertainty that are just going to hang over this until the ownership voting is done, even throughout this entire season, the question is going to be, well, is Rob Pelinka going to be the GM next year? Do they want a different head coach? Like, everyone from the GM to the snack vendors are just going to be spending this entire season thinking, well, what the heck is going up, because it was so abrupt. Typically, it takes months upon months upon months to auction things off, or to have suitors, and you take pitches and you meet with people and owners have to vote. The fact that it happens so quickly brings a level of uncertainty and uneasiness that is unique to this team being sold. Teams get sold all the time, but that's why this one specifically feels so weird. And what feels so weird for me is the issue with LeBron and why LA will always have this tension with him is because he broke the pact between fan and player. When you are a player, of course this is a business decision. Of course you wouldn't do this for free. But you act and carry yourself like this team that you are currently on is the most important thing in the world, so that the people who are paying too much for parking, too much for hot dogs, and too much for tickets at least see their money being put towards something that you also care about. When you are Josh Kushner and you owned a piece of the Memphis Grizzlies, then you owned a piece of Miami, and now you tried to take a 20% stake out of FIFA, and then you tried to start a team in Las Vegas, and now in 72 hours you own the Lakers. It feels disingenuous. Yes, that is how business works sometimes, especially on that level, but the unwritten bond between fan and ownership and player, as for Lakers fans, just continually has gotten broken over the past couple of years.
It's just crazy because the two biggest franchise sales in sports history are both the Lakers. $10 billion in 2025, $12.5 billion in 2026. We want to hear from you, LA. How are you feeling about this Lakers sale? 855-975-2326. Let's go to Jordan and Encino. Jordan, how are we feeling about it?
I've been on hold for an hour, so I'm a little relief.
Thank you. We appreciate the call.
Mrs. Curry, I've been following you for a long time on Twitter. You're a great follow.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I call in like all the time with D-Mac and the other guy. But yeah, no, about the Dodgers. But you know what? I take a step back. You know, don't forget, this is the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, owning the Lakers is a privilege. This is a privilege. It's and you know the ownership. The word ownership doesn't really cut it. It's more of like stewardship, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're more of in charge of it, right? You know, I think the last thing anybody's going to want to do is, you know, destroy the Lakers. Okay, I think, you know, I'm more on the positive side of this. I don't think this is going to be a bad thing. Okay, look, Josh is cool. His wife is a philanthropist. She's an supermodel.
Mm-hmm.
Super hot.
Yeah. So they're going to look beautiful out there.
They're like the anti Jared Kushner and like Ivanka. They're like the opposite. Like, you know, you got like the devil on your shoulder and you got the angel on your shoulder. They're more of like the angel on the shoulder. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like it. You know, look, Mark Walters, just focus on the Dodgers, man. Basketball is different, man. You can't. In basketball, they got the salary cap. There's all these rules. Baseball is just like the Wild Wild West, baby. Stay over there. You know what I mean? But I like it, and I just read something too that kind of got swept under the rug. Mark Walter has some health problems that people don't realize. He had there was a report back in July, the end of July, but it got kind of buried because of like the off season and everything. But he had a stroke after the first World Series, the Dodgers. You know, he could have some health stuff that we don't know about too. You know, let's not like throw people under the bus. Let's not make people. You know, let's not freak out here. Mark Walter's a good guy. You know, he may kiss the ring to Trump a little bit, but whatever. You know, it's fine. We forgive you, pal. We get it. But you know, billionaires got to scratch other billionaires, you know, back sometimes. But I get it, especially the most powerful billionaire in the history of the world, right? So, but anyway, I'll take you guys' comments off the air, but I'm cool with it. Like, you know, Bob Iger's fine. He's Disney. You know, maybe they'll have like a Mickey Mouse giveaway night or something at Crypto. Good talking with you guys. God bless. Take care. Thanks.
Jordan, we really appreciate you calling in. But just to clarify, Bob Iger is not at Disney anymore. Okay, he left in March, and he and his wife Willow Bay, who is a majority controlling owner of Angel City FC, and Willow Bay is also the dean at Annenberg at USC. They are very ingrained in LA education, philanthropy, ownership, and just wanting to be involved in the sports world. So I am all here for the positive side of things with Jordan. That's what I was kind of getting into before all this. If you want to point fingers anywhere, I don't believe it's at the new ownership. I believe it's at the old ownership. Why are you deciding to sell this? You could have said, no, I'm in this for the long haul. But again, if someone comes to you with an offer you can't refuse, that's why these guys are billionaires.
And I think we as Angelinos will be able to maybe get to that point as soon as we check the box of, are you being strong-armed to sell the team? That's the biggest hurdle.
Okay,
that
so
fans have to
that
get
is
over.
your side, is Mark Walter being strong-armed. I'm like, is he trying to get rid of everything as fast as he can because he is being investigated for tax fraud? I didn't know. Jordan was just telling us there was like a health scare or something. I haven't
2024,
confirmed
I believe
that
he had
a
a stroke.
There has to be more to the story. There is more to the story, and I don't know what it is, where it's coming from, if it's from the Iger-Kushner side or if it's the Mark Walter side. What we do know is that Mark Walter is being investigated by the federal government for tax fraud.
Yep.
That's what we know.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it is a perfect batch of ingredients to make the biggest conspiracy pie that has ever existed on my end since I grew up and started watching sports. And obviously this one hits closer to home than maybe some other ones that affect other cities and other fans of other teams. But it just feels gross. The whole thing feels gross. And when you turn on your TV after a long day of work, whatever it is that you do, if you're a plumber, a lawyer, a doctor, a teacher, something in between, you just want to feel good about watching your team, and until we get more information, it's going to be very difficult to feel good watching the Lakers for a lot of people.
It's just there's so many more questions than answers with this sale right now. How much does Mark Walter's federal investigation come into play here? How will the Dodgers be affected? How will the Sparks be affected? Because Mark Walter's group also owns the Sparks. And when I say how the Dodgers will be affected, there were people who were just brought in that are Dodgers personnel working for both the Dodgers and the Lakers. And do you think that like maybe they saw this offseason and it was like, oh, wait, we can't do the same thing that we do in baseball because there's no salary cap. We can't defer millions of dollars. We aren't able to maybe replicate this same outcome that we had with the Dodgers in baseball as we can with the Lakers in basketball. I don't know. And again, we don't know why this went down. There was all we know, there was a phone call on Sunday from Bob Iger to Mark Walter, from Kushner and Iger to Mark Walter, asking if there would be any interest in him selling the Lakers for $12.5 billion. And 2 days later, we wake up with the announcement that it's going down.
For whatever it's worth, various reports have now said, I believe you said Ramona Shelburne was the first, that Mark Walter, there isn't a direct quote from Mark Walter, but reports are saying that he has no intention of selling the Dodgers.
Yes.
That, of course, is going to mean very little because who would have thought that he was going to sell the Lakers 10 months later? But in fairness, it is important to note that as of now, that seems to be his stance. He also owns a stake in Chelsea. The Sparks. Like there's a lot of other things. And from what we hear right now, only the Lakers ownership is affected.
But is this just the first domino that's about to fall? Because we don't know why. Is it just the money? I don't know.
Another aspect of it too.
More questions than answers here, you guys.
Another quick aspect of it is, I understand that billionaires have different rules, but I would imagine if you are being investigated by the federal government, the way that you used to skirt rules maybe don't really apply anymore. Like, the short-term capital gains tax on buying and selling a team in a 10-month span has to be insane.
Yep.
So, yeah, a $2.5 billion profit on paper. I need someone who knows economics much more than me and banking, because that he's not even getting near.
You could probably ask Cynthia.
Near that amount of money. Cynthia
She's
probably
coming
know.
up next.
Yes.
She's coming up next. We have one of the smartest minds in sports. She does all the NFL data science at NFL Network, the host of Number Games. I am so excited. She was at Rams camp, that joint practice with Rams and Cowboys yesterday. Cynthia Freeland is joining the show when we come back. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
So one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, I'm like, think I got it, and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like this is we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and I'm like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them the true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically. And then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good care of it.
Hey, Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, I'm like, think I got it and being able to run into the end zone and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and I'm like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them the true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have Coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. It has been a wild day with the Lakers sale going down. $12.5 billion. We've been diving into that all day. So much so that I forgot to tell you guys that we have a giveaway coming up next hour. We're going to give you a chance to see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th. It also happens to be Dodger night, so keep listening to Brock and Alex for your chance to win. All you're going to have to do is call 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Sparks on August 20th. But right now, we got to get to our next guest. One of the smartest minds in sports. She's the queen of NFL data science, creator and host of Numbers Game, Gordy and Clyde's mom, my bestie, Cynthia Freeland.
I love it. Thanks, guys. That was nice.
Oh, it was beautiful. Cynthia, now I know you were at Rams-Cowboys joint practice yesterday, but before we get to that, because you are the numbers expert, I just have to ask you about the Lakers sale that went down this morning. $12.5 billion. What was your reaction to the biggest sale in sports history?
Sports, baby. I mean, live TV, we know, is the most valuable asset in all of television. And it makes sense that the teams that are the institutions driving this viewership are the ones that are getting paid and valued the most. I mean, obviously I'm football centered, so I'm thinking, what on earth could the Cowboys command? What on earth could the Rams command in the marketplace? Should they ever be up for sale? I mean, we have scarcity in the NFL with fewer games, but the Lakers in this perfect media market, it's just a brilliant sale. And the funny part is I don't think that in any way they overpaid. I think, in fact, they'll be really happy with their return on investment in just a few years. Maybe not $2 billion in 1 year. That's kind of a lot, but that's a little aggressive. But I do think that they will be pretty happy with it in the long term.
Cynthia, one more Lakers-related question for you. I don't know where you stand from a basketball standpoint and who you root for, but sports ownership is sports ownership. And just can you put into context how unprecedented it is for a team to be turned around like this in what we understand was a 72-hour decision?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, sometimes when we talk about these 72-hour decisions, et cetera, it's all about the opportunity of how many different people, bidders in the marketplace, right? You know that for the Lakers, you're going to get, it's like when you sell your house, right? Some houses just get sold in 72 hours, bam, right? Don't even hit the market because they're sold before they even go up. I think that's kind of the case with these historic franchises that drive so much value. It's unprecedented because people don't usually let go of them in such a short amount of time, because why would you want to? It basically prints money for you every single year. It throws off money back into your bank account. You're even seeing now in many sports leagues, NBA, NFL, all of them, where private equity companies are coming in and investing in tiny portions because they believe in the return so much.
Wild. Thank you for that little NBA sidebar, Cynthia. But let's get back to your bread and butter, the NFL. You were at that Rams-Cowboys joint practice yesterday, and we got a lot of interesting nuggets out of there. Puka Nacua left early with an apparent injury. Myles Garrett sat out for precautionary reasons. But you were there, boots on the ground. What was your biggest takeaway from yesterday?
The Cowboys have gotten a lot better. I will say, not to say I wasn't expecting a lot, but when you're looking at, it was the number one and number two offenses in the NFL last season. And so I was expecting to see both offenses look really, really good. Then you add the things you added for the Rams, and we didn't even get to see Myles Garrett, but Trent McDuffie was there. Jalen Watson was there. You're seeing all of these different pieces. And of course they looked great, but I will give some credit to that Cowboys defense. They looked crisp. They drafted Caleb Downs very high. In fact, I think he was maybe the steal of the draft, and they went up to get him, and he was top 5, ridiculous numbers for a safety. He is actually not even playing safety at all. He's playing all the other corner positions, which I found to be an interesting nugget. Obviously, we care more about the Rams on this show, but league wide, if you're looking at what the Cowboys are going to try to do and the noise that they could be making in the NFC East, I do think that it's actually, I might be buying a little bit of what they're selling just from enough of an improvement. I don't think they need to be league beaters, right? This is an elite offense already. They're healthier. CeeDee Lamb is back. And I'm just saying, as long as they can be, M-Rob, my colleague on NFL Network, Michael Robinson, he just said they need to be a speed bump, and they are better than a speed bump.
I, as a former DB, have so many questions about that Caleb Downs update, but I will respect the rest of the Angelinos and pivot my next question to Los Angeles. Who would you say was the biggest factor offensively for the Rams? I know that Puka left at some point, but against a difficult Dallas defense, were there any standouts offensively?
Devontae Adams just looked so dominant. It was just fun to watch. I mean, look, Matthew Stafford, no looking people to death, is always going to be my most fun thing to watch. Absolutely. But Devontae, of course, you always care as people get a little older in their career, a little more advanced in their career. You want to make sure that they're at least entering camp looking really fast. When we talk about wide receivers, and you can speak to this better than I can, it's not just how much they can accelerate down the field, it's also how quickly they can stop. And he can stop on a freaking dime. And that looked really, really, just really good. And they're having fun out there too, which I know it's practice, whatever, but they're just having a ton of fun, which is evident in, they're laughing and yucking it up and just enjoying the moment.
Okay, so physically, Devontae Adams looked great. You had him on your show yesterday. I saw your social clip that you posted, and you could see that fun really come through with Devontae Adams. So how is he feeling mentally really heading into this season? Again, with the Rams having the biggest target on their back.
I don't think he cares. I think he's one of those competitors that I feel, if you remember a number of years ago, he was quietly this guy who had over 10 touchdowns so many years with Aaron Rodgers, and even, fantasy and whatever, people weren't listing him amongst their top wide receivers. And he was kind of like, okay, whatever, I'll just keep doing it. Right. So it's not a chip necessarily, because I don't think he's chippy. He's calm and he's really centered, but it just feels like he's out there. He's like, whatever, just that cool, you just so even-handed, a lot of, just chopping it up with the guys, making fun of each other. He was impersonating everyone's gait on the team. I was trying to get him to impersonate Sean McVay, but he was like, he put me on the spot here. I can do a walk instead. And he chose Aaron Rodgers, but that's because he's not going to make fun of his quarterback, right? He can do a Matthew Stafford, I'm sure too, but it's more fun to poke at Aaron Rodgers at this point.
Always. Always.
Myles Garrett was not able to suit up for practice. Did you get any update on his status and why he sat out, and how did the defense look without him?
not to say that they didn't need him, because it's always going to look better with Myles Garrett. Just saying.
Yeah.
But the defense looked the defense, actually both defenses started off very strong. Oftentimes in these games, if you think about what the coaches' strategies are, they're using plays from last year. So sometimes the defense does have a leg up because they play a lot of base and make things a little vanilla to not show you anything. So you're kind of looking at like a really watered down version of the offense, but all and the defense too. But the defense looked, not to say they could be fine without him, but they looked really sharp. I was more focused on the cornerbacks because obviously wanted to see how Trent McDuffie was folding into this defense. But up front, fine. I mean, great, no problems. Kobe, you're here. Yep, yeah, you got it. So they looked great. They looked great.
Now, Puka Nacua left with an apparent injury during that training yesterday, but it was also reported yesterday that the NFL is investigating his off-the-field legal situations, and there could be a suspension looming. What kind of impact will all of this have, not just on Puka, but the Rams' offense?
I mean, usually, I will tell you, yesterday it was very under the radar. Everyone's kind of like, I didn't know what happened. Like, it kind of just looked like they were not playing him anymore. It didn't necessarily, it wasn't dramatic, I guess. You know, sometimes you see these injuries and they're really dramatic on the field.
Yeah.
They get carted off. They get really, that's not how it went down. It was very low key. It was not a dramatic injury. I do think it was actually an injury. I don't think that they were thinking about that. If there's one thing Sean McVay is really masterful at, well, there's a lot of things he's masterful at, but if there's one thing, it's about getting his players ready to block out the noise. They know they're building a super team, but this isn't the first time they've done that. This isn't the first time that they've tried to push all their chips into the table and just bet on themselves for the season. So I'm looking at this, I'm watching what's going on, and my sense is, let's be precautionary. Things get a little chippy in these joint practices every now and again. Let's just make sure Puka's ready to go, and we'll deal with any potential other things that could happen in the time that's allotted to that.
Was there a receiver not named Devontae or Puka who was able to separate themselves, whether they were in the wide receiver room or the tight end room?
I think the funny part is, you know, obviously Sean's playing a lot of plays from last season. I'm not going to give you a satisfying answer here, because what I saw was a rotation of tight ends that looked all very solid. Not to say, you know, that they were interchangeable, but they all had really great form. They were running crisp routes. It looked like they were all very well seasoned and structured into this offense. We know 13 or multiple tight end sets was something that was huge from them last year. Will that continue this year? Who knows? But the tight ends will be ready to catch the passes should that be the case. All of them. They all looked great. For fantasy, it's a nightmare, but for everything else, it's great.
Yeah, we're going to have you on again before everyone puts their fantasy teams together just to give all the deets. Now, you did mention, and we've seen this, that the joint practices get chippy. Was there anything that went down that was kind of spicy yesterday?
I was hoping for a little more spice, but it rained, so I think everyone was like a little confused. So, what is this wet stuff coming? It was weird. It was weird.
Yeah.
So, there was like a little, some mouths were going, but nothing fun. I was kind of hoping for a little more fun, but both of these coaches really have a good handle on their teams.
Yeah, of course.
You mentioned that you were really locked in on the defensive backs yesterday. How many DBs was Chris Shula able to put on the field? Because we knew if he had it his way, there would be 11 DBs out there for every single snap.
Correct. I mean, look, we didn't see very complex formations at all. It was a lot of base. So I think what they were really trying to figure out was a little bit more, obviously without Myles Garrett there, what are the different rotations we're going to use? When are people coming in? When are they subbing out, et cetera? It didn't look a lot to me. Like I wasn't seeing some nickel, weird dime stuff. It was pretty basey, some nickel a little bit, but nothing that I would say would give me any indication as to the secret sauce of what Chris Shula is going to do. I think it was very what did your high school do? That is what Chris Shula wanted to do.
All right, Cynthia, before we let you go, one last question. How much stock are you putting into the Rams yesterday? As you said, really kind of getting controlled by the Cowboys yesterday.
None. Absolutely none. I think the the Rams offense stepped, they were I think they were trying to do different things yesterday. I think the Cowboys were out there trying to do specific things, and the Rams are out there trying to do these other things. The Cowboys have some real questions about who's the starter in their roster. The Rams are refining rotations. It's just a different strategy. And in watching that, I mean, like the Rams, like what are your biggest questions on the Rams? Who's going to be the backup quarterback, right? Like it's also a question for the Cowboys, but like it's a much different thing when who's cornerback for the Cowboys. It's who's cornerback number 2, right? Great question. Siobhan Rebel has looked great. So it's really some questions about who the actual people are going to be, whereas the Rams are a lot more like, I wouldn't say further along, but more settled with what at least their strategy is to begin with.
Feels like different kind of stand-up comedians going out and testing different material, doing different kind of
comparison.
Yeah, you're not getting their best stuff, but we're gonna see what works and what doesn't. Cynthia, we love you so much. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
And I'll see you in a couple hours.
Sounds good.
See ya. Yeah, it's so funny because like we get really emotional. I'm going to go back to the beginning part of when we were asking you about the Lakers. We've been, again, rightfully so. We've had fans calling in and there's emotion behind the sale. But when you have a numbers person that like she worked at Disney and worked on a lot of sales, she was in the NFL's front office before she was on camera talking about this, doing a bunch of these deals. So she's literally looking at it from a business standpoint. She's like, yeah, no, it's a great business deal. You gotta jump on it. That was an insane business deal. And at the end of the day, until all of the like tea juicy stuff comes out as to why this went down, it's on paper, you're like, wow, that's an insane deal. Good job.
We asked for a numbers expert. We got one.
$2.5 billion. That's wild. That's insane. And then, like, can you imagine what the Cowboys would sell for right now? Which Jerry Jones would never, but like, wild. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care, LA? We know you've cared a lot today, but we're gonna hit a few more topics. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. Well, anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations
to you. You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro.
Yeah.
Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball, there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all, ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building, it's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what?
D. Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening to the show.
Are you pretending on this show
that
you speak to Derek Fisher?
He
when you
said
don't?
something on the D. Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago. But what do you...
I misspoke there, I promise.
What do you mean misspoke? You just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City stuff.
You?
Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked.
LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate when you are a part of this show, and we are giving you a chance, you guys, to win some Sparks tickets. Taking on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th. It's also Dodgers night, so keep listening to Brock and Alex for your chance to win. All you're going to have to do is call 855-975-2326. That is going to be happening at the top of the next hour, so it is coming up. We have spent a good chunk of the show, you guys, talking about the report this morning that Mark Walter is selling his share of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. We love hearing from you. We keep wanting to hear from you and how you feel about this sale. You can call us at 855-975-2326. But that leads us to our next segment. Let's bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
How we doing, guys? Producer Shay in the building, the breaker of news. How we doing, guys?
Are you, though?
I'd like to think I'm the breaker of news.
Okay.
I'd like to think I got the hot topics.
Yeah,
People want to know.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Let's go.
Let's do it, guys. Do You Care LA? The segment where I tell Alex and Brock different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from a sports perspective, guys, and an LA's perspective. Are we ready for this first one, guys? Breaking news. This just happened like 20 minutes ago. Russell Westbrook retires. So he has announced his retirement after an 18 NBA season long career. He did a lot, obviously, in 2016-2017 season. He was the NBA MVP. He had a 3-minute and 30-second video announcing his retirement. Do you care, LA?
I feel sad saying this because, like, yeah, he had a good career. So, like, happy that you had that time, but, like, it was definitely that time for him to retire. So I don't really care in that sense.
It's such unfortunate timing. For those who have not seen, he released he announced his retirement via video narrated by Michael B. Jordan. It's this beautiful video of him like walking through this set. And it was, Shay pointed out, it was probably a scheduled tweet, and it is not going to get any eyeballs for quite a while. And it's unfortunate because what Russell Westbrook means to Los Angeles is massive. He's born and raised in Lawndale, went to Lusinger, went to UCLA, had tremendous success there. And of course, over his span, his career spent basically a year and a half with the Lakers and a year and a half with the Clippers. So I actually hope he takes the video down and then re-uploads it in a week so that he can get his proper credit.
How is it doing? I don't even know.
It. But I know it's not going to get nearly enough attention that it deserves. So I care because of it was time for him to retire.
Oh, he just posted it 24 minutes ago. So you knew the Lakers. So he's probably piggybacking off of the Lakers. It almost has 1 million views in 24 minutes.
From a viewership standpoint, I'm glad it's doing well. From a discussion standpoint, this was supposed to be the day that
there
media
wasn't a
outlets,
lot going on.
Well, that media outlets took an A block or a B block to give Russell Westbrook his flowers, and unfortunately, the A, B, C, D, E, F, G block are going to be about the Lakers.
It's all Lakers sell.
But we will give Russell Westbrook his proper due sometime in the future. Congrats to him, and he means a ton to the city. Glad that he has always remained an awesome guy off the court.
I think it also was just hard because his time in LA wasn't his best time.
Right.
That's the tough part.
That doesn't help either.
Yeah.
Post Rockets, the decline started, and with both the Lakers and the Clippers,
wasn't it
wasn't
tough
his best.
too?
But
like his family was getting a lot of hate, and like kids at school, like it got bad.
Yeah, it
was sad.
It did, but once we look back on his career, I think we'll appreciate him. He kind of became a meme because he's such a big personality.
Yeah.
But I think once time passes and he goes to the Hall of Fame, people will look back on his career as historic as it should be, instead of the jokes that kind of came towards
the end. Yeah. All right, we kind of care.
All right, guys, on to the next one. So the Lakers are opening the NBA Cup at the Warriors. So the NBA released the full NBA Cup schedule. The Lakers will open group play on October 30th at Golden State. Obviously, the Lakers won this in 2023. Do you care, LA?
Not right now.
Absolutely not. What a day to release that.
Yeah.
Did they know?
The league office? Probably not. I mean,
That
maybe.
the sale was going through? I mean, they had to, right?
Yeah.
Or do you
watch an entire Lakers game and not even realize that was a cup game? I know that sometimes they change the floor and they make a big deal, but
I actually don't like the floor changes.
Yeah,
it hurts my eyes.
They need to do a better job of explaining to us why the NBA Cup matters. The players are on board. The fans,
to give its viewership, to help with
are
viewership, because it was struggling mid-season. So this is trying to get fans to care, but also I just don't think the Lakers and Warriors matchup now without like a LeBron and a Steph Curry facing off doesn't have the same kind of oomph that it did before.
Yeah, it's
just like, okay.
Yeah, don't care.
Okay, sure. What else we got?
All right, guys, last one on the list. So the Perseid meteor shower, what is that? That's going to be a meteor shower that's going to be over our skies tonight.
Oh, you're pumped on this.
From 12 a.m. to 4 a.m., you'll be able to see up to 50 to 100 meteors per hour.
Dang.
Pretty cool if you ask me, but do you care, LA?
I mean, I'm going to be sleeping. I'm going to be sleeping.
I want him to hit crypto.
Stop.
I want him to hit Crypto Arena.
No, we are not.
And then we can rebuild
Brock,
Staples Center.
Brock.
The Lakers can take 2 years off.
Maybe we can
reassess some
You know
things.
what? You know what would be funny? Because we were like, what could the new ownership group do to like make Laker fans happy?
Mm-hmm.
What if they made it Staples again?
That is a step in the right direction.
mean,
Bring back Staples.
Arash said make a section that's like $25 tickets and like really cheap food deals. But I'm like, what if you made it Staples again? It's like, come on, guys, we're bringing it back to the fans.
I don't even know if Staples is still a company, but name
It
it
is.
Staples anyway. Are there still Staples?
There is one by Air.
across the street.
There's one in Erewhon.
Oh, there's literally one across
in
the
Manhattan
street,
Beach.
you're right.
Oh yeah, no, they're very much a thing. They are very. I think that's where we get our snacks from.
We love you, Staples.
I'm pretty sure that's where we order our snacks.
We
from.
love you, Staples, and shout out to Jay, who takes care of literally everything in here for us.
For the fans, by the way, no meteors will touch the ground, so don't worry, guys.
Oh.
You don't have to be scared.
Oh, you want Brock? You took Brock's.
We can redirect one of them.
Wand, seriously?
Just one.
I don't even think we can see him though, unless you're like not around City Light. But
You got to be outside of city lights.
Yeah.
But they'll be cooler than most nights.
all right. Okay, guys. What does this new ownership mean for Rob Pelinka and JJ Redick? We're talking about that next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love how much you've been a part of the show today. Obviously, with the big news that came down that Mark Walter is selling his share of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. A quick $2.5 billion flip in under a year for Mark Walter. So we still want to hear from you, LA, and how you're feeling about this whole situation. You can call us at 855-975-2326. And you're going to want to save that number because we are now giving you a chance to win Sparks tickets. So if you want to go see the Sparks take on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th, it's also Dodgers night, and the first 12,500 fans get a free Sparks and Dodgers co-branded baseball jersey. Call us right now. 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Sparks game. 855-975-2326. Good luck. So let's get back to the big news of the day.
Okay.
I mean, we keep going down. We've been on like a roller coaster ride of this Lakers news of Mark Walter, who owns the Dodgers, and less than a year ago, the sale was final, purchasing majority ownership of the Lakers from the Buss family. And less than a year ago, it became official in October of 2025. This morning, it was reported by Ramona Shelburne from ESPN that Mark Walter is selling his share of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. And the way this went down, the way Ramona Shelburne is reporting that this went down, is insane, I think, to the normal person, because she is saying that it all started with a call on Sunday. And then Shay, let's play the remainder of her explanation of this whole situation.
And in the last few days, Josh Kushner and Bob Iger were part of a group that was bidding on an expansion franchise in Las Vegas. The price for Las Vegas was climbing up into the stratosphere. And at one point, they kind of looked at each other and said, why are we going so hard for an expansion franchise without checking to see if a team like the Los Angeles Lakers is open? They both live in LA. I think Josh has a house in Malibu. Bob has a house in Brentwood.
And when you say house, this is houses. Like, they also have houses in Miami and New York and all these other places.
Have you heard of the Wave House?
Yep, that's
I believe
what he bought.
Where Kushner
it
lives.
Is.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what they just bought in Malibu. I think all of his houses. I did a deep dive on Josh Kushner, and I was like, that name sounds familiar. Why does it sound so familiar? Not just because of who his brother is, but who he's married to. Former, she might still be a supermodel, and I saw that they had bought that house in Malibu recently. But there's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of mixed emotions around this situation because Mark Walter, the whole idea around him buying the Lakers, I think fans got behind the idea that, okay, we saw what he did with the Dodgers. He turned that organization around and helped them become the current dynasty in baseball. Maybe that's what he can do for the Lakers to get us back to that dynasty form that we were in during the Kobe and the Shaq era, because that's really the last time that the Lakers have been a dynasty. They are a legacy franchise. They are one of the most recognizable sports franchises. But to have that feeling like in under a year, you bought them for $10 billion, then sold them for $12.5 billion. And this all started with a phone call on Sunday. And within 72 hours, you decided to sell the team?
So
what?
We've been waiting for the other foot to drop, so to speak. Anyone can listen to this, can read this, can hear about this quick turnaround of a sale over 10 months, over a conversation of 72 hours, and realize there's more to this story. Bloomberg, I'm reading this tweet that just came. Bloomberg is reporting that Mark Walter has been in talks with investors to raise money to pay down the loans he is being investigated for. That's why he sold the Lakers for $12.5 billion in a deal that came together in just 72 hours, less than 2 years after he purchased the team. So For those who don't know or are just tuning in, Mark Walter has been under federal investigation. Not him as a person, but him and his entity, which includes insurance and basically everything under the sun. And yeah, he's under federal investigation for tax fraud. The gripe is that the new buyer and owner of a team that meant a lot, seemingly, and was purchased by the guy being investigated for tax fraud is now being owned by the brother of the son-in-law of the president, aka the federal government. So that's why this feels gross. But according to Bloomberg's report, and it is just a report, but Bloomberg is a quality outlet. And yeah, I mean, obviously this is financially related.
Proof. So when this last sale went through to Mark Walter, it was announced in June, and the sale wasn't finalized until October. Mm-hmm. So nothing's going to happen right away. But yeah, as you mentioned, if he's trying to liquidate his assets, nothing is safe. Absolutely nothing is safe. But the two big names that are coming in with it, Bob Iger. I'll start with Bob. Mm-hmm. We've known that he is a big NBA fan. He was a season ticket holder for the Clippers. You'd always see him courtside. He is a very popular man within the NBA circle. He was part of that bubble that saved the 2020 season that the Lakers went on to win that bubble championship. And that was him and Adam Silver making that happen. So you already know that he has a strong relationship within the NBA ownership group. And I'm sure once they see what he paid for this team, every other billionaire is going to go, oh, okay, well, how much is my franchise worth now? If the Lakers just sold for $10 billion and then $12.5 billion less than a year later, the two biggest sales in sports franchise history were the Lakers in under a year, which is wild to wrap your head around.
It really is. I also just realized how many Mickey Mouse ring jokes are now going to ring off because of Bob Iger's association with the Lakers.
He's not working at Disney anymore, but obviously he was a huge part of Disney.
No, and the sale won't be official for a while. How early they can implement hirings and firings, I'm sure they can do it whenever they want to. But from a legal standpoint, the sale is not official. However, if you are a Lakers fan, what made this offseason so exciting, if you are an optimist about the moves they made this offseason like I am, it's because they aren't just building something for this year. They are building upon the foundation of Luka and Reeves for years to come. This is a team that was going to grow for years to come. So now there's the uncertainty of once Iger and Kushner get in a comfortable position and they've got their new offices and dotted the I's and crossed the T's and sent over the money, change will come at some point because you don't spend this much money on something to not run it the way that you want to run it.
Kushner's have ultimate control.
Yeah, Kushner's the head of a private equity. Like, that's what he does. He has control. Iger spent a lengthy career being a CEO. He wants control. So even if it's not going to be impacted immediately, as a Laker fan, I'm sitting here thinking there was a plan. They brought in Walker Kessler. They were going to build this offense around Luka, and they brought on people who were on board with that. Andrew Friedman, Faran Zaidi, a bunch of people who were in Mark Walter's camp were going to implement analytics into this Lakers roster. This Lakers roster was built and anticipated to be analytically driven. JJ Redick, I'm sure, has had plenty of meetings and had prepared himself to, okay, we're going to be analytically driven. Let me adjust this and that, and this is how I'm going to coach them this season. What's the plan now?
Yeah.
What's the plan? Because if Bob Iger and Josh Kushner come in and say, actually, we want to do things X, Y, and Z, and Rob Pelinka, you're no longer part of those plans. Oh, okay, so the entire plan that we just had for the next couple of years is just toast. And this specific part, I'm not putting on the new ownership, because if you spend this much money on something, yeah, you're going to run it the way that you want.
Yeah.
But just adding on to the Lakers' anxiety and uncertainty. There was a plan how we were going to run things, and before we even dribbled a basketball under this new tutelage, there's newer tutelage, and who knows what they're going to implement by the end of the season.
It's just wild because, there's a lot more questions than answers right now with this sale. We had Arash Markazi on earlier, and he said there were people within the Lakers and Dodgers organization, because as you just mentioned, there was a lot of crossover once Mark Walter owned both franchises, of people that work for both going, what's going to happen to my job? What's going to happen to me? And Arash is like, I don't know. Like, I know that you're not looking for that direct answer from me, but maybe like some sort of positivity out of this situation. Nobody knows. But even Luka talked about it. He put out a tweet this morning. Whether it came from his mouth or someone wrote it and like told him to put it out, this is what he said. Being a Laker means everything to me, and I'm excited to get back on the court and bring a championship to LA. I've gotten used to big changes over these last few years, but I know that no matter what, there is no limit to the potential of this iconic franchise. I look forward to meeting Josh and Bob so we can get to work building something special in LA together. It's wild when you think about it, because he has now been through 5 ownership transitions, because when he was with the Mavs, that was the sale that happened, but that was kind of the base of the big trade.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, you don't got Mark with you anymore. Cuban ain't your owner anymore. And then he said, I would divorce. What did he say? I would like get a divorce before I traded Luka.
Something like that.
There was something crazy like that. And then he sells majority of stakes, and then Luka gets traded. Then he comes to the Lakers. Then Jeannie sells the team to Mark Walter. And then within a year, now Mark Walter has sold the team to Kushner and Bob Iger. So Luka has been a part of 5 different owners in under 5 years, or around 5 years.
Yep.
Wild.
It just doesn't feel good, and I am not personally profiting off of this, so I'm sure Mark Walter and some other people in his camp feel really good, because they're fighting the federal government, it seems, and need money in their pocket. So my feelings on this matter very little, but I can speak for a lot of LA fans who are listening in their cars or listening in their kitchen right now, and you just want to feel good about the teams that you root for, and nothing about this feels good. If I could dilute it and simplify it to just one simple sentence, that's what's bothersome. And then you start adding on layer after layer after layer of this, and now the team is not going to be directly affected. Are Iger and Kushner going to come in and trade everyone and start from scratch? Probably not. That would be insane. But the plan in place was in place because of the team that has been assembled. And all credit in the world to Bob Iger and his wife. She has a beautiful name, Willow Day.
Willow Bay.
Willow Bay. It's like
Willow Bay.
God, that sounds like a book franchise.
Yeah.
That's a gorgeous name. And all the credit to them. They know how to run businesses, which is great. They don't know how to run a basketball team. And why I bring that up is because even with Mark Walter, the first thing he did was implement people who know how to run sports franchises and know how to implement things to make the Dodgers better, who understand sports, who understand numbers. Bob and Willow bought the soccer team.
Controlling owner of Angel City FC.
Of Angel City. And you have Kushner, who was a minority investor in the Grizzlies, a minority investor in the Heat, at no point had any decision-making. So who in your circle can make these decisions? Because the last thing we want is either of them to make decisions, because they don't know how to do that. The first thing Mark Walter did was, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm the business guy. These guys are going to handle it. So that's also a level of uncertainty, is until we hear who is going to be calling the shots, I have very little trust in this, and based off of either of their resumes, not that no one will be a phone call away for either of them. I'm sure if either of those guys call you, answer. But until we hear who you are bringing in to call said shots so that you don't have to do that, I'm going to be uncertain and uneasy on that as well.
I have to imagine, though, these are very smart business minds and billionaires, and smart business people delegate. The best business people delegate. And you bring in people that are experts in areas that you might not be, and you assemble the Avengers, if you will. And you hope that that's what Bob Iger is looking to do. He left Disney in March, and he has kind of been searching for that next project to really put all of his energy into. And if it's the Lakers, you know what? I am hopeful. I am hopeful for him and his wife, Willow Bay, as you mentioned, the controlling owners of Angel City. She is also the dean at USC Annenberg. Like, they are very much involved in LA culture, and they live here. So I am feeling hopeful. We want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-975-2326. How are you feeling about this whole Lakers sale? And what does this mean? Again, we didn't fully get to dive into it yet. We can a little later, but what does this mean for Rob Pelinka, who's now been a part of all three Laker ownership groups, as well as JJ Redick? Like, this is the most important season of his career.
Yeah. Perfect scenario regarding the storm that is currently here is they say, we are just going to keep things as is because that is how this thing was built. But I'm sure everyone listening to this knows that's just not how it's going to go.
And also, maybe it's rename it Staples again. I think we really like that. Okay. We got to, what are they going to do that's going to win fans over? They have to be strategizing for that right now. Because if you're feeling the pulse of LA, it's a little bit of confusion, frustration, and ick. At the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to sum it up. And I'm going to imagine every hour from now through the next week, we are going to get a little more information as to what's going on, how it went on. And I just don't know if that information is going to make us feel better. I think as bad as I feel right now about this, I'm going to feel worse about it tomorrow, worse about it the day after.
There's a reason. There's a reason that this sale happened, not just because they came in and was like, hey, you want to sell the Lakers? It's like, we know Mark Walter is going through it, like financially getting investigated by the federal government. What is happening behind the scenes that we don't know that forced him to sell the Lakers in under a year? That's the big question, you guys. Okay. And we want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-975-2326. But right now, we got to give a big congratulations to Francisco. You just won a 4-pack of tickets to see the Sparks take on the Dream at Crypto on August 20th. Congrats.
You're done?
Yeah, you got us? Francisco, you there? Oh, did we lose him? Oh, congratulations. I think we had him.
He's in shock.
And then we lost him.
He's in shock.
But congratulations. Again, you guys, save this number, 855-975-2326. We're giving away Sparks tickets every day, and we want to hear from you, LA, how you're feeling about this Lakers sale. So congratulations to Francisco. Enjoy the Sparks taking on the Atlanta Dream at Crypto on August 20th. All right, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to switch gears for the first time in an hour. And we're going to head out to Rams camp and really talk about that joint practice and your takeaways from it yesterday. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series, after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, be well, thanks for understanding. He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together. Yeah, I just got emotional again thinking about it. That's awesome. Yeah, I think sometimes as a competitor, like, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy.
Yeah.
And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, like it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And, playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was. And, I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman. What was this? 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago.
Yeah, and that's
this
what he
is
remembers.
a person
That's
that was in that
pretty
building
amazing.
as well and saw you run down there. And Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson. It's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. 2-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a 2-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
Actually, my first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
yeah, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the 2 white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
I
that,
can tell you the answer to that. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
all celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it, but get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this, no question.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again is all I could ask for, honestly.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate how much you've been a part of this show today. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. We've been talking a lot about the breaking news that dropped this morning. It's being reported Mark Walter is selling his share of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. A quick $2.5 billion flip in under a year for Mark Walter. So LA, we want to hear from you. How are you feeling about this Lakers selling the team? Call us at 855-975-2326. Let's go to Thomas in LA. How are we feeling about this, Thomas?
Yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm kind of confused a little bit because we just bought the Lakers. With the Dodgers owning the Lakers is one thing, but Mark Walters, and I'm thinking about Magic. I'm thinking about all the other owners and stuff. And you guys are right about the people that sell stuff. But at the same time, we need a good product. We need good players. We need championships, and that's what we need.
Yeah, so I guess the hope is Bob Iger and Josh Kushner can be those guys. That's kind of the difference with when Mark Walter came in. It was like, oh, you saw he did that with the Dodgers. There was the product of, okay, can that translate to the NBA? That was kind of the biggest question that we had, because in Major League Baseball, and again, this could change during the CBA negotiations this offseason, but there's no salary cap. So you're able to defer $1 billion to put together a super team. You can't do that in the NBA.
Yeah, there was a trust that Lakers fans had, thinking, oh, wow, the guy that turned around the Dodgers from literal bankruptcy to now pursuing a three-peat has taken over the Lakers. There's different rules, but he has proven he knows how to run sports franchises.
Yeah.
And immediately that is ripped and in place. It's guys who do a great job running businesses, but not necessarily having their fingerprints on a sports franchise. So this is it's a big change, but I do respect the feeling of, at the end of the day, it comes back to what is on the court. So thank you for calling in, and hopefully when the guys take their trip to Slovenia,
are they there? Do we know when that's happening?
They're not there yet.
Okay.
I looked it up. They're not there yet, but hopefully that can be a reset of the chaos that is going to be the week between now and, I'm assuming they're going to have to meet these guys at some point.
Yeah, I'm guessing you show up, maybe pay for a bunch of stuff while they're there, and it's like, okay, we're coming in and we're all in on that championship mindset. We saw what Bob Iger was able to do his first time around with Disney, and he just left Disney in March. And I'm hoping because this is his new passion project, he will bring in the right people along with his business mindset to make it a successful venture. Yes. But we're going to switch gears now. Again, though, LA, if you want to call it anytime and tell us how you're feeling about the whole Lakers situation, you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. But yesterday, let's switch gears and talk some Rams, because we had the joint Rams-Cowboys practice. And yesterday during our show, right around this time, was when we got the news that Puka Nacua left practice, but no one knew what was going on. And all the reports, whether it was Sean McVay kind of saying, yeah, I don't know, Matthew Stafford sharing that it didn't look like it was too crazy. We now have heard from Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford. Shay, you got these sounds ready? Okay, let's hear from Sean McVay on the Puka situation.
To finish practice, so something happened. I'll have an update on it. I'm not sure exactly what that was.
Okay, and then Matthew Stafford also shared his perspective on the situation.
I did not. I'm not really sure what the issue was. Nobody ran up to me in a panic, so I don't think it was anything too major.
So we still don't have a lot of clarity. Just that he left. And there have been a couple reports on potential injuries, but nothing set in stone yet.
Yeah, it's You want to be an optimist and err on the side of they were just playing it safe. It was, I believe he had spent a significant of time with the team during practice. So, okay, he got plenty of reps in. There's enough on film. And if he feels something caught or something snagged, let's just get him out of here because we only control half of this practice, right? There's another team here who doesn't have to do things the way that we do. And instead of having to pick and choose his spots and telling a cornerback, hey, I feel something in my calf or in my head, that corner doesn't care.
No.
Actually, he wants to hurt you. You know what I mean?
It's like, thank you for letting me know.
Exactly. So it's probably best just to go back and call it a day to the locker room. And hopefully when a report does come out, it is a super minor thing that is not going to hinder him for the rest of camp.
Yeah, because it's wild. That's why, like in hockey, you hear lower body or upper body injury, and they don't tell you exactly where it is because in hockey, you got a little weapon in your hand.
Run around with a sword.
You can target that exact spot. And so when you're in a joint practice, we had Cynthia Freeland on earlier, who was at the joint practice for NFL Network, and she was even sharing. She's like, we know that these get spicy a lot of the time. These joint practices, you've shared that there's usually a fight or two that breaks out. It's also the first time that you're hitting someone that isn't your own teammate.
Yes.
In these situations. So
as far as a quick review of the practice, it's always tricky with joint practices because typically the reporters that you read are either Rams beat reporters or Cowboys beat reporters. So thank you to Nate Atkins, who writes for the Rams, and Todd Archer, who writes for the Cowboys. So you always have to take things with a grain of salt because it's their duty to be responsible to LA and to Dallas.
Well, and make the team look good.
Not to the neutral reader.
You work for the team.
Exactly. Like you care about the Dallas reader, not the Boston reader. You know, so you're going to paint them in a positive light. That being said, it sounds like both defenses won the days. Both defenses had their fair share of big plays against both offenses. Myles Garrett was not out there. That was his second practice. He missed consecutively, fourth in total. He had a sleeve on his left knee. They have not... Initially, it was just lower body injury. Then yesterday, they specified a knee, but they wouldn't say which knee. But he had a sleeve on his left knee, so we believe it's his left knee swelling. He said he's 85%, so precautionary. Puka exited, and there were a few dust-ups, quote, but no full fights. For the Rams, offense made some plays early and looked consistent. The biggest pass play of the game was to tight end Terrence Ferguson. Quentin Lake had an excellent red zone interception for the Rams defense. There was a decent amount of base being run, as Cynthia Freeland said. You don't come in there with your best stuff. You keep it pretty simple defensively. But Quentin Lake was out there, got a big red zone interception, spoke at length about how safety Cam Kinchins really pushed him to take more calculated risks, and we saw that come up. Emmanuel Forbes got a lot of work. Remember, he was the starter last year that kind of got bumped to the bench because of Trent McDuffie's arrival, but Emmanuel Forbes, when he was out there, was making a ton of plays. And lastly, defensively for the Rams, Byron Young, who was the lead pass rusher since Myles Garrett was not there, manhandled Dallas's offensive tackles, and Josiah Stewart, who is playing because Myles Garrett is not out there, looked great in run defense and had a sack as well.
So when we had Cynthia Freeland on and we asked her what was the biggest takeaway, she said Cowboys looked really good. Cowboys kind of controlled the Rams. So, and she's going in as like she works for the league. She does not have a side. So how much stock do you put into the Rams kind of getting controlled by the Cowboys yesterday?
So it's interesting. Teams approach joint practices based off where they currently are. What I mean is the Rams know they are competing for a Super Bowl. The Rams have a really good idea who the starters are going to be because of how much talent they have that returned from last year when they were a play away from going to the Super Bowl. The Cowboys are trying to make the playoffs. So you have to make it, you have to maximize this time and make it as game simulated as possible, whereas the Rams went out there with no plan. So it's being reported that Dallas went in there with a game plan. They wanted, right? They wanted to see. Typically, we wait until the first preseason week to implement a game plan and see how guys handle it. The Cowboys went and said, we need to know sooner, and the Rams is going to be the best team that we face in the preseason. So let's treat this similar to the game week. So they reportedly had a plan for Myles Garrett and how they were going to block him and certain checks and calls because their offensive line was brutal last year, and it used to be a strength. So once they got there and they realized Myles Garrett wasn't playing, that's one thing. But just based off that information, that lets me know that they went in with a plan and were treating this like a game week, whereas the Rams were kind of just, let's just go hit someone else. So it is a little weighted differently.
It's funny, too, because we heard Dak Prescott talk before the practice. He goes, he's thinking about this as one of 3 meetings with the Rams. This joint practice being one, the season game that they face each other, and then hopefully the playoffs.
Mhm.
So yeah, they went into this with a plan. Meanwhile, the Rams, I see it as like an A-list stand-up comedian who's working on material before they go and shoot their special, and they just pop up into these little clubs and they have their notebook out and they're like, okay, let me try this joke. Nope, that didn't land. All right, okay. Let me try this one. Nope, that didn't land. Okay, they're not coming in with their A game is kind of what I'm taking away from that.
That is such an incredible analogy, and you are dead on. You cannot paint a clearer picture. There is nothing more I can add to that. That is exactly what the Rams were doing. The Cowboys offense had success. Their biggest issue is the offensive line. Again, they had the best offensive line for like a 5-year span, and then 3 years ago, it just fell apart, and their inability to run the ball consistently. Like they have the second best offense in the NFL, but it's because they have maybe one of the best wide receiver duos in George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. The offensive line is a massive question mark. So that being said, the Rams handled things up front, and Dallas's only touchdowns throughout the team period came in the red zone. Most of them went to Jake Ferguson, the tight end. So that's more of a safety thing. That could be catching a linebacker in coverage. But as far as the superstars, as far as the pass rush, as far as the defensive backs, all of them went out there and handled Dallas, which is impressive because, like I said, they have CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, two premier wide receivers.
So now I understand that you're still in camp. So like vibes are high. And what I can compare it to is I spent 10 spring trainings with the Angels, and there's just a different vibe. It doesn't matter how good or bad your team is. There's a different vibe in camp before games start. Obviously, preseason games for everyone starts this week. But Cynthia was talking about Davante Adams and just kind of he had this lightness to him and this like vibe of like, yeah, no, we're just doing great. He's feeling great. He not only looked great, but how important is that, especially with all the stuff going on with Puka, whether it was leaving practice early yesterday with the injury or the news that he might be getting handed a suspension for his off the field legal situations.
It's great to hear Davante in high spirits. He's an old man by NFL standards. He missed a significant chunk of the season last year. We want him fully healthy. And he gets the Myles Garrett, the Matthew Stafford treatment, where there's no route he hasn't run. There's no football he hasn't been able to catch. He's seen it all. He's done it all. For him, it's no question of what he can do on the field. Like you said, it's the vibe. And the vibe is he's healthy. He's excited. He may be an old man with pads on, but he's running around there like a puppy from what it sounds like. And that is the best news we could get for Davante.
You know what? That'll be the good news we take out of the joint practice yesterday. Davante Adams, feeling good, looking good, super happy. All right, guys, football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Now, we were just talking about health and Davante Adams and Rams looking good. But the Dodgers are also finally getting healthy, and they're turning things around. We're going to dive into that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live here on YouTube. We've loved how much you have been a part of the show and a part of the conversation today. Obviously, with the big news of Mark Walter selling the Lakers for $12.5 billion within the first year of him owning the Lakers. He bought them for 10, did a quick $2.5 billion flip, like you're selling a house, and sold the Lakers. So a lot of emotions today. We're feeling it. We love hearing from you. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. It's been, I think we're all just processing and digesting the whole situation. Yeah. But let's talk about Mark Walter's other team, the Dodgers, okay? Because they're finally turning things around. And Blake Snell's return to the mound last night, just his second start of the season, it went beyond and exceeded expectations, I think, not only for Dodger fans, but you could even tell, I don't want to say it exceeded expectations for the Dodgers staff and himself, because that's what you hope for, and that's why you get a two-time Cy Young winner in a Blake Snell. But with all the injuries that he's faced since joining this Dodgers team, last night felt like, this surgery might have completely turned his career around.
10 strikeouts over 6 innings over 84 pitches is a fantastic outing for anyone, let alone someone who has spent months on the IL and rehabbing. I don't know if his debut, outside of a perfect game, I don't know if his debut could have been any better, but I'm glad it wasn't a perfect game. I'm glad that he faced a good amount of what's going on here?
Yeah.
I think he experienced every single thing mentally that a pitcher needs to experience throughout the throes of a season, and he experienced it all in one game. He was tested physically, he was tested mentally, he looked great. The moment never looked too big, even in that fourth inning where things could have slipped away, even in the fifth inning where he had a runner on third with no outs. At no point did he look panicked. I mean, he always looks super relaxed and calm.
Dude, if you heard his post-game sound, you guys, he sounds like he's reading you a bedtime story.
Yes.
He's just
it's clearly perfect for
awesome.
For the mindset of a pitcher. I'll reiterate, this was my favorite Dodgers game of the year. They have played better than what they played last night, but everything that they experienced, all of the moments where things could have went awry and they battled back. They from the 7th inning to the 10th inning, the Royals were punching and counter-punching. The Dodgers were doing the same. And even in a day where Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman did not get a single hit and had a combined 5 strikeouts, the offense kept battling back. The bullpen kept battling back. It's my to me, the most impressive outing of the season they've had. I don't even care if it's the Royals. I don't care.
Well, as we know, it doesn't really matter who your opponent is because everyone's giving their best possible performance when they're facing the back-to-back champs in the Dodgers. But Mookie Betts, you guys, finally showing some power, going 3 for 5 last night. He had that solo home run and his first home run at Dodger Stadium since June 19th. But he was talking to Kirsten Watson after the game, and it was like, she was like, was your excitement just like the fact that you hit a home run, or was it like almost like a sigh of relief that like, okay, I can do this and I am back? Because we heard Dave Roberts talk about Mookie Betts, I think earlier this week or over the weekend, where he's like, we're just trying to, we're telling him, like, we're reminding him, like, we know that you are a great player. You just have to find it again sometimes. But these are the dog days of summer, and these are the stretches. Robleski going through a very similar thing where this time of year is where it gets tough. And the Dodgers historically don't play their best baseball right now.
Yeah. And it's good to know that, at least from what we can see so far over the past 3 games, that the dog days are over, or at least winding down, and the sprint to the last 41, 42 games remaining has officially begun. And maybe the return of Blake Snell is just a perfect physical sign of, okay, that era is over. We are rested. We are relaxed. Our heads are back screwed on straight, and we are locked in from now until deep into October, because the World Series is the one and only goal. And yesterday, despite it being the Royals, as you said, everyone gives the Dodgers their best, but I do see it as a significant step toward a deep October run.
Yeah. Shay, do we have the Snell sound? When he was kind of talking about his emotions surrounding his first game back. Because you have to remember, one start. He had one start this season and then had to have surgery. So take a listen of what this outing meant to Blake Snell.
I felt like Atlanta helped me a lot just with how it felt, the results. Pretty frustrating to have that as my only start and then have to rehab, go through all that to come back. So, I just had a lot of information from that game that helped me with this one on what I want to do differently and how I wanted to start. So definitely happy that I was more aggressive, more in the zone, and more just in control of my emotions for being the first one back.
Just seeing how... And it feels like everyone was kind of in control of their emotions last night, whether it was Blake Snell, whether it was Mookie Betts, or Max Muncy being the walk-off hero. He got it done the night before on his bobblehead night, and then last night in extra innings. And it was crazy because they walked a couple guys to get to Max Muncy. And when you talk to guys, like, how does that make you feel? Like, if you walk, not one, but two guys to get to Muncy, I'm going to make you pay.
They chose Max Muncy.
What?
And I love that he answered that call. I love that he just reading body language based off of his celebration and everything, and the way that the team reacted is that entire stadium, but especially that entire dugout, knew they're choosing Max because they're intentionally walking two of us. They believe he is the least likely to make this a game-winning situation. I get it. We want to force a double play, then we want to load the bases. No. You chose Max Muncy, and he made you pay, and I love that for him. He may not be the most consistent batter as a 36-year-old, however the heck old he is, but man, when you call him out, he responds, and he does seem to always respond in the biggest moments, and that is why at that big age, he was still an all-star this year, and he is still one of the most reliable third basemen and bats in high-stakes situations.
And he was asked about that after the game by Kirsten Watson. Take a listen.
What is going through your mind when not only one guy is walked intentionally in front of you, but you see two guys bases loaded?
It kind of makes the situation easy. You don't have to really do too much. You just got to get it out there, and we got a pretty fast guy on third with Show, and so you just, like I said, it just makes it a little easy.
Easy. He needs like the easy button. Like, yeah, okay. Now I just need an easy single. Like that's all that needs to happen. He was also asked, though, about looking ahead and moving forward.
Yeah, everyone's coming together. We've been grinding a little bit lately, but like I keep telling you, each day is a new day. You show up with an opportunity to do something great. And, we just keep trying to focus on the day we have at hand, and we're going to do that tomorrow. We're going to do it the next day, and we're going to keep doing it.
So, yeah, Dodger fans, I feel like this was the turn things around just home stretch. You needed something after losing 3 series in a row. They secured the series win, obviously, with that walk-off last night. And it's only up from here with Eric Lauer on the mound, 7-10, Game 3 against Kansas City. And there's also a lot of positivity because there's a lot of guys on the IL on the horizon that are almost coming back. Obviously, Snell was the first big one, making his start last night. Will Smith is progressing. He's now pain-free, expected to hit the field and continue throwing this week. But again, you never know with the neck. And then with Tyler Glass now, with the back, but he has had 2 rehab starts now. So the next progression is 4 innings and 60 pitches. So these are 2 big names that are only going to elevate this Dodgers roster.
Certainly. First, I want to issue an apology to Max Muncy. He is not 36. He turns 36 in 13 days. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm sorry to age you there, Max.
That's a week.
I'm sorry to age you. No, it's a big part of when guys' numbers are called, whether it's coming off of the IL and making your reintroduction, or you've been there the whole season and just having your number called. They respond. Teoscar Hernandez pinch hits in the 7th inning out of nowhere, 2-out RBI double. It's Alex Call being thrown out there in place of Teoscar Hernandez, and he's been called upon with much less frequency since Tommy Edman has been back. Instead of playing every other day, we see Alex Call maybe once a week, and he was out there.
He was great.
7-inning, 2-out RBI double right off the heels of Teoscar. Like, when guys' numbers are called, they respond.
And you know what? After seeing what Snell did last night, and it's only going to get better because, again, remember, he is still kind of in that spring training buildup. That was his first big league outing and being under the lights and facing big league hitters again. This pitching rotation is going to be scary. We haven't even seen Scooble's best stuff yet. He's just been solid, not like Cy Young great yet.
Yeah.
So, like, what? Yamamoto, Scooble, Snell, if Ohtani gets healthy again. Whew! Don't go anywhere, you guys. We have a special segment coming up next. Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being a part of the show. Hour number 4, Power Hour, and this is going to be a very special hour. Now, we've been talking a lot about the Lakers sale that went down today, $12.5 billion. We will continue to talk about that in just a bit. But right now, if you're watching the live stream, you'll see that we have 2 very special guests in the studio. Co-founder of the Holly Shorts Film Festival, Theo Dumont, and founder of the Holly Shorts Sports category, Jessica Badawi. Thank you both so much for being here.
Welcome.
We are so
Welcome.
excited. So for people that might be unaware of the Holly Shorts Film Festival, everything kind of gets started tomorrow with the red carpet, the welcome party. But just give LA an idea of what people can expect.
Oh my goodness, just amazing short films from all over the world. We had 7,500 submissions.
Wow.
That's a lot, yeah, and we're showcasing 430 of them.
Wow. Over how many days?
11 days at the TCL Chinese Theater. We have our panels, you guys of course, at the Lowe's Hollywood Hotel. It's just receptions every single night, parties, and it's like we call it the Super Bowl for short films.
Wait, this is incredible.
Okay, Jessica, what's the history of this? Because I think people will be shocked to hear how deep this goes and how international it has now become.
Yeah, so the history of it's actually celebrating its 22nd year.
22nd
tomorrow.
year.
Wow.
Yes. And it's in Dubai and London.
Wow.
And I launched the sports category, as Alex mentioned. I
we
worked
go.
at Fox Sports and CBS Sports, and some of my favorite things to produce was the features on these athletes and telling their stories. And I went to Theo and I was like, there's a place for sports in this festival.
Mhm.
Kobe had won his Oscar for his basketball short, and he let me do it.
That's so cool.
In our first year, we had submissions from Lewis Hamilton, the NBA, the NFL. Marshawn Lynch showed up. I don't know if you know this, but Matt Barnes had a hit on his head in high school from the KKK. And he did a short documentary about that. And it premiered in LA. He hosted his podcast live from the festival that day. And since then it's grown. I mean, athletes have stories to tell, and all of them almost after they retire all start their own production company. So we've been seeing a lot of submissions from them.
It's so crazy. You mentioned Kobe and obviously his Oscar for his masterpiece that he put together. And I kind of read that some of these top short films do get Oscar consideration. So what is that whole process like?
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah.
We're fortunate to be an Oscar qualifying festival.
Okay.
And so last year we had 8 films from alumni that got nominated.
Wow.
And then 4 ended up winning trophies. Live action had a tie. And so it's animation, documentary, live action, and within those there's genres.
Yeah.
And then you never know, you might be next to an Oscar nominee or winner tomorrow or during the week.
That is incredible. So an athlete's mindset is all about competition. Whereas when you think of film festival or film, you think of art, which has a finesse to it. How is it that athletes are so suited, seemingly, to make that pivot when on the surface it seems like such a different type of mindset?
I think what I feel is they finally get to say what they want to say, opposed to dealing with the press and what they the regulations that come with that. And I think they finally get to say what they want to say and be creative. And have an outlet. And I think that's why they like to tell stories.
Okay. Yeah, and they can be inspired. You sit in these programs, and most of the blocks are about an hour and a half, and then you hear from the creators. And so when you sit in a program, you get taken to another world. The content is amazing, and it's story after story after story. And then you can be like, oh, I like that story. And then you can meet the filmmaker after, and many times people collaborate, and they make projects together. That happens to us all the time.
Yeah, that's incredible. So take us through what a day is like at the Holly Shorts Film Festival, because you said 430 films over how many days?
11 days.
Okay, so it's like wake up,
film,
another film, another film, another film,
Yeah.
another film.
Yes.
Take us through what a day is like, and can fans still kind of buy tickets and be a part of this day-to-day content?
Oh yeah, they can go to hollyshorts.com, get a ticket. They can get an all-access badge, and then it's almost like Coachella. You could pick the genre that you like, sit in, see movies, and then you can meet the filmmaker after. There's receptions after too in the evenings, 7 to 9. We have a cocktail reception so people can mingle. It's all about networking and connecting with people. And then we have talks. So we don't want people to just see things. We want them to be able to take home something and learn. And so the talks, that's why we do the talks.
I know there's 430 of them, so you don't have to rattle off all the categories, but are there some of the categories that are off the top of your head?
Yeah, absolutely. Web series, there's music videos. So even will.i.am has a music video that he's showcasing. So yeah, we have dark comedy, romantic comedy. We've got a section of projects that are just shot on film. And like Christopher Nolan, who's crushing it with Odyssey.
He's seen it twice.
Right?
I have seen it twice.
There's a section of just movies that are shot on film.
Wow.
And it's really fun. And documentary too. So if people love docs, there's sections just on docs.
Okay, so like I've never personally been to a film festival. And when I think of film festivals, like the first thing that comes to my mind are a lot of these Oscar-winning movies where you're like, oh, that got it started at a film festival, then picked up steam, then got bought by somebody else, and then made its move over to like kind of the mainstream media. So how does that process work, I guess, either from a voting standpoint, because you win film festivals, right? Like that's a whole thing too. What's the whole behind workings in a film festival?
Well, we have an amazing team.
Okay.
And the filmmakers will showcase the work. We require LA premiere, so that's the cool thing about this festival. You probably won't see them anywhere else in the city until this week.
Yeah.
And so they'll showcase, they'll premiere, and then they got to hustle. It's basically you get your crew, your team, you promote, and you do your own red carpets too. We have red carpets for people, but they can build their own.
Yeah.
And then many of them hire publicists, and then they go on the campaign trail. It's serious business.
Wow.
After they go on an Oscar campaign, they do FYC just like the big films. So it's a little bit like the features. And then now there's people that are buying shorts, and so there's different ways. People also, you can do collaborations with brands and get support. There was a movie called Hair Love a few years ago that won the Oscar. He built a business.
He was a former football player. Matthew
Cherry.
Cherry.
Yeah. He basically built a whole business out of it. He does consumer products, he does books, and that was all from a short.
Wow.
And so it's possible, and that's what we love about it. We both, me and my co-founder Daniel Soul and Jessica, we all worked at the big companies, the studios, and so we've seen how the big players do it, and then now we try to help the underground and the next generation build their businesses with this. But it's fun too at the same time.
Yeah.
We have parties. And they love that.
That's great. And that kicks off on Thursday, right? The red carpet and the kickoff party.
See you tomorrow. Yeah.
Jessica, coming from the sports background and you make that transition over, was there any fear, or when you talk to athletes, is there any fear of not being accepted, being seen strictly as an athlete, and maybe feeling like you have more to prove coming from that side of things?
Like on their side?
Yeah.
No, I think they're all eager to express what they want. Especially now with social media too. They don't care.
Yeah.
So yeah, I haven't experienced that personally. I think they, from my experiences, they're excited that there is actually a platform for them to showcase their work. So
yeah. Ah, that's beautiful.
This is incredible. We're talking to the co-founder of Holly Shorts Film Festival, Theo Dumont, and the founder of the Holly Shorts Sports category, and Jessica Badawi. So Jessica, how much have you seen from this sports category already? And are there any stories that fans should really get excited about?
Oh my gosh.
Are you, if you're allowed to share? I don't know what you're allowed to share.
I see all of them.
Okay.
I see all the submissions, and I help them go through. And then there's judges, and they're the ones that decide who win.
Jury.
Yeah.
Oh.
Official.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, it's like a full anxiety panel
judging.
Like,
super strict, super serious, especially because it's Oscar qualifying. Like,
yes.
So, I mean, Serena Williams has a documentary in the festival this year, not sports related, but Steph Curry produced a documentary on Martin Luther King's attorney and a script writer. So that's in. And then, yeah, we have a bunch.
Wait, Steph Curry produced? So, so there's a lot of like athletes that might be involved within the film festival, but in different ways than you think.
Yeah, that's not even a sports story, So that's not
Wow.
even in the
Produced.
sports category, but you guys should come watch it.
That's incredible.
Question for both of you. Jessica, we'll start with you. When you sit down to pour through all these submissions, do you have a set criteria from year to year, or do you watch them all and then rank? Like, what is your process of what is worthy of going through and what's not? And then Theo, once she's done.
It's just basically, is it good? Like, you know,
Okay.
is it good? Does it tell a story? Do I like it? Is it, you know, are people going to like it? And even that was me with my own work. I'm like, if I'm scrolling and watching this, or if this aired on TV, would I like to watch this? And that's kind of like how I determine, and me and a team, what goes through and what doesn't.
Yeah, I echo that. Basically, we start with a blank canvas. You know, we're objective. We want to pick the best of the best, and then it's just like the final four. You know, it's a tournament. They all get narrowed down. The best of the best make it.
Yeah.
Instead of 64 or 68, it becomes 430.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, we live in binge culture right now, right? It's like you want a day, you want a couch rot, and you just want to watch some incredible art, shows, documentaries, whatever they are on TV. So it sounds almost like a dream situation. How long does it take for you guys to go through
Months.
all of these submissions?
Yeah. It starts like, so the festival will end on the 23rd, this edition, with our award ceremony, and it's official, and people are getting their trophies.
Yeah.
And then we fold up the tent, and then 2 days later, we start accepting submissions again.
Wow. So it's a year-long process.
Oh yeah. And then the cool thing, though, is we watch them, you know, in the privacy of our own homes. Right now, when it started, it's still a family business, but we used to watch them together, all the submissions, and days, and just, you know, it'd be a whole weekend back to back, hundreds of shorts. Now we have a bigger team because it's more content. We divide and conquer, and then we discuss. This is the programming side, right?
Okay.
We discuss what we like, and we say what we like about each of them, and then it narrows down. But then there's this part, which is exhibition. And it's just like going to the movies. And even the ones that we've picked together, when you see them on the big screen, it's a big difference. Because even for us, it becomes like a visceral experience with friends. And also the audience members, they start resonating with things that you've picked. And it's a very strange art form. It's incredible.
I could be way off base here. I'll let you guys answer because you are the experts in that industry. But it feels like the presence of shorts has grown tremendously over the past couple years. Is there a reason for that?
Yes. The ease of it's easier for people to shoot now. The equipment's caught up. The equipment, people can shoot high quality content. And when we first started, we were pre-YouTube.
Yeah.
And it was hard, you know. And then the cameras it was film only, so there was a digital revolution. There's people have access to cameras and more equipment, and so now everything looks good. And so the story is important. The story, beginning, middle, and end, you know. And so that story element has not gone away, and it's become more important now.
That's so incredible.
And also, sorry,
I was
please
going to say
with TikTok and YouTube Shorts too.
Yeah.
Those taking
people
off.
are trained to kind of digest it that way.
We got tools, with AI too. There's tools now. They're armed with more, you know, firepower.
Okay, so then say someone who's more familiar with the social media side of shorts, what makes a film short? Is there a certain time limit it has to be? Is it like what category, like how do you fit into this category?
That's a good question. It doesn't really matter, right? Because we're a bit 40 minutes and under is what we say.
Okay.
But you need to be able to carry it. So the longer it is, the more time you have for error, you know?
Okay, yes, that's a good point.
Say,
that's a good point.
The you know, a sweet spot's 12 to 15 minutes,
Okay.
you know? But you still got to execute. Also, like a feature, you know, when you're in the movies, that first 5 minutes, you got to capture me. If not, I'm falling asleep.
Yeah.
So this is even harder. You got to tell me, like, within the first minute, it's got to capture you.
I love this. Now, the festival runs from August 13th to the 23rd at the TCL Chinese Theater. So for somebody listening who loves sports, who doesn't necessarily consider themselves maybe a film festival person, what would make Holly Shorts worth for them checking out?
Vibes.
Yeah,
That's a good answer.
That's my
Vibes,
word,
energy,
baby. That's
good
my
people.
word.
There's after parties. There's lunch
Cool
events.
panels.
There's panels.
I mean,
talks.
we have Shannon Lee, Bruce Lee's daughter, coming to do a panel, and that one's going to be about mental health and entertainment and creativity. They're leading the panel, having some guy who's done breath work with victims in Gaza to just it's not just super filmy, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of really cool stuff. There's the music category has an offsite activation with Little John performing at a pool party. There's stuff throughout the week that's
That's true.
Yeah, it's not too filmy.
Question for both of you. What is something, whether it's a short or a feature, maybe it's an episode of a TV show that you're watching that you feel has moved you in the past year?
Succession.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was,
wild.
Of course, Odyssey. Of course, I mean, even the Spider-Man.
Spider-Man got me.
Dude, I haven't seen that yet. Everyone's been talking about Spider-Man in this office.
Yeah.
Just go by you.
Ooh, that one's a tough question.
That's okay.
That one's a tough question for me. One that's really, really moved me. You guys are gonna watch it at the festival.
Okay.
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
And that one is a really cool story because this was a small director who connected with one of our sponsors, who said, if you give me just a tiny bit of money, I'll put you in my short. And he did. He had the guy flipping through an infomercial and their product pops up. And next thing you know, Jason Segel's backing it up and it's turning into a full feature film.
Wow.
And it's on its road to winning an Oscar. I think it will. And it's going to premiere in LA this festival. So that's the kind of stuff that comes from
that's
it.
what I love.
And that one just, since I've watched it, it's just I can't wait for everyone to watch it. It's called Meet Your Maker. Yeah.
There's so many stories. I mean, Jessica met an amazing content creator. He decided to just change his life and become Instagram. His name's LA Try Guy. And
do you guys know him? He's a food influencer. LA Try Guy.
Yeah, he I followed a burger thing. He was trying to find the top 10 burgers in LA, and I was like, I got to go to all these places.
That's it. But he was inspired by the festival.
That's him.
And he created a short in maybe 2 months last year, so it can make it into the festival. He had Paul Pierce in it. He just called all the connections that he's made through his YouTube and Instagram platform, and he made a short. And yeah, he was like a Uber Eats driver, and
now he's
content machine
kicking down the front door of Hollywood.
Yes, we love it.
Yeah.
We love that.
That's incredible. Thank you both so much for coming in. Make sure you check out Holly Shorts August 13th through the 23rd at the TCL Chinese Theater. We're gonna be there talking on one of the sports panels on Tuesday. Yeah. Thursday's tomorrow. That's the red carpet. Next week.
Get on my days mixed up.
It's okay. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help you. Tuesday, we're talking on a panel. Brock and I and a couple other people from the Fan LA. So if you want to come check it out, where do people go to get tickets?
HollyShorts.com.
Boom. There we go.
Guys, this was awesome.
Jessica,
Thanks for having us.
thank you
Thank
both
you
so
guys.
much for coming on. Oh my goodness, this is so fun. It's going to be great. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, you guys, we got to get back to the Lakers. In LA, we want to hear from you and how you are feeling about the whole Lakers situation. Is it time for them to start spending again? That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, you right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault.
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It's not like he's trash. Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9
But
seasons to get there. Unreal.
correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his
You're
catcher,
right.
get it together. And then
Right.
the catcher after the game was like, "You right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It sounds like he's trash. Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9
But
seasons to get there. Unreal.
correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his
You're
catcher,
right.
get it together. And then
Right.
the catcher after the game was like, "You right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It sounds like he's trash. Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9
But
seasons to get there. Unreal.
correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out.
7-1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love how much you've been a part of the show today, whether you are in the chat, on the live stream at The Fan LA, or calling us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We've loved hearing from you today and all the emotions surrounding the Lakers sale. So it was reported this morning by Ramona Shelburne from ESPN that Mark Walter is selling his share of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, a quick $2.5 billion flip he made in under a year. He purchased majority ownership of the Lakers from Jeannie Buss under a year ago. The sale went through October 2025. So how this all went down is still, we're still wrapping our head around it. But Ramona Shelburne shared that Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, who were a part of the Vegas expansion team, they were the favorites to win that bid. However, the price kept skyrocketing and getting higher and higher, and I think it was getting close to like the $9 billion price range. And there was a conversation, they both live in LA, of, well, what if we just tried to see if we could go after the Lakers franchise? Which is a crazy thought to have when it was sold under a year ago. But that's what they did. They called Mark Walter on Sunday, asked if he would consider it. He had a day or two to decide. He wasn't, quote, looking to sell, but it was something he had to look at because of how much money was involved. To make a $2.5 billion just gain on your investment in under a year in any business is absolutely insane and incredible. This was the biggest sale in sports, and it's when you look at it that way, the two biggest franchises sales in sports history are both the Lakers and it happened within a year. It was $10 billion in October 2025 and $12.5 billion in 2026.
Yes.
They just keep beating themselves.
Hopefully there's not a third one for
Please no.
For quite some time. So Josh Kushner has early on been a titan in the private equity world and has dabbled with sports ownership, had a minority ownership stake with the Memphis Grizzlies, and then he moved to Florida and took a minority ownership stake in Miami, and of course sold the one in Memphis. Safe to say he sold the one in Miami now that he owns the Lakers. Bob Iger, of course, came to fame as the Disney CEO, then stepped down, then came back, and then passed the reins once again back in March. However, him and his wife, Willow Bay, they have a controlling stake in Angel City FC, the women's professional soccer league. Why this money was so readily available? Because as Alex pointed out, they were really pushing hard for the Vegas franchise. Any year now we're expecting Vegas. Really at this point, any month now we're expecting the NBA to announce expansion to Vegas and Seattle, and they were at the forefront of that before the price got too high. Also, just as recently as a few weeks ago, it's being said late July is when the official offer was made. Kushner was the face of the group that tried to purchase 20% of FIFA. That proposal was accepted until there was international backlash.
The world boycotted it,
saying, why are we introducing private equity into something international that gets dicey? And also FIFA, you already make the rules and you already break those rules and you already have all the money. So CONCACAF and UEFA and a bunch of clubs said we're not participating anymore. So that died. But all of that money that was rallied together was still ready to spend. So that's how you can quickly, over the course of 72 hours, purchase the Los Angeles Lakers, and that's how it all came together. Of course, Josh's last name, Kushner, is going to strike a nerve with quite a few people, many of them Lakers fans, and it is important to mention publicly, he and his wife have spent quite an amount of money supporting political opposition to the current administration, and he has vocally said, I do not see eye to eye with my brother or that family. However, there will always be a side eye to that, especially when you add on the fact that Mark Walter, the old owner who just recently sold, is currently under federal investigation for tax fraud. And I believe that's up to speed. I think we covered the bases there.
It's just crazy because when you're talking about billionaires, like $12.5 billion offer, like they flipped a major sports franchise like you would flip a house.
Yeah.
Hey, I just bought my house. What if I gave you double for that? It was like, okay. Like a call on Sunday is insane that 72 hours later, this is what goes down. So, okay, now that you got the base, and I'm sure you've heard it throughout the day. And again, LA, we want to hear from you. You can call us 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. How are you feeling about this sale? I need to focus on the positive, okay? Because, like, it's happening regardless if you like it or agree with it.
Not if that meteor hits us tonight.
What?
Not if that meteor hits us tonight.
It's not. Stop putting Brock. He's joking. Okay, you guys, the meteor is not going to hit us tonight. I feel like I need to specify that. What can Bob Iger and Josh Kushner do right out of the gates to get Laker fans on their side? Because right now, and I don't know why, everyone's getting mad at the Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, opposed to, if I'm looking at this, Mark Walter, what are you doing? We believed in you. We got behind you, and we were excited that you bought this team from Jeannie Buss's mom and pop, family-owned franchise that has been the heart and soul of LA for decades. And what made the Buss family so lovable was just how much they cared about the team. They were forward facing. And obviously Mark Walter is different in that sense with the Dodgers and what he did when he took over the Dodgers franchise and turning them into the dynasty that they are today. So there was hope because there was proof of concept, even though it was a different completely different sports league that operates on a completely different level because there's not a salary cap in baseball and you can defer $1 billion and put together a super team. You can't do that in the NBA. And so was it he saw that like within an off season when they got to completely restructure a roster, it was like, okay, we're not going to be able to do what we were able to do with baseball, or do they not even care? And this was simply who told us that he's like liquidating all of his assets?
Bloomberg.
Yeah. Okay. You told us this in the Bloomberg article that came out, is he needs to pay off his loans. And was this strictly a financial decision? And if he's liquidating everything, like, is that going to affect the Dodgers right now? Ramona Shelburne's reporting that it's not. And what does this mean for the Sparks? Because he also owns the Sparks. There's just so many questions. So I want Laker fans to not put the frustration towards the new ownership group. If you want to put it towards someone, ask the questions towards Mark Walter. He's the one being investigated by the federal government and decided to sell the franchise in under a year. So if you're going to do it, put it that way. I want to see what Bob Iger and Josh Kushner can do on the positive side for this team. And are they about to start spending like the Lakers again? Obviously, they just had all these new contracts and they did as much as they could with the roster and the salary cap. But the way you kind of get around that is the personnel, the facilities, what you can do that isn't directly salary based. Obviously not like Kawhi and the Clippers, we're not looking for something like that. But what can they do to help bring this Lakers franchise back to championship level?
It is hilarious that Adam Silver announced essentially that they're closing, they're about to make a conclusion to the Kawhi situation, and now here's this whole storm of things that he'll have to answer to going forward. Never a dull day as a sports commissioner.
Nope.
But to your first part about Mark Walter and why no vitriol so far has been headed his way, if he comes out and says, I am not being strong-armed, I am not being blackmailed, this is not a leverage situation, under my own decision and 100% under my own decision, I am choosing to sell the Lakers to pay these debts, then I will join you. But until I just hear it from him that this is not as fishy as it looks regarding selling the team to the brother of the son-in-law of the head of the federal government that is currently suing me, it's just going to be tough for me to feel good about this.
But you just said Josh Kushner came out publicly and has very openly talked about, I am very different from my brother. I don't believe in the same things. We have completely like yes, we share a last name, but that's it. But you still believe, you're on the side that there is influence here?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah, I am.
Do they have businesses connected together? Do you know that?
That's where it gets tricky, because Josh Kushner's company, if you look at, I want to say the first 5 or 6 things they invested in, it was subsidiaries of their own company. So it gets into billionaire money finance stuff, and I'll have to call up my friend who went to Columbia and is on Wall Street to explain it all to me. So
please do.
So it's not impossible for that to be the case, but no, I can't say objectively for a fact that he is involved. I think it just feels gross because of how abrupt it is. It also goes to the point of Kushner did not want to own the Lakers. He wanted to own a team in the NBA. This goes back to the LeBron thing and why I do feel it is a fair comparison, because the disconnect between LeBron and the Lakers was because he wanted to play in LA. The Lakers just so happened to be the team in LA. Kushner owned the Grizzlies, a piece of the Grizzlies, then he owned a small piece of the Heat, then he wanted to own FIFA, and then he wanted to own a team in Vegas, and then they called the Lakers. It feels like an entirely a business decision. And of course, anyone who owns a sport team is in it for the business. But as a fan, you want to have the cognitive dissonance. You want to believe the lie, because when you get home after a long day of work, you want to enjoy the sport that you're watching. Being a diehard fan is not logical. Logic has nothing to do with this. It's the feeling. The emotion is what makes sports special, and it just doesn't feel right. It's such an abrupt change. It's such an unprecedented change. It just doesn't feel good, and I hope by this time next month, there have been enough articles and podcast episodes that explain things to where I feel a lot better about it.
I'm going to go on the positive side again here. And Bob Iger and his wife, Willow Bay, who was a journalist and a dean at USC. They are the controlling owners of Angel City FC, and they invested in women's sports with a $250 million valuation. Like, they are elevating women's sports, and within the LA community, obviously, she's a dean at USC. They live here in LA. We know the Bob Iger situation with Disney, but it feels like this is a power couple that actually care about the organizations that they're working for. Bob left Disney in March and has been looking for that next venture that he can pour himself into, and with a great partner who is also a journalist, Willow Bay, a dean at USC, and controlling owners of Angel City FC, I see hope. And that's what I have to look at. If you're going to get frustrated with ownership, it's Mark Walter. He is the one that decided to sell the team in under a year, not the new guys who are coming in with an insane offer.
If Bob Iger and his wife Willow Bay were the face of this thing and at the forefront of this thing, and we're doing this with them at the top and then various other investors beneath them, I would have a lot of questions, but I would be able to a lot quicker get myself to feeling good about it, to feeling good about this. I will admit it is the Kushner and the private equity aspect of it that 99% of the angst, we'll call it, comes from. The idea that an owner of something has to care about it doesn't really exist, right? Like you can own a company and not care about it, but keep running the company because it makes you a bunch of money. But you want, as a fan, just ownership that cares about the team, not about the business side. And I think the fact that that veil is broken before they've even started, it's going to make it tough.
Yeah,
it
but
just
Bob
is.
Iger cares. That's what he does. He's smart, he cares, and he has the money to invest. And he has a great partner in Willow Bay who also cares about sports in LA, being the controlling owners of Angels City FC and the dean at USC. They have deep LA connections and roots. I'm going to focus on the positive. LA, we want to hear from you. You can call us at 855-97-LA fan. Shay, are you in there? Let's go to Mitch in East LA. Mitch, how we feeling about this Lakers situation today?
How my beautiful people doing? How's everybody out there in La La Land from East LA?
We're miserable, Mitch.
No, we're doing great.
It stinks. It really smells, this issue here.
Okay, tell me more.
This is plain money. If this is money that it was under his couch cushions that he bought the Lakers, why are you selling so quick? Oh, after this bit of a fun stealing here. Boy, the middle class really pays the price. But now I'm wondering why maybe Walt doesn't want to spend for Aaron Judge or Keith Seeger and Trey Turner and Harper. He knew he was going to make money on Shohei Ohtani. But everything else, he's not so generous if you really think about it. It just smells really bad. The Lakers should have been kept with the Busses family. Now, I wish. But can't go back, right?
No, can't go back. We're already on our third owner. Mitch, thank you so much for calling in.
Love you, Mitch.
Yeah, it's crazy that Mark Walter made $2.5 billion in under a year, more than Steve Ballmer bought the Clippers for in 2014. And also, Mark Walter, the Dodgers just became the first MLB franchise to make $1 billion in a year because of Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, so with the sale of this, on paper, Mark Walter makes $2.5 billion profit because he bought them for 10, sold them for 12.5. The short-term capital gains tax on this will be insane because he did not own the Lakers long enough to not get taxed at some insanely crazy rate. So he is not walking away with anything in the realm even close to, I would say his walk away is going to be like 1.5. He's going to get taxed out the wazoo. Now, is that a lot of money to a billionaire or not? Is that a lot of money to a billionaire who is under federal investigation, who is allegedly in a tax fraud situation and being investigated and all that stuff? Only Mark Walter and his lawyers can answer that. But I think why this feels gross is the sale of this is not a financial thing. It is a panic thing so that he can use the money to go do something else, or he's being strong-armed. Like he is an incredible businessman. Even before he became an incredible sports owner, he was an incredible businessman. And even from a business sense, this doesn't make sense, and it feels gross. And I just wish I didn't wear a purple shirt today.
We're rolling deep, okay? I'm literally in a Lakers shirt, and you're in a purple shirt, okay? We are doing this for the love of the Lakers and not necessarily the ownership group, okay? The idea of what the Lakers have meant to the city of LA. It's just crazy. I love that you are so deep in this. He's getting strong-armed, and that's why he had to sell the team. I'm here for all
my Columbo hat
I
on
am
now.
here for all the conspiracy theories. Normally it's me, so it's really funny that it's you today, and I'm here for all of it. We need to get a little tin hat, Shay. We need to have a little tin hat that's in the middle, and whoever has the conspiracy of the day, we're just gonna. It'll be a little headband. We'll put it on top of our headsets because that's you today.
Yeah.
You think that Mark Walter, thank you, is getting strong-armed, and that's why he had to sell the team. I'm just saying, like, you had two guys that really wanted to own a team, and Mark Walter, instead of being like, oh, no, this was my goal to own these teams and I'm in it for the long haul, went, nope, okay, I'll sell. That was a good flip. So, yeah, I'm on the other side of the Mark Walter situation. If you guys want to put your frustration towards someone, LA, it should be against Mark Walter. He's the one that decided to sell the team in under a year, not the new guys, Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, coming in, hoping to make this a championship Lakers team again. All right, we're taking our last break here. When we come back, let's talk some Dodgers, okay? They're looking for the sweep tonight. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. Thank you for being a part of the show. We love how much you have been a part of the show today, calling us at 855-97-LA-FAN. It has been a wild day, you guys. Obviously, the breaking news that Mark Walter is selling his share of the Lakers for $12.5 billion to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. That news broke this morning. There's all the feels going down here in LA, so thank you for calling in. You can still call in for like another 5-6 minutes right now if you want to tell us how you feel. We are here for you to lament. LA vent. Get it off your chest. 855-975-2326. But right now we're going to talk about Mark Walter's other team. Because I think everyone's focusing on the fact that, oh my gosh, we thought like what he did with the Dodgers is what he's going to do with the Lakers. This is going to be awesome. If the Buss family was going to sell to anybody, Mark Walter was the guy. There is proof of concept. It's going to be amazing. So there's all the feels on that side, you guys. We still got a lot. We're still processing the whole Lakers situation. But again, let's talk some Dodgers. Because last night it felt like they finally turned a corner. Back-to-back wins for the first time in a long time. Blake Snell looked great on the mound. Max Muncy being the hero. Mookie Betts looking great at the plate. And tonight they're hoping to go for the sweep against the Royals.
Yes, and the duo of Bobby Witt Jr. and Jack Caglione continues to be the determining factor on how many runs the Royals score. For those of you who are listening and haven't been with us for the past 2 days, how the Royals play baseball is it just comes down to those two, the number 2 and the number 3 hitter. Bobby Witt always finds a way to get on base. If it's a single, he will always steal second. He has the second most steals in baseball right now. And then Jack Caglione has a ton of power. He has 21, 22 home runs on the year. He will always get the ball to the outfield, whether it's a liner or a deep pop fly, which will send Witt to third base. Or if that ball hits the ground, he will come home and he will slide and he will score every single time. And they typically do that 2 out of their 3 to 4 at-bats, and you sprinkle in some other runs there. They can score runs. Like they have no problem scoring runs. It always comes down to, can you match them or hoping that they have an off day? But for 2 days in a row, they've been on. And Eric Lauer has the challenge tonight of not being the velocity guy. He is the placement guy. And throughout the entirety of him being a Dodger, he has always had success, and the Dodgers have always had success. Last outing was the first time his placement was a little off, and the Dodgers paid for it.
All right, so you saying Jack Caglione made me think of The Godfather, or is there some sort of
an Italian
right? Is it such an Italian name? Maybe because we had the Holly shorts in here today that I'm in this like movie mindset, but I'm like Caglione. Is that a
Caglione.
What was the Godfather's the
Corleone.
name? Okay, I was like close enough, right? That's where my mind
close.
went. I was like, well, it comes down to these two guys. You know, Witt gets on, Caglione drives him in.
Yeah.
On this day.
on the day of my basketball franchise's sale. How dare you, Jack Caglione?
It cannot be this day, okay?
You hit a walk-off home run on the day of my Lakers sale. Have you lost your mind?
Yeah, you guys, it's been a hard one. As much as I want to talk about the Dodgers, I just keep going back to
life is pain.
No. Life is great, okay? We are happy. The meteor shower tonight is not going to come anywhere near. LA is just going to be flying above. Right, Shay? That's something you've been you were preaching today. That's the big news happening tonight. Besides the Dodgers going for the sweep with Eric Lauer on the mound, as you mentioned, up until his last outing, the Dodgers had won every single game that he had been on the mound. But again, it feels like this team has finally turned things around. So what are we looking for tonight? What am I going to be focusing on tonight? And I think that it's the consistency from the Dodgers bats. That was kind of the frustration the last, I would say the slump, the 3 series prior that they lost was the lack of consistency from the bats. I want to see Ohtani. I want to see Mookie Betts. I want to see Muncy. I want to see Tucker. I want to see these guys continue to swing the bat well.
I'm looking at Andy Pages, who
Okay.
offensively has been better than he was right off the All-Star break, but defensively, he has, since the All-Star break, he has not been at an All-Star level. And again, last night, he had a moment where he caught the ball on a deep fly, and when going, so there's a runner on second, and in the transition, the transfer rather, of grabbing that ball and throwing it, he drops the ball, and that routine throw ends up being a run scored. And there's been an unfortunate trend against the Yankees. Pages loses a ball in the sun against Game 1 against the Phillies. He drops a fly ball. Game 3 against the Mets, he unnecessarily slides, and a little blooper ends up being a double. And then third game against Seattle, the same exact thing. He slides when he doesn't need to. It ends up being a triple. And the first game against Arizona, he gives up a triple. So his defensive play has to get better. It has been ugly, ugly, ugly. He's handling business at the plate, but defensively, I'm looking for Andy Pages to get back to his old self.
Eric Lauer on the mound tonight for the Dodgers, 7:10 first pitch, as they are looking to complete the sweep. And boy, do they need it after dropping 3 series in a row. Yeah, Dodgers, can you give LA fans a good feeling today?
Oh, I wonder if the vibe's going to spill over to the Dodgers.
What do you think? Because it is their owner in Mark Walter who just sold the Lakers in under a year for $12.5 billion.
What's going to be interesting is, I'm assuming Mark Walter's pretty busy. I don't know if he'll be at the game, but Magic...
He's not really he's not the face. Magic is a face.
Magic likes to show up, and he sits amongst the people. I'm sure he has security in the crowd, but he doesn't sit up in a box. He sits amongst the people, and I'm curious what the vibe is around Magic and just anyone associated with the Lakers is tonight.
It's going to be interesting. Okay. He already tweeted out, because that's what Magic does. Luka, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with us today on this emotional Lakers fans just wow of a Wednesday. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter coming up next.